Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. We are excited to get started with day one here in the Jim Norick Arena. At this time, for those of you sitting ringside, if we could please all stand for our national anthem. Well, again, good morning and welcome to the third annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show managed by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are proud to have each and every one of you here with us. We are going to get started in Ring 1. Ring 1 will bring in your junior breeding females here in the Galvy and Balancer shows. We'll start with your Balancer junior females. Our judge this morning, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma.
Yes, first of all, good morning. Definitely a blessing to come out and evaluate today, and Happy New Year to everybody, and neat way to start off. Good way to start off my new year here. A pair that looks like this, that's built like this. Love just the angularity and goodness of the cow. So good at the ground, so good in her shoulder and her look and presence. Obviously doing a good job raising a pretty impressive little calf there at side. So really a neat way. Congratulations to them for bringing this one out here and starting our Galvy show off.
Well, congratulations. Here in Ring 1, we have the results out of your first division. Your champion age count calf will go to back number 8,001. That's Ruby G73, exhibited by Justin Herlin of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 5. This will be spring heifer calves born May 1st to June 30th of 2022. Well, again, we'd like to welcome you to the Jim Norick Arena here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Over here in Ring 2, we're going to get started with your Halter, Texas Longhorn show. We'll start with Class 3, females born May through June of the preceding calendar year. We'd like to welcome our judge over here in Ring 2, Mr. John DeClerc. Again, in Ring 1, we have our junior balancer show, our judge, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. And again, in Ring 2, our judge, Mr. John DeClerc of College Station, Texas.
Really a nice calf class to get us started here, and these summer females here. And again, I think a close top pair and a pair I could see flip-flopping as they mature and go, but boy, today I think this one just puts a lot of good together. I think both these females have plenty to them when you get in behind them. This one tends to send her head and neck a little higher off the top of her shoulder. She lays into that shoulder probably in just a touch smoother, more attractive fashion, and just keeps herself collected, a little bit extra lean, kind of helps with a more feminine look there. A neat kind of a heifer. Probably where I would enjoy the heifer here in second, just a touch better. It's her combination of true brute cow power and the way she sets to the surface. She's so good at the ground in terms of her flexibility and her angularity. Her body shape's really, really good as well. Not seeing that one in front of her is not good in those areas. This one's just extra good there. My problem with her, though, I like to redesign her shoulder, set her tail head down into her just a little differently. But again, she's wanting to fight the system a little bit and doesn't help herself, but still a quality individual. I like this heifer we bring out here next in third. She's kind of deceiving. You get her from the side. She's so smooth and so long, you don't expect her to be as big-hipped as what she is. You get her behind her, she's pretty big and wide in her pin. She's got some boldness to her. I want to see her more consistent in the way she lands there at the surface. She can get up on her ankle a little more. I like to lay her back in the angle of her shoulder ever so slightly. For me, I wish we could just power up the next one. I'm a power guy. I like to see them just a little bolder, but boy, that one's deep and she's smooth. Got a lot of practicality to her, and if she's bold enough for you, you can move her up considerably. For me, though, she gets just a little narrow underneath. Kind of the opposite can be said with the one we're going to close our class with. That is the stoutest, highest performing, biggest hip one of the entire group here. For me, though, I want to change her there up front in terms of her shoulder angle and the way she goes, make her a shot more feminine about her head and her neck and her crest, but really in a competitive class of cattle all the way through.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. We have the results of Class 5 Spring Heifer Calves. First place will go to back number 8004 over Candy 297K, exhibited by Carson Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. Second place in that class went to back number 8002, also exhibited by Carson Youngblood. Third place will go to back number 8007, exhibited by Aiden Shaw. Fourth place in that class, back number 8006, Gentry Warner. And fifth place, back number 8005, Joseph Tollett. Now in Ring 1, we have Class 6 Spring Heifer Calves born April 1st to April 30th.
Well, over here in our Longhorn show, we got a great way to kick things off at our show here. I certainly wish everybody a year as well. I think my mic's having a little trouble here, but maybe I'll stand over here. But got a good pair of cattle to come to the top end of this particular class. Heifer that wins has got the most stature out here, but what I like about her is that she's the easiest flushing option. Heifer that's really naturally deep in her heart and certainly got that extra condition. I think she's built right in terms of her structure, and I really admire about that. When we get behind the cattle, I maybe could provide her with a little bit more skeletal width, but that's a good place to get started with here. Heifer in second is very dynamic from the side. She's long and sleek up through her front end. I like the strength that she's got built in her top line as we start right behind her shoulder blade there. Actually read that heifer with more natural thickness when we get behind the cattle. She's having a tougher time navigating this unforgiving surface out here. She'll kind of knuckle up in her pasture maybe just a little bit. Heifer, we could relax a fraction there through her knee, but boy, that's a good one to stand in the two-hole here. I like the moderation and the power of the heifer that stands in third. Boy, this one is bolt sprung, wide and opened up in her pin set, and just chock full of dimension all the way throughout. Those attributes certainly may give her a case to move up. She's got that kind of color pattern that maybe draws attention to the fact she's a little easy right behind her shoulder. Got that big kind of splash of red there that makes her look like she's maybe a little exaggerated in terms of being a little soft in her top line, but relative to the cattle in front of her, she's just a little smaller statured as well. Nice heifer that comes out here in four. She's round at the base of her rib cage. She certainly takes a long step. I read her to get a little low in her pin set, a little higher in her flank. The black and white heifer that makes the turn next is one that's got a great look from the side. Boy, she balances in proportions just the way that I like them. I like the depth of body that she has. Get behind the cattle. I just couldn't convince myself there was enough. She wants to play out from hooks to pins and taper to the ground. Black and white heifer that makes the turn next. Another female that's very feminine in the shape to her head and neck. Like the length of body. Just like to accommodate her with more just depth of rib to probably see her move up. Then we complete the class with a heifer that's certainly sound and catches her step every time. A little bit more immature in terms of the way that she's built. Probably could use just a little more brood cow power when we study the cattle from behind.
Well, we have the results from Ring 2, our first class here in the Texas Longhorn Show. First place went to back number 5131. That's WIC Miss Maisie, entered and shown by Randy and Catherine Morris. Second place in that class, back number 5125, exhibited by Carla Payne. Third place will go to back number 5127, entered and shown by Megan Bush. Fourth place went to back number 5126. Entered and shown by Walker Hans. Fifth place will go to back number 5128. That's Hannah Maffey with SV Silver Stars. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Double R Ranch. And seventh place exhibited by Lily Thomas. And now in Ring 2 we have Class 4. This is females born March through April of the preceding calendar year.
Well, over here in our Longhorn show, we got a really nice pair of heifers. I'm going to use the heifer that came in the ring second here. She's hard to miss. Big-bodied, easy fleshing. I love the way she draws up here from the lines. Extremely parallel from her top to her bottom line. Her chest sits up in her and really gives her that dynamic sweep to her belly. And I certainly appreciate the fact that heifer's equipped with enough skeletal width we get behind the cattle. We can make her just a little bit more flexible in terms of her hind leg set. That's getting pretty critical of an awfully nice heifer to win. Congratulations, young lady. Heifer that comes in second, boy, she's tough to miss. This one's got a very aesthetically pleasing, just hide color there. Certainly, that gives her just a really intriguing look here from the side. She's probably a little longer and sleeker up through her front end than the heifer that wins this particular class. And I actually prefer the set that she's got to her hind leg. She plants it with more conviction and authority out here. Maybe just reads a little bit more immature in terms of her rib design. Perhaps we could bulk her up if we're going to run with our class winner.
Boy, a very, very competitive class here on this side of things, and it's one of those classes as these four continue to progress and mature, there'll be a lot of realignment on this thing just because of the stages that they're in. But for me, it's hard not to like this one that leads off, and some may say she's a touch quicker maybe in terms of her pattern, and I wouldn't argue with you, but her combination of body boldness and true cow shape and power and her ability to still make it go and balance up and proportion out is why she stands up to the front. There's some longer fronted ones up here and here, but not with that kind of burliness and smoothness and still set it down as good as what she does. This one here on the standstill, she's so feminine necked and long fronted, but yet still so good and dimensional in her body and her rib cage. Very smooth in the way her muscles apply to her body. I like the way she sits on her rear skeleton. There's times for me she wants to open up front just a little more aggressively than I like. I like to lay her back in her shoulder ever so slightly, and that's why she doesn't get to lead the class for me personally. But again, that good looking, but yet that high volume and still plenty sound enough. We're just getting nitpicky on four really, really good heifers. Probably one some power and feature that I really, really value, particularly on the move, is this one we're going to stick here in third. She's loose constructed, she's big middle, she's big hip, almost to the point, though, in terms of her construction, she's got more shoulder and chest, she gets weaker in her spine and kind of comes apart in terms of balance. When she's there in the standstill, on the move, though, she makes a hard conversation for sticking her a little higher up. This is the hard one for me because I truly think she's just the green and mature one of this class, and I think time's going to be her best friend. And at first she wanted to get up on those toes, but now that she starts to relax, she finally kind of comes together. She's deep, she's smooth, there's more to her than what you realize. Just today she's outpowered, just doesn't have the same kind of skeletal width and rib cage just yet today. I too would just lay her back in her shoulder knee ever so slightly, but that's an competitive, intriguing class of four heifers.
Well, back over in ring 2, we have the results of Class 4. First place went back number 5134, LR Dixie Rose CP, bred known by Walker Hance. And second place in that class went back number 5133, entered and shown by Pales Cattle Company. Currently in ring 2, we have Class 5. This is females born January through February of the preceding calendar year. Back in ring 1, results of Class 6, spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 8,008.
This is exhibited by Lincoln Lee Martin of Buckman, Kansas. Second place went to 8,009. Hot Temptations K2225, exhibited by Paxton Blubach of Burton, Kansas. Third place in that class, back number 8092.
And fourth place went to back number 8011, exhibited by Braxton Murray. Now currently in ring 1, we're bringing in Class 7. This will be the final class in this division. These are spring heifer calves born March 1st to March 31st.
Or Longhorn show over here. We got a class that's just remarkable in terms of quality. I think there's a lot of good cattle you could do multiple different things with. The heifer that I was the most enamored with is this young man's heifer that takes the start here. She's a real population outlier in just terms of skeletal width and dimension. She's really robust at the base of her rib cage, and that trend continues from there back. For being as opened up as she is, I just have to brag on how good she is in terms of her feet and legs. Big square foot design on that particular female really gets out here and navigates this unforgiving surface awfully well. Certainly like that heifer a great deal. We could level her up a little bit out of her hip, and she's maybe not just the longest fronted heifer, but that comes with the territory of her being just so opened up and dense from there back. A young lady's heifer that comes in second emulates the depth of body, the fleshing ability that admired my class winner. I think she's built right in terms of her skeletal makeup, and I think for long haul, that one's going to be a fabulous cow. Actually, probably a little leveler hip than what my class winner is, but probably just not quite as opened up and extreme in terms of width and dimension, but a great one to stand in that two-hole. Really like the heifer that comes in third. Compositionally, this one's more my speed. I think she's very honest in terms of her condition. I like the way she draws up in her lines, and I actually read that heifer to have more turn and just to her quarter and stifle from the profile than the cattle that precede her. She's a little bit more pronounced in terms of her tail head, probably just not as deep in her heart and flank relative to the cattle that stand on either side of her. Like the fourth place heifer a great deal. I think she certainly exemplifies the depth of body, the soundness of structure that should enable her to be just extremely long-lasting in production. I think she's a little low in her pin set, but more than anything, when I get behind the cattle, I just like to provide her with a little bit more skeletal width. We bring a heifer around that comes second in 5, that's big and opened up, really got a lot of natural thickness up high, and we study the cattle from behind. It's the same story. A little bit more tubular in her rib design. Perhaps she rounds out of her hip just ever so slightly. Young lady's heifer that comes next, one that's really stout at the base of her horn. I think a female that's certainly got a lot of depth of body. She's a female we could probably make a little bigger in terms of her foot size and relax her as she meets the ground there. She wants to ridge it up there in her pasture. I was really drawn to the heifer that comes next here. This speckled heifer, his color pattern is very dynamic. I think it's certainly aesthetically pleasing. It's something that I really appreciate. When I get behind the cattle, I think she might have as much natural expression of any of the females that have come through the ring today. I just couldn't quite convince myself she's got enough body. A heifer that's a little bit more tubular in her rib design. If she bellies down in time, I think that one's going to be pretty tough to beat because she's built right structurally. She's muscular, and boy, she is cool to look at in terms of her color pattern. Heifer that comes next, one that's got more altitude up front, more height to shoulder. I think she complements that by being a little deeper in her heart, but she's got a tendency to run up to her flank, and I think that compromises her balance from the side. She's a little deeper in her sternum than what her flank sits in her. Certainly like to see her balance up a little better from the side. Young lady's heifer that comes next, another one's really stout at the base of her horn there. I certainly appreciate just the impressiveness this one's got from tip to tip. Female that's a little bit outclassed in terms of just performance on cattle that stand on either side of her. I think she's sound and deep, just wish there was more length and extension. She reads a little earlier to maturity pattern. A heifer that makes the turn next, a female that's a strong top, very level in terms of her lines. Probably like to give her a little bit more flank in her. Heifer that comes after her, we appreciate just the structural correctness of that particular female. A little off balance in terms of her hip and hind leg design. Young lady with a predominantly white kind of speckled heifer here that makes the turn next. Another one that takes a really long athletic stride. She's got a tendency to come in her knee. I think that tells the story from their back. She's a little flatter at the projection to her rib cage, a little narrower pin, and then we complete the class with a very sound, freewheeling type of heifer here, very flexible in terms of her top line. Just wish she had more bulk and density when we get behind the cap.
Boy, a big class and a good class. Again, lots of quality all the way through. Took a little more time, and again, don't apologize for that just because I think we need to get it as close to right in our mind as possible. But this one that leads off, I guess the best way to depict the depiction of this class is that one looks like as we continue to develop these girls out, she stays fresh, she stays good. She's probably the most appropriate one in terms of the way she handles her length and her flexibility amongst this crew. Lays her shoulder on at a little better angle than the rest of her classmates. but yet her body dimension still very, very good. You get it behind her, she steps out with some width. I absolutely love her back leg and the way it lands. You combine that with just that fresh, neat look and still got plenty from there on back. You just start to love her more and more and more as you study her in this class. I love this one's kind in terms of just the boldness and robustness of her stoutness is good, and that heifer doesn't help things because her problem is she gets a little wide up front, a little excessive in her width up front, so when she wants to fight it, it gets a little almost overpronounced. But boy, you still got to value that one for that kind of true cow power and dimension. Still keeps it flexible enough. Just today, as we manage these things on, for me, she's just got a little more on her, a little more shoulder, a little not as correct in terms of her shoulder angle. Neat one here. I like the way we've got her presented. She's so attractive there up front. She's got some real hip in her, and her bone and her feet seem the right way as well. You know, she's not as truly bold-bodied as what those cattle are that set her right at the head of her, especially right from her shoulder to heart and forerib. And at times she can get a little quick stepping off of her rear tooth, but still a quality individual. Has got a lot of neatness to her. I love this one at the standstill in terms of depth and smoothness and outline. She's very good. The way she uses her back leg is very appropriate. She's just a little too up and down for me personally up front. Want to set her back and her knee and her shoulder, give her a little more reach there. But he does a nice job showing that one and getting it out of her. Long-sided, good-looking one here. Just finally thought amongst this top crew, wanted to open that one up a little more, particularly right there behind her shoulder and her forerib. Just give her a touch more dimension. But boy, her look is awesome. She's got some freshness about her amongst this group. Again, it'd be fun to see her travel on and go. Red here, for some you might call her a touch shallow. I just say not all of them are blessed with the big swoopy belly. That one's big hip. That one's probably as good skeletally in terms of just the way her feet and legs are positioned on her body as any. She's that kind that I think is the longer we go, the further she goes when she gets bred. It'll be interesting what that one gets to stay together and become. But today, she does look a little compromised in her body, a little greener, and that's why she sits where she does. Female that comes here next, a deep-sided, smooth-made one here. Just one that gets a little awkward in her structure at times for me personally, a shot flatter. Same thing can be said for the one that's right behind her. Again, a lot of female character in terms of neatness and femininity and smoothness there. Just want to open that one up quite a bit. The two that close our class, kind of the opposite. They are stout. They are punchy. They've got some width and some substance to them, but almost to the point it takes away and doesn't maybe present themselves as feminine or as angular as what those cattle do ahead of them. Just a little much maybe in terms of power and muscle. But again, very, very competitive class. Neat end, top end for sure.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in ring 2, we have the results of Class 5 in your Texas Longhorn show. First place in that class went to back number 5141. That's Flying Age Pearl's Destiny, entered and shown by Hunter Lawson. Second place in that class was 5147 OCC Charlene and Walker Hans. For those of you following along ringside in your books, we're going to go through, since that was a large class, and we'll read you the placings as follows for Class 5. This is in ring 2, your Texas Longhorn show. 7, 13, 6, 3, 4, 11, 1, scratch, 8, 5, 12, 10, 2, 9. Currently in ring 2, we do have your junior female division. Back over in ring 1, we have the results of Class 7. This was Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2022. First place went to back number 8017, Butler's Miss Kesha, K549ET, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place went to back number 8020, exhibited by Allie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. Third place went to back number 8021, exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Fourth place, back number 8019, exhibited by Spencer Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Fifth place in that class, back number 8012, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. For those of you following along in ring 1 over here in our balancer show, the results are as follows for Class 7. 5, 9, 8, 7, 1, 6, 4, 2, 3, 10.
In our Longhorn division here, I think we got a great set of cattle that are kind of out here in contention for our champion and reserve honors. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I've been impressed with the cattle out here. Boy, we got a lot of good ones, and they're made in different types and kind. Heifer that wins the first class is the type that I forecast to just be just a phenomenal brood cow. I love the way this one's assembled in her feet and legs. She's pushed back in the angle to her blade. She's got that curvature and bend built into her forearm and knee. Squares up really nice in her footwork, and boy, she follows suit by being very athletic in terms of her hind leg design. Now, we get behind the cattle, we probably could provide her a little bit more functional, but I think that heifer's balance and structure is certainly on the mark. Heifer that wins the second class, that's the one that really drawn to from the profile. This heifer's organization in terms of her pieces and from a build standpoint are very nice. Heifer that's tall-fronted, her neck sends high out of the top side of her shoulder blade. She's got so much skeletal strength built into her top line and really level out of her hip. Get behind the cattle, she's got more than enough width from my standpoint, from a breeding perspective. Now, if we could change her, she's getting just a little upright in her shoulder. I like the fact that she's got that altitude up front, but to achieve that height of the shoulder, she's kind of a little propped up in the angle to her shoulder blade. When we study her from behind, it's kind of the same story. She's maybe a little tight in terms of her pasture and construction there. Dew claws set up just a little high off the surface, but a heifer that's certainly really nice from the profile. She's one of the ones I think in contention. We get heifer that wins the last class. This one just feet and legs and skeletal width are really tough to match. I like cattle that are opened up and powerful, but I certainly like cattle that are sound, and that's an antagonism. Generally, we get people just like an NFL player. You get one of those guys that's going to be a big lineman that's 300 pounds and can bench press a ton. He's generally not going to be as fast as somebody that's playing cornerback or going to be running back. And this heifer, to me, what I think is so cool about her is that she's without question the heaviest muscled heifer in this lineup, but she's probably also the soundest structured, and that's a combination that I'm really enamored with. She's probably not the tidiest through her chest. She's not the levelest out of her hip, but in terms of having those pieces, antagonisms that I think are really going to make a profound impact on a breeding program, she certainly fits the bill. The other heifer out here in contention, I think, is the heifer that's second in class to her. I like how big-bodied she is. I like how cowy that heifer is. She's one that probably has got enough width when we get behind the cattle as well. Kind of maybe like the heifer we discussed right before. She's a little upright in her shoulders, splays out up front. I think maybe a female we could just tidy up a little bit from a condition standpoint. So my favorite is going to be a gentleman out of class number 3. He'll be our champion. We're going to follow class 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
Back here on our Gelfand side, again, boy, a neat division of these calves out here. That was a neat way to start this division with the one that won that first class. A good pair of them, but boy, this one's lean and goodness. Still very, very neat and good to look at. It's got some squareness about her. Maybe a little out-horsed by these ones ahead of her, but boy, still one I think's got a bright future in that one as well. Probably the one that's the most ready today, if you want to say, is the one that come out of class 2. That one's opened up. That one's still mobile and sets herself down in a comfortable enough way. Again, she's not probably as long and feminine and attractive as heifers on either side of her, but I still don't find a problem necessarily with her in terms of her look and her balance and proportion. We could just tweak her front skeleton ever so slightly and sit her shoulder back onto her just a little better. But boy, a neat kind of a female. Then the heifer here out of this big class that we came out of, again, freshness is very, very good. True body shape is very, very good. I guess what I like about her, I don't call that a narrow one, but she's so juvenile still in the way she's put together, but yet still has the body shape, still has some smoothness. Probably where I prefer her the best of anything we've seen so far in this division is her shoulder lays onto her body the right way, her feet all go the right way, and so she accompanies enough with the right kind of structural makeup. That's why she'll be our champion here in this first division. And as the second in that class comes around, again, there's a lot of just power and ruggedness and width to this particular lineup, and still can handle it relatively well. We get out here on this top end, you're really trying to dissect things. You do want to still set her there, make her a little more conservative in her width up front, maybe change her there in her shoulder and chest just a touch. And that's where this one in front of her does what she does, but just a shade better in terms of look and presence. So the guy that's class 2 will be a reserve.
Well, Back over in the Longhorn ring, we have the results of your first division. Your champion junior female went to back number 5141. That's Flying H Pearl's Destiny, exhibited by Hunter Lawson. And reserve champion in that division went to back number 5134, exhibited by Walker Hance. Back over in ring one, we do have the results of your spring heifer calf division. Champion went to back number 8017. Butler's Miss Kesha K549ET, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. Reserve in that division went to back number 8008, exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin of Buckland, Kansas. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in ring one, class 9 winner heifer calves.
I'm going to beat you this time. A really nice class that we have here. Going to use the red one here to lead off this class. Just a Cowie individual in terms of body shape and smoothness, and where she probably elevates over the young ladies' calf. We're going to leave in second. She lands at the surface quite a bit more correctly. Again, I like the quality of her structure. I like the balance of her. Nice heifer leads off this class. The black heifer we're going to leave here in second. She's the other one you like in terms of body volume and substance. She's pretty big out of her hip and still has a little quality about her, just not quite the same kind of running gear and foot quality. We find that one ahead of her. Just a greener made one here that ends up third. She's really neat and attractive front edge, what you'll get with the ones that aren't as far along. She's pretty square in terms of her hip, just a little behind in body development relative to two classmates. But three nice cattle here in this class.
Over here in our Longhorn show, we got a nice pair of cattle to come to the top end of this particular class. I made the call from behind. I think that's where our class winner shows off just a little bit more skeletal width. I like the fact that she's broader in her pin set and certainly displays more muscle mass all the way throughout, and then I prefer the setting to her hock. I think she plants it with more conviction and authority out here and is able to kind of navigate the surface just with more comfort and ease. Now, we could maybe see her just a little longer up through her front end, tidier up there through her throat latch, but I think that's being awfully critical of a nice heifer here. There's more frame and performance in the black heifer that comes in second. She certainly achieved a higher weight per day of age, compliments of the fact that she's longer and more extended in her kind. I think she's certainly one that's pretty bold in terms of her rib design and got an easy fleshing look, just like maybe Changer from her hook bone back. She's got a tendency to play out to her pin set, heifer that maybe gets a little general in the set to her hind leg, and maybe we could see her just a little more flexible in terms of her rear joints, but that's a nice one to stand in too. Heifer that comes in three is a little bit more honest in her condition. The heifer that stands directly in front of her, admire that about that particular female. Like the rest of the cattle in this lineup, she takes a long athletic stride off either end of her skeleton. Maybe could change her a little bit from the profile. She sinks out in her chest relative to being a little higher in her flank. Then we complete the class with a heifer that's really extended. I like how long and neat fronted that particular female is. She's one that's certainly honest in her condition. I read her to be a little bit more tubular in her rib design. I'd like to soften her down there in terms of her rib and her flank.
Back over in ring 1, we have the results of Class 9 winner heifer calves born in February of 2022. First place went back number 8025 SAS DS Calmia 243K, exhibited by Hayden Tabor. Second place in that class went to back number 8027, exhibited by Hadley Catcherside. And third place in that class went to back number 8024, exhibited by Racy Abney. Now in ring 1, we'll look for Class 10 winner heifer calves born February 1st to February 15th. Back over in ring 2, the results in your Texas Longhorn show for Class 8. First place went to back number 5150. That was exhibited by Tamron Thomas Bush. Second place went to back number 5152, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. Third place, back number 5151, exhibited by Old Wire Longhorns. And fourth place, exhibited by Gavin Schwemke. We're now going to bring in Class 9. This is females born May through August of the second preceding calendar year.
Well, very thought-provoking pair that comes to the top end of this class. I like both of them awfully well for different reasons. I landed on the young lady's heifer that I think is maybe just a little bit more dynamic from the profile. She stays more composed in terms of the way she organizes her top line. She's the stronger spine female of that particular lineup. She's also maybe got just a little bit more flesh on her, so that makes her look like she transitions perhaps a little bit more seamless from the point of her shoulder blade onto her forerib. Boy, she draws up very dynamic in her look here from the side. I like her hip and hind leg posture awfully well, standing still. Now, and then still think that like that for in second, she's got a lot of dimension we get behind the cattle. I'd like to give her just a little bit more foot size and just stoutness at the ground to probably match the width that she has up high in the perfect world, but she's an awful good one to get started with here. I was tempted to tie on to the second place effort because she's built the way that I like them. Bigger footed, got more cushion into her hock and pasture, and I think that one's also certainly accompanied with more slope and angle to her shoulder. Appreciate that attribute about her. She's the stoutest at the base of her horn and got the most just spread from tip to tip. Reed's maybe just a little bit greener in terms of where she is at her heart and her flank. Maybe not quite as level made as my class winner. We complete the class with a really long striding female here, one that's really accurate in terms of her step. Reed's a little bit flatter when we get behind the cattle. Can't match the extra bulk of that stout top pair.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2 results. Class 9 Texas Longhorns. First place went back number 51-55, CL Miss Sydney. Entered and shown by Sheridan Van Blarcom. Second place, back number 51-54, Wojo Rosie CP, exhibited by Tegan Matthew. And third place in that class will go to back number 51-53, Flying P Nautical Star, entered and shown by Jennifer and Tom Teal. Now in Ring 2, we'll bring in Class 10. These will be females born January through April of the second preceding calendar year.
Another really competitive class and a neat pair as we lead them on around here. And I guess what Some may say there's not quite enough show cow in this one I'm going to use, but that's just fundamental livestock. That one's body rib cage, and cowiness I absolutely love, but yet there's still enough presence and length and balance and proportion to her, and probably where I really decide between these two, because she beats a nice one. There's just more true dimension to her. As you study them down low and go to the ground, there's just a lot more cow power in that one. Is she as neat in her hind leg construction as what this one in second? Probably not. She's got just a little bit of curl to it. But boy, that's a cow made one that's got a lot of function to her. Female we're going to run here in second. They're at the standstill. She's neater chested. She's thinner neck. She's got just a prettier hind leg as they sit there. It's still sound cattle, but boy, and it's still one that's good enough in terms of our body feel. To me, she's not as accurate in her front step. To me, when you get behind her, she plays out in terms of width down low and gets a little flatter there in terms of recorder and stifle, but still a very, very high quality heifer. Boy, this one here at the standstill can run with any of them. It's just when we get her into motion, she's just not as athletic. And I think it's because she just wants to push out and throw them up front just a little bit, kind of follows the rest of her, and just gets a little uncomfortable as she gets and goes. Can't deny this one's performance and grow. She's got a ton of that. That one's a big girl, maybe just a shot more for me at this age, but still got to respect her for that kind of size. That one's depth still follows it. I think she still handles it okay. Want to correct her in her front skeleton, probably more so than anything. Maybe tone her down just a shade for my personal liking. I like the look and freshness of the heifer that comes next. Just want to give her a different front leg to go off of. She gets just a little more stilty and upright there up front. Big hip, bold made one that comes next. It's got a ton of width and just true shape to her. Just wants to get a little weak in her back. She too, I want to just balance up front in terms of her front skeleton there as well. Young lady does a nice job with this one that comes next. A neat heifer. I still think better days are ahead of her. Just wanted, in terms of her forerib and her spine, she wants to fall apart just ever so slightly. Maybe could provide her with a little more reach up front. Then the one that closed our class, smooth made. I think one that's elevated enough in terms of her front end, and I think her feet's laying good enough. Just one that wants to be a little flatter body and narrower all the way through. I just want to open that heifer up quite a bit more to make her run with her classmates. But really a neat class of heifers.
Over in our Longhorn show, we got an awful good heifer that starts this particular class. To me, she's the female that certainly best combines this true dimension with structural correctness. I like the shape to her feet, take the set to her hock, and then certainly the slope to her shoulder. Reads the most indicative of long-lasting livestock. And then that heifer, to me, is considerably more honest in her condition than some of these other cattle out here, which means that she's got natural depth and sweep to her midrib there, which I certainly admire. And I think that certainly reads like a hallmark of a long-lasting brood cow. Heifer that comes in second does have just more elevation up front and stature. I certainly appreciate the fact that she's got just more frame size, but still accompanied with enough depth of the body to probably look like she'll be able to last in terms of production there. She's still maybe not quite as dynamic from her chest into her flank. Maybe you could see just a little bit better bottom line balance there. Female for me that we maybe could intensify just a little bit from the hock down in terms of just stoutness at the ground as well. Heifer that comes next in third, boy, she makes a strong case to start. When the cattle are stopped and parked, now that heifer is the boldest body. There's certainly got a tremendous amount of just mass when we get behind the cattle. Still draws up really nice in terms of her lines. Just wish we were a little bit more durable in her foot shape. She started to get a little longer toed. Looks to me like she's been pushed pretty hard on feed, and then as a consequence, her feet just maybe haven't been able to catch up there. She's able to catch her step, but just reads a little lethargic at the ground, and certainly like to just see her more durable in terms of her foot shape. Like the heifer that closes the class, she's actually got the best shape to her horn for my taste, and I certainly appreciate the way that she reads in terms of her head shape from a breed character standpoint. You know, I like the fact that heifer's sound structured as well. Reads a little bit more tubular in terms of her bottom line. Just like to give her more belly to accommodate that added frame size as she presented with.
We have the results from Ring 1. This is Class 10. First place went to back number 8032, exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Whitfield, Kansas. Second place, back number 8036, exhibited by Caitlin Walters of Atwood, Kansas. Third place, back number 8035, exhibited by Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Fourth place went to back number 8039, exhibited by Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Fifth place, back number 8034, exhibited by Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Sixth place exhibited by Hendricks Jarvis of Phillipsburg, Kansas. Seventh place in that class, back number 8030, exhibited by Brunley Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Eighth place in that class will go to back number 8037, Victoria Brooke Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Now currently in ring 1, we have class 11 winner heifer calves born January of 2022. Back over the Texas Longhorn ring, we have the results of class 10. First place went to back number 5157, exhibited by Tamara Tom and Thomas Bush. Second place, back number 5160, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. Third place in that class will go to Robertson Cattle Company. In fourth place, back number 5156, Jalen Krimmel. Now in ring 2 is class 11. These are females born of the third preceding calendar year.
We really got a powerful heifer that wins this particular class. So we get behind the cattle up high. This one's really robust in her rib cage and certainly got plenty of dimension in terms of natural thickness. What I admire about her is from the profile, she still organizes herself in a balanced fashion. And still a female that's got some length of body, but enough depth to balance up here from the side. Her chest floor still sets up in her really high, and she's tall-fronted. It gives her almost that kind of up-fronted look as we study the cattle from the profile. You know, maybe as just massive as she is up high, we could make her a little stouter bone to match. More than anything, if I could make her perfect, I'd probably dial her back a little bit condition. I'd like to seen her probably 50 pounds ago. Still doesn't hurt her structurally. She gets out here and moves well, but maybe just from a freshness standpoint, we could probably take a little bit off of her. You know, in terms of horns, it's not close because the heifer in second is considerably more impressive from tip to tip. That female is one that's built right in terms of her structure, just like my class winner. May actually have a little bit more set built into her knee and read a little bit more long-term at the ground. For me, when we get behind the cattle, the heifer that tapers from hooks to pins, maybe just runs out of dimension. Study her from the profile, we could draw her up maybe just a little elder in her lines.
Well, congratulations. In ring 2, result to class 11. First place, back number 5162, exhibited by Randy and Catherine Morris. Second place went to back number 5164, exhibited by Sheriff Family Longhorns. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior females. Attention all of our Longhorn exhibitors that after we select the mature females, we are going to take about a 10-minute break. We would also like to remind you that if you're a division champion or reserve, we'd like you to make your way to the backdrop and see the ladies at Next Level Images.
Another very good class, and intriguing as you get through it. Just a lot of different things to consider, and I'll be the first to admit I wish this one was just bigger at the ground to match all the mass and volume that she has up high. But boy, that is an opened up, heavy-duty female that still, I think, in this class keeps herself together structurally as well as any as well. Proportions still read right everywhere but her bone. Again, a big body one, still has the right kind of neck set. I love the dimension from behind, and the angularity of her feet and legs go the right way. Just wish she was bigger down there and stouter down there to make it all go. And that's where I really love this one here in second. She is a stouter bone one, a stouter featured one. She's opened up really well. And again, her body shape is still really good. She might not handle herself in terms of smoothness as well as that one. Really, as heifers on each side of her, a little more pronounced in the angle of her shoulder and the bulkiness of it. I just wish you could set that onto her different. Make her move just a little more athletically at times. At times, she gets just a little slower in slumber as she goes, but still a nice kind of a heifer. I appreciate this heifer here in third. Just again, her smoothness, her cowiness, one that truly has good foot size. That's a heavy bone, good-footed one that sets down with the right kind of angularity. The longer you look at her, though, she gets just a shot plainer on you up front, a little flatter as you really compare it to those top two cattle. But boy, a smooth-made, cow-making one that's got the good feet and legs. Heifer that comes out here next, again, love her lean, like her extension up front. She's got some hip in her. There's times I really get into this heifer, and there's times she wants to fight the system and make it hard to like her a little bit. I want to see her transition better from shoulder to full rib. I want to see her a little better and neater there in her chest. She's good in her head and neck. Puts out a little chest up there that just takes a little distraction there as well. Another one here that's, again, good in her foot shape at the ground. I like the bone and flatness of joint of this female. Maybe a little more compromised in her body relative to those ahead of her, where she was just a little bolder. And in that time, she wants to be just a touch awkward as she sets to the surface in terms of how she works her spine. Long-sided one here that's got plenty of volume in the hip and stoutness, just not as secure there right at the surface as she gets and goes. Another really extended one the young lady has got an incredible look to that one, just as long as she catches up in terms of body shape. shape, she'll be there, but it's just a little greener there yet today. Young guy that comes here next, again, another one that's got the right kind of look and presence and pretty square built as we get to studying him. Just wanted, at times, I know she fights it, but then you study your angles a little bit. I just want to correct her in the way her shoulder and knee sit on her body. She gets just tighter at the surface. Red one here, if you're not too hard on her structure, if you consider me too hard on her up front, you can find a different place for her, because from there back, that's a big bodied one that still sets her back leg down fairly accurately, just a little splayed out and forward in her shoulder and knee for me personally. A stout one here in terms of muscle, good in terms of her frame size, in terms of just her build. She does get outperformed, though, in this class. A little coarser, a little rounder there. Wish she was just a little more athletic and easier moving when you start to study her off of her rear step. But again, very competitive class of cattle.
As we draw this division of Longhorn heifers to a close here, folks, if you folks standing ringside don't mind, help me congratulate these exhibitors with a round of applause. Top to bottom, just been a very competitive division. We talked about our class winner, to reiterate just one more time. Heifer that wins the first class, I really like just the elevation that she's got up front, the strength that she's built in her top line. Nice set to her hind leg. Maybe doesn't have as much wow factor in terms of just being a little plainer up through her front end, but a good heifer to win this particular first class. Heifer to win the second class, another one that's got the altitude and elevation to really strike a pose here from the side. Young lady's a remarkable showman, and she does such a good job of showcasing this heifer's just the strength and the elegance that she's got built into her lines and the quality that she certainly exemplifies here. She's a female that's a little stiff in terms of her hind legs, and when the cattle probably tempo up here on the go, she can get just a fraction abbreviated in her step off either end. I'd probably give her just a little bit more angle to her knee and her hock in a perfect world. Heifer that wins the next class is one that I really got to brag on, just the composition that she's in. It's refreshing to find a show heifer out here that's presented really honest in her condition. I know we all like to feed these cattle, and the more kind of calories we get into them, the more body and the more mass we can certainly accomplish there. But sometimes we can do that to the detriment of cattle, that we detract from their femininity and their structural correctness. This heifer, to me, is the one that's the most 12 o'clock in terms of the way that she's presented. And because of that, I think she's really able to showcase how sound structured that heifer is. She's the athletic one of this lineup here that certainly takes the most ground-consuming stride off either end. I think that she reads just really feminine in a way that she's built because she's more honest in her condition. And I like the refinement that she's got built into her teats, too. Probably a heifer for me that as we study her compared to the heifer directly behind her, she's just not as opened up, probably not as powerful all the way throughout. Fundamentally, that's an awful good heifer in terms of what she represents structurally, and I really do appreciate that she's presented so honest in terms of her condition. Boy, it's hard to miss the mass and just the topside power. The heifer that wins the fourth class in this division. She's bold and robust in her rib cage. She's got so much outer projection to her forerib, and that certainly translates from there back. To me, she looks like the type of show heifer that's actually going to generate. Sometimes we can build that beautiful silhouette from the side. Don't have enough just true dimension and width to see these things lay down and be generating brood cows. This heifer certainly does, and I think she's one that's still really organized in the way that she presents herself, her profile in terms of her lines and her depth, everything the way we want to see it. Talked about it, like to see her probably, 50 pounds ago from a condition standpoint, and she's maybe got so much extra condition up high, it's making her a little bit more rigid down low in terms of the way she uses her pasture. Still think her angles are acceptable, just maybe could make her a little bit more agile if we made her a little leaner. So nice lineup of cattle here. My favorite heifer is going to be the last one. She'll be our champion. We're going to follow with class number 3 for reserve. Congratulations.
Another very competitive division here, and you're always trying to have that mix out here when we put the halter on them, on those that have some of those leading show aesthetics as well. But again, at heart, I'm a cow guy, and I love one that's just fundamental in cowing. And to me, these three ended up where they are in that class just because of their ability to go ahead and, to me, make good cow factories as we study them. The red one here, again, feet and legs are very, very good and positive in the way she goes. Her looseness and correctness is good. She's not as stout and opened up as these two that set in behind her, or even those 2 seconds from that class, but I still love that one's smoothness and that one's ability to go out and just make good fundamental type cattle. This one that came out of the next class, again, that was a good pair in that class. And again, just the honestness of her body shape and the way her rib cage fits onto her. I absolutely love that about her. Her hip is very, very good. She's one of those, you take her back to the wash rack and wash her down. You're still proud of what she got there as well. Next set is still good. I'd like to maybe take a little bit of the set out of her hind leg ever so slightly, just again, from a show ring standpoint, not going to slow her down from being a functional cow whatsoever. Then the one that came out of that last class, again, a lot of punch, a lot of stoutness, a lot of robustness and power to her. Just throws her off a little bit, not having as much bone and foot down there to really match the stoutness she has up high. And although her head and neck set sits up good, she is just a touch more pronounced in terms of stoutness and there in her head, neck, and shoulder. But you kind of expect that when you get in behind her. That's a true power cow in terms of width and substance, and still handles that very well. So interesting conversation we can have amongst this group, and a second or two we're going to talk about here in a minute, but probably the one that suits me best is the one out of Class 2. She's going to be a champ. I think as we're bringing this second place around, and again, this is where the conversation gets interesting for me, just because there's so many things about her I like in terms of head and neck posture. We can call her enough in terms of body shape, and she lands pretty good, very attractive in her hind leg. Just got to make that call. Is there enough just stoutness underneath the presentation? She's just a shot flatter maybe in her upper rib cage, a shot narrow when you get behind her. Probably the other one that complements the winner of this division. They're a lot alike and very, very similar in a lot of ways. She's just not blessed with the extra hair to make everything look as big and stout as the one out of Class 3. I like her next. She's going to be a reserve.
Well, congratulations. Back over in ring 2, the results of your senior division. Champion went to back number 5162. WIC She's the Daisy, exhibited and entered by Randy and Catherine Morris. Reserve in that division went to back number 5157, exhibited by Tamara and Thomas Bush. Back over in the balancer ring, we do have the results of that last division. Your champion went to back number 8032, exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Reserve in that division will go to back number 8042, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring into ring 1. This will be your first class in this division, Class 13, senior heifers, calves born November to December of 2021.
Well, as we kind of draw this division, or I guess our champion lineup out here of our Longhorn cattle, what a remarkable set of females we've had thus far, folks. If you don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. You guys have been just an outstanding crowd. I appreciate your support that you're giving to these young people and these exhibitors. it's a big adventure to take cattle out here, the amount of time that it requires to get these things broke, and the man hours is just nothing short of staggering. And so appreciate you guys being here to support these exhibitors. Talked about that heifer that wins the first division. She's one to me that I thought was really a population outlier. I always think is from a breeder's perspective, we're trying to put together those antagonisms. You know, it's tough to make them really long and sleek-necked and big-boned. It's tough to make them opened up wide and sound. It's tough to, you know, if you're thinking more production, it's tough to make cattle that are got really good calving knees and a tremendous amount of growth. And to me, this heifer was the one that was had the most intriguing antagonism in terms of just skeletal width and dimension. She's built right in terms of her structure. She's wide, she's burly, she looks like she's got bull make in pieces to me in terms of just the amount of thickness that she has, and still built right in terms of her structural makeup. Now, she didn't draw up quite as neat from the profile as a couple of the other cattle out here. She's a little bit more pronounced in terms of the depth to her chest and a little off in terms of her hip. Maybe those two things compromise her balance ever so slightly in such a competitive lineup. But boy, she's one I think's got a very intriguing and a bright future in front of her, what kind of impact she can make in a breeding program. Heifer that wins the second division, we talked about our big senior heifer here. She's just chock full of power. Bold, robust is certainly how I'd characterize this heifer. And what I think so and cool about this heifer is that generally when we want to make cattle wide, the easiest way to do them is to make them short and compact. And this heifer's long spine, but still really bold rib. She's long-bodied, but still got enough depth of rib to balance up. She's long-bodied, but still strong in terms of her top. And that can be pretty tough when those calves start pulling down on their spine there. And that heifer still stays very organized in terms of her make. I would like to lean her up just a fraction to make her perfect and maybe make her a little bit more comfortable as she meets the surface out here. Pretty tough and unforgiving surface, and she'll at times maybe want to knuckle up on her pasture. Heifer that was reserved in that division was just awesome in terms of her feet and legs, more honest in her condition. Got just a dab of navel, but probably just ran out of horsepower relative to that opened up division winner. So nice lineup out here. I think it's a pretty close decision for me. My favorite's going to be the young lady out of Division 2. We're going to fall with Division 2 for reserve as well. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Over here in ring 2, we have the results of your grand champion female in our Texas Longhorn show. Both individuals will come out of the senior division. Your grand champion female went to WIC She's a Daisy, entered and shown by Randy and Catherine Morris. Reserve champion, and congratulations to Tamara and Thomas Bush with TB Harley Quinn. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to look to get started with your mature female division. This will be Class 16, mature females born in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th preceding calendar year. like to remind our Longhorn exhibitors that after our mature female division, we will take a 10-minute break before we start our bull show. Again, that'll be a 10-minute break before we start our bull show.
Interesting class, an interesting trio, at least second and third you can do a lot of debating on, but the one that wins the class, I thought that so rather handedly. Again, probably her size in proportion to her age, I like as good as any in this class. Her body shape and the condition that she's in is very, very good. I call her extremely fresh, but not hard doing. I'd say you could continue to push this one on or get her there with no problem, but yet still the right kind of structural makeup. They're a little more pronounced and stouter than what she is probably within this class and what we've seen, but that one's still made and designed well and got a lot of freshness and goodness about her. These next two is what I was making my decision on, and I go back and forth, and Red wants to fight the system a little bit, but she is just a touch awkward in terms of her rear skeleton movement is where I change her, but size-wise, composition-wise, in terms of body boldness and true hip and width dimension, particularly in their heart and forerib, that's why I like her. In her frame size, I like her just a shade better. I don't mind a moderate one for me personally, but I would like to lean her up just a shade, make her go just a touch more athletically, and that's what makes it hard, because about from the mid-rib back, I really enjoy this one in terms of her hip and hind leg and the way it lands. She's massive boned and big-footed. She's probably just a touch taller for a guy like me. I like to tone her down, but more so than anything, I want to open her up in her heart and her forerib and just make her a little bolder there to match her from behind. But that's a beautiful one when he gets her stuck there. Good on her feet and legs as well. Just got to decide if she's opened up enough for you to flip that and move her up higher. Again, a moderate one here, but probably on the side of being a little small in this class, and that's where she ends up where she does. But, boy, opens up well. Her fundamentals are very, very good. Just one that's a little compact and jammed up from a comparison standpoint, but, boy, still a lot of good in that one. Red one that comes next has got some length and some smoothness to her. Still has some shape, maybe just not quite as a soft body as what some of her classmates are. And the heifer ends up closing her class. She was just the one that maybe was the most uncomfortable at the surface. Just a little tighter in the way she goes and moves, but boy, on the standstill, that's a beautiful fronted one that still has some body volume to her there as well. Just one I wish went just a little more, I guess, athletic fashion, a little better there at the surface relative to their classmates. But interesting class, nice class winner there up top.
We got a pair of single entries over here in our age division, so I'm going to talk about each particular class winner before we reveal what our division champion is going to be. Kind of the 4-year-old, I guess, cow coming up front here. Really impressive. This pair is one that I think it's refreshing to see one that we look at the cow herself. She's so perfect in terms of her balance, in terms of her proportions. She's strong top. She's really level out of her hip. Her hip and hind leg posture is very aesthetically pleasing. And those attributes that I admire so much about that cow, she's definitely translated to the next generation, because that heifer calf on her side certainly emulates the type of striking look from the profile that I like about in her mother. And I think we take a look at that cow. Her bag's still pretty nice, a little long in her teats, and maybe I want to also point out the fact that I like the shape to her horn, and I think that maybe kind of really caps off that elegant look this female has here from the profile. Then we talk about the older cow here, and obviously she's a 2008 model. And I think what's interesting about this particular female is that she really exemplifies the longevity and kind of the longevity that's been a hallmark of this breed. This cow is in fabulous rig for this age, and one that's built right in terms of her structure, gets out here and covers the ground well. The suspension to her bag is certainly very good for a cow this old, and I like the fact that that one has held up so well in terms of being presented in her working clothes. and still having this kind of ring presence out here. She's maybe a little bit more off in terms of her hip and hind leg. Same story, we take a look at her calf, but that's a very impressive female as well. So I like the young ladies up front. She's going to be our champion. We'll follow with the group out of number 2 here. They'll be reserved.
Well, congratulations. In ring 2, we have the results of your mature female division. Champion goes back number 5165, SKH Chrysalis and Chaparral Cattle Company. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 5167, Sheriff Family Longhorns with HI High Fives Dreamcatcher. Congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break here in ring 2. We'll return back with your bull show.
Another very good class, and again, a deep class, lots of good cattle all the way through. And I do give up a little more power with this one we lead off with, but I think where we gain is just smoothness and everything and how it all fits together and blends. A neat heifer in terms of just being awfully maternal out here. Her depth and her smoothness are very, very good. I think her foot angle and the way she sets and goes is still very, very appropriate. She's big enough in terms of her upper hip and pin, and then she stops and brings her together. Everything just falls in line and blends a little better than the one riding behind her. No doubt about it, that's a stoutie sitting there in second. That one's massive hip, that one's massive body, and yet to still be as stout as what she is, she can get and go when she's not as worked up and laying like you need her to, but she's a little more pronounced in her shoulder. She does want to drive it ever so slightly, just a little more out of her rear skeleton at times, but boy, big-bodied, stout-made, dimensional animal that's still got a lot of quality look to her. The red one's a hard one for me because I like the way she's designed it in terms of her foot. I like her smoothness there as well. Probably just comparatively not as opened up in terms of body shape as either one of those two ahead of her. She wants to close up just a little more for me personally when I go from behind, but still a nice kind of a female. Beautiful female here just from the standstill, and if you don't have to have them established, but I personally like them, you can move her up quite a bit higher because, boy, she is deep. She is great to look at, and her feet and legs work very appropriately. She's just a shot and arrow for me all the way through. Modern freight one here that comes next. It's got some boldness about her. Very fresh and honest in her composition as well. Wants to work and push out of her front end a little more than I'd like her to. Like to set her down in her tailhead and complete her there. Another one here that's modern in her kind and soft in her body. She wants to close up from her pins and close up as you see her from behind. Got just a pinch more condition starting to work there in her chest and shoulder. Alongside her one here we close with that's got some width up high. I just want to accommodate what I feel is her mature frame size with a touch more softness all the way through. But again, a nice kind of a heifer that's got some neat pieces, just not quite soft enough for me, but good classic cattle.
Well, congratulations in ring 1, class 14. First place to go to back number 8060 T-Bar S. Miss Showgirl 1027J, exhibited by Rory Rook of Lamar, Missouri. Second place went to back number 8061, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 8063, exhibited by J.C. Forbes. Fourth place will go to back number 8065, exhibited by Kylie Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Fifth place went to back number 8064, exhibited by Braden Owen of Princeton, Kentucky. Sixth place, back number 8068, exhibited by Tegan Bird. And seventh place went to back number 8066, Jet Baker. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds for Division 5. This will be senior heifer calves.
Got to a nice division of falls as we got to evaluate. Again, I think two class winners. They end up being similar just from the standpoint of probably neither one of them you'd call the most dimensional within their class or in here, but still two cattle I still think are appropriate in that measure, but still handle themselves in terms of angulation of shoulder and feet and legs pretty well. I think both of them land very, very comfortably in terms of their rear step. And so you start to try to find different dissecting measures between between these two. Obviously, one's probably a little more overwhelming in terms of depth and sweep to her body, whereas the other one probably in terms of just little pieces of balance and comfort out here. She does some things really neat and really well when you get her on the standstill, especially, boy, she can come together and look nice. And so, again, I don't care which way you go with these two. I think both of them are very good. And they are my two favorites amongst this group. One that just grabs me and hits me a little harder is the one here at the front of our line. A young lady she'll be our champion in this division. Young lady at Class 2 will be reserve.
Well, congratulations in our senior heifer calf division. Your champion goes to back number 8057, exhibited by Alexandria Raub of Markle, Indiana. And reserve champion will go to back number 8060, exhibited by Rory Rook of Lamar, Missouri. We'll now bring in Class 16. This will be intermediate heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2021.
Got a good pair of them here within this class, and you can go back and forth. And really, they're in different rig and condition. One of them you can call fresher, but honestly, she use a little more on her. And the other one's just right there, maybe 1230, could be a little fresher. But boy, again, just where you are on moderation of frame, or where you like one a little bigger. I like the more modern one here the young lady has in terms of just smoothness and softness all the way through. Still sets and goes, I think, in a very, very comfortable manner. Like I said, she's right there on the edge of, you know, wanting to lean her up there, but we got a nice job of getting everything put together on that one. She gives you a really high quality look when she's out here. Female we're going to run here in second, the young guy has, I love just the neck shape, the hip dimension of this one, and still walks very, very good on her feet and legs as well. Like to soften her up for what I see as her mature size and frame. She's a bigger gal, but boy, a big one that's still got some power and some flexibility to them. So very nice pair of heifers that are going to end up representing this division.
Well, congratulations in Class 16. This will also be your champion intermediate heifer. Champion goes back number 8072, Contessa Princess J10J1ET, exhibited by Colton David Cox of Little Switzerland, North Carolina. And second place in reserve in this division will go to back number 8069, exhibited by Jet Baker of Stewart, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 18. This will be late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2021. Well, back over in ring 2, we're getting started with your Texas Longhorn Bull Show. Class in the ring will be class 22. These are bulls born May through June of preceding calendar year.
Well, a pair of kind of younger bull calves to get started off with here. I landed on the young lady's bull. I think just a little further along in terms of the way that he's made. He's more prominent in his crest to his neck. He reads more masculine in terms of his feature. And I still think that bull's got just more total body volume as we set him there through his midrib. Now, if I could make him even better, I'd see him tidied up a little bit through his chest forward and leveled up out of his hip. He's maybe just a little low in his pin set. Bull that comes in second corrects my class winner because he is just more aesthetically pleasing in his hip and hind leg posture. He's a little closer to level in terms of from that hooks to pin set. And I still think that bull's very sound structured in the way that he's built. Just probably going to need a little bit more time. He's just not quite as masculine in terms of his feature. A bull that maybe reads a little bit plainer as we study him through the base of his quarter and stifle.
Another good class to get into these breds here, and really a lot of good cattle, but you just don't need to make it too hard. We can pick apart these two and trade the hair coats and debate all we want, but that's just good livestock here that leads off this class. She doesn't want to be with the program, it doesn't look like, but boy, when he stops and puts her together there, it just makes it easy. She's soft, she's smooth, she's big-legged, she's big-footed. You get behind that female, even though she's not the most shapely, what you got one behind her, she still leads with some squareness and some comfortable stuff. She still lays back in her knee and her shoulder. Again, you wish your attitude was a touch better, but her quality's on point, and she's a neat individual. Female we're going to run here next in second. Please don't sleep on this one, because boy, that square hip, that bold body, she does some good things there, and still handles herself, I think, skeletally very, very well. Again, yeah, a little more chest and shoulder, maybe more pronounced about her tail head, but her fundamentals read very, very correctly and right. To be as stout as she is, she still handles her mobility very, very well. Stout, powerful one here that, again, if we move differently out of our hip and hind leg, she makes this class that much more interesting, because from her hooks forward, that one's as good as any of them in terms of just body volume, the way she lays into her shoulder, the quality of her front end, and the quality of her look is very, very good. I just want to modify the way she gets and goes. She wants to duck ever so slightly, set up beneath her just a touch there. A bigger heifer here, but smooth and deep, in the right rig though, still. Probably doesn't handle herself quite as comfortably off of her rear skeleton as I like her to. Gets a little dish maybe in their loin. A moderate frame one here that's just got a lot of good cow value and pieces, just like everything in this class though, but just a touch plainer all the way through as you get to study her in terms of her look. I hate to put this one down here because she's still good livestock. Deep centered, good out of her hip. Just one who wants to close up underneath a little more for me in her heart and forehead. Probably the one that looks the most uncomfortable moving of this set of females there as well. But outstanding class, neat pair there up top.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Longhorn ring, we have the results of class 22. First place went to back number 5170, exhibited by Walker Hance. And second place went to back number 5169, exhibited by Braylon Miller. Now currently in ring 2, we have class 23. These are bulls born March through April of the preceding calendar year. Back over in the balancer ring, we have the results of class 18 late spring yearling heifers. This will also be your champion late spring yearling heifer. First place and champion goes back number 8075, exhibited by Huck Hands of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second in reserve champion went to 8079, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. Third place in that class will go to back number 8074, Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Fourth place went to back number 8077, exhibited by Bryn Nickel of Clearfield, Iowa. Fifth place went to back number 8073, exhibited by Abigail Show. And sixth place in that class went to back number 8078, exhibited by Spencer Wolochowski of Overton, Nebraska. Now currently in ring 1, we're bringing in class 20, the junior year heavens, born January and February of 2021.
We get nice trio bulls out here. They're all kind of different, so I think they make a good stakes to start for each one of these particular bulls. Landon on the bull who wins this particular class, he's kind of fighting a halter, just not being a good teammate out here and showing himself off. But I thought he was the best combination of just true muscle and structural greatness. He's just got more shape and muscle to him with the bull in third, and I still think he's built from a skeletal standpoint that the bull winds up in the second. He's certainly longer out of his hip. I think his muscle lays onto his framework. It's a little more conducive to structural correctness, and that bull becomes in second there. And I think he's just quite a bit smoother at the point of his shoulder blade than the bull in second and two. Now, give him a little bit more depth of body. I think maybe he looks like coming to town, he's a little hauled out here. Or sometimes you get these bull calves and they'll do that. They're just not wanting to cooperate, but I still think that's a pretty good bull. Boy, there's a tremendous amount of power when the bull resides in second. This guy is as aggressive in the shape and tone that he's got to his muscle and quarter of any of the cattle that have come out here today. I like his high color a little better than the bull that ends up here in third. But for me, more than anything, just the performance that he represents is very intriguing. Now, he's a little stilty in terms of the angle of the shoulder blade, like a lot of cattle that push the envelope in terms of height of shoulder. Bull that's a little coarser in his tailhead and maybe could be a little looser out of his hock as well. Kind of comes with the territory of all that muscle that he has. I like the depth of body. I think the count, the bull that ends up in third looks like one to make great replacement females if they emulate his depth of body, his moderation and practicality. I like the testicle size of that bull awfully well. Gets a little plainer as we set him up to his front end, but more than anything, he pairs up a little closer to the point of his hock. That kind of tells the story of him just running out of muscle mass compared to the cattle that's in front of him.
Well, congratulations in class 23 over here in ring 2. After the results of your bull class 1 March through April. First place was back number 51-71. This is WIC Next Big Deal. Entered and shown by Randy and Catherine Morris. Second place was back number 51-72. Exhibited by Walker Haynes. Third place goes back number 51-73. Exhibited by Ryan and Devin Culpepper. Now coming in ring 2, the class 24, those will be bulls born January through February of the preceding calendar year. After this class, we'll bring in our first and second, and our judge, Mr. Jonathan Clerk, will select his champion reserve junior bull.
Well, I like this top trio of cattle awfully well. I think it's pretty thought-provoking in some places, but I still was very confident to land on this ladies bull who wins the class. First things first, hard to miss the height quality of this guy. And they did a great job in terms of the daily care. This guy's almost got like a lustrous kind of glow to his hide out here. It makes it kind of really caps off the quality that this guy has. That's not why I use him. The reason I like this bull to win is because he's muscular, he's powerful, he's built right in the structure, and he's still a really big body bull out here that's awfully sound in terms of his feet and legs. Like now, a lot of cattle have a little bit more stretch and extension. He can get a little agitated with his tongue, but a little easy in his spine. That didn't bother me. I think it's also a function of the fact that he's just so sound structured that manifests in him getting a little easy in terms of his top. I like the balance of the bull that resides in second. He does have more skeletal strength built into his top line. He's got a lot of muscle shape, like the cattle that stand on either side. I really think he'll be a little bit more manly in terms of the feature to his skull and his neck. He's more prominent in his crest and the bull that stands in that three-hole there. Probably just doesn't have the body or the bone to match my impressive class winner. Bull that comes in third, this guy can really draw a striking pose here from the profile because he's so long-throated, really extended. Despite that bull being a long-sided, long-body bull, he's still just extremely strong in the way that he pulls together his top line. I like that antagonism of that particular bull there. I hope he bellies down in some time, but I think today he's just a little bit more juvenile in his heart and his flank. He just doesn't balance up with the depth of the cattle that stand directly in front of him. Good structure bull that comes as fourth. Big and extended his time. He's got some performance. I'd like to give him more body to accommodate his added size. He looks a little leggy out here today. Perhaps it's just he's going through a growth phase. I think if he kind of fleshes up, he'll be a nice one. Bull that comes next in five is really masculine, very pronounced in his crest, like the testicle size of him. He's a little bit stowed up in his front end. I think this is predicated by the fact that he's just a little upright in terms of his shoulder, and consequently a little more abbreviated in his step off either end. We complete the class with one that's really long body and level out of his hip. I certainly like that about him. He's getting a little longer in his toe. A bull that probably gives up just body volume and muscle compared to his contemporaries.
Another good class. Again, very competitive all the way through. You don't manage them this long, not to have some good ones left when you get to this age and this stage in development here. You can go back and forth between these two. But I guess where I'm siding with things is I do wish for show cattle have this one's rib cage, not just a combination of the rib cage, but a flexibility go along with it. And I think that's why I prefer that. That's just for true cow. From one end to the other, as you get to studying that one. And yes, she's more pronounced with her shoulder as those you see sitting ahead of her. I challenge you to get in behind her, and she matches that when you get in behind her. Still sets down, has some regulation, sets down on her feet the right way. No, she's not going to the cutest contest in terms of her head and shoulder. That's just a true cow to make you know that can really get it going. I love how heavy duty and functional she is. If you've got to have a better front, this is your option here. She is so long neck, she put a stunning look from the side out here, and she is flatter underneath her with her shoulder, but it all makes sense because she's also flatter about her heart and forehead, not as pronounced as a true natural rib shape up high. Got on the belly field, babies helping her there. She's still pretty big pin, and I'm being picky of some really good cattle because that one's studied in high quality there. I just like to have one just more opened up naturally up high in terms of boldness like that class one is, but you can take your pick there and switch them. I wouldn't argue with you. After everyone have here next, third, I know she's probably giving up a little more condition and performance. I like her quality, I like her skeletal quality, I like her structural quality amongst this group. But she's just kind of honest in her condition, honest in what she is all the way through. Yeah, she gets out-tired by those two, but that's still very good kind of lifestyle. Female that comes here next, bold and burly in terms of her middle. She just wants to get outside of herself a little much up front, like to make it a little conservative in that way to make her handle it a little more comfortably. But boy, again, one that's really good in terms of her body makeup, but got the right kind of stoutness and frame size. Female that comes next, again, one that's got a lot of width and softness to her. A little quicker up front for me, probably just wants to be a little awkward the way she utilizes her hind leg as she gets on the go, but still quality individual in a very tough class. Female coming around next, giving young lady hard times at times. Again, the length is good. She's got some upper hip and upper rib cage to her. just doesn't all blend as well, a little more pronounced in her chest, wants to come back into her forerib a little more awkwardly and just kind of work up at her spine. Long-sided heifer here, I like the way her head and neck sets on her shoulder. She's still one I think that's going to land and sound all day long, just not the same kind of look and presence as those cattle that sit right there ahead of her. Outstanding class, neat pair there up top.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in ring 2, we have the results of Class 24 in your Texas Longhorn show. First place went to back number 5179, LR Billy Bob CP, exhibited by Walker Hance. Second place in that class was back number 5176, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. Currently in ring 2, our judge, Mr. John DeClerc, is going to select his champion reserve junior bulls. Back over in the balancer ring, we have the results from Class 20. This was also Division 8, your junior yearling heifer division. First in champion in the division will be back number 8081, TR Empress 111 JET, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. Second place in reserve in that division goes back number 8089, exhibited by Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas, with Miss Shootout 111 JET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now in the balancer ring, going to bring in your final class and final division. This will be Class 22 senior yearling heifers born September to December of 2020.
We get a nice first division here of these bull calves. If you folks standing ringside, please help me congratulate these exhibitors with a round of applause. Yeah, just to reiterate and to talk about those class winners again, the bull that won the first class would like the depth of body, the looseness, the structural make out here. He probably doesn't organize himself with quite the balance of the cattle that stand on either side of him. He deviates a little out the back side of his shoulder, gets a little low in terms of his pin bone, but certainly like the structure and the body that he represents. Big fan of the bull that wins class 2. I think this guy's got a bright future in front of him. I make that forecast based on the fact that he's long and extended up front. He's big and bulky down his top line. That trend continues. We get behind the cattle, and he follows suit by gauging wide at the ground. A little bit more immature out here today in terms of his rib and his flank. You know, he's maybe wanting to fight the halter a little bit, so it's tough to get the best read on him. He's not the most articulate out of his hind leg. He's a little stiffer in the way he uses his hock and his pasture there. Might be, again, because he's just not wanting to be the best teammate and cooperate with the showman. Bull that wins the third class, talked about just how great he was, and certainly appreciate that guy's hide character in terms of just the quality and then the just aesthetic appeasingness of that particular hide. But boy, that's a big-bodied, massive bull that still handles himself awfully well in terms of his feet and legs. Like many really loose-structured, long-sided cattle, perhaps he gets just a little easy in his top line. That's being pretty critical. The bull that was second in that class has certainly put himself together with more strength, and he certainly was a heavy-muscled, masculine, big testicle bull, but maybe didn't match the extra depth of body and sheer performance of the class winners. So I like that pair awfully well. We're going to keep them together. Young lady's going to be our champion. We'll follow the second down there for reserve.
We're thinking about waiting for the doctor a minute, but he cut it short here. So we'll talk about our single entry here. Big bodied, high volume. I love the udder design of this one, the way it all blends and goes. Still very appropriate, her hip and her hind leg. Big legs, big feet to go off of. No, she's not the longest and most extended, but again, shoulder back. Very good animal. Lots of good fundamental things about her. Definitely stand more competition.
Well, congratulations in ring 2 results of your junior bull division. Champion will go to back number 5179. LR Billy Bob CP, exhibited and shown by Walker Hance. Reserve in that division, back number 5176. TJD Alley Cat, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to bring in your next class. This will be Class 27. Bulls born September through December of the second preceding calendar year. Back over in the balancer ring, the results of your senior yearling heifer division. Champion will go to back number 8091. Eris 004H, exhibited by Cal Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. At this time in the balancer ring, we are going to bring in all of your firsts and seconds. And our judge, Mr. Brandon Callis, will be selecting his grand champion balancer female. While we have a minute over here in the balancer ring, we would like to introduce to you the American Galvey Junior Association Board of Directors. Your president is J.C. Forbes, Vice President Madeline Welsh, VP of Leadership, Sadie Morris. Secretary, Lily Judd. Treasurer, Preston Dunn. Directors are Isabel Lowe, Jaylee Pope, Drew Stock, and Gentry Warner. Exec officio is Rochelle Anderson, and Ambassador, Madeline Johnson. For those of you sitting ringside, let's put our hands together for the Junior Board of Directors here in the Galvey Association. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they enter the ring, let's put our hands together for all of our division champions here in our Junior Balancer show. Coming in out of your first division, your champion was exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. Coming in out of the next division, champion was exhibited by Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. Coming in out of the next division, your division champion exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. The next division champion was exhibited by back number 8072, Colton David Cox of Little Switzerland, North Carolina. Your next division, your champion was exhibited by Huck Hansa, Lawton, Oklahoma. Out of the junior yearling heifer division, champion was exhibited by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma. And coming in out of your final division, champion exhibited by Kel Cook, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, is in the Jim Norick Arena. Let's put our hands together for all of our division champions here in our Junior Balancer show.
We got a nice pair of bulls on our Longhorn side here. The bull to win's just quite a bit more masculine in terms of his feature. He's certainly been dealt just more total body volume, and that's helped him accomplish the more impressive weight per day of age. You get behind the cattle, I don't know if he's just the most intense, but that bull's still spread with some width at his pins, and he's certainly got a lot of muscle volume that he drapes over his framework in a way that still enables him to get out here and go awfully well. Now, he plants a little wide up front in terms of his frontal base width, and I do wish he planted his hind leg with more conviction and authority. Perhaps we could level him up out of his hip just a little bit, but that's a big, good-looking bull with a lot of power and still built pretty good in terms of his structure. Bull that comes in second's more honest in his condition. I value that fact about this guy. I think he's pretty big testicled as well, although he maybe just isn't quite as just impressive in terms of the shape to the top side of his neck. He's not as masculine in that regard. More than anything, this guy just gives up some body volume. We get behind the cattle, not quite as massive all the way throughout.
Well, congratulations in ring 2 results of class 27. First place goes to back number 5181. This is Nitty Gritty CP, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. In second place, we'll go to back number 5180, King of Clovers CP, and Simon Lee Teal. We'll now look to see class 28. These will be bulls born May through August of the second preceding calendar year. For those of you sitting ringside, we would like to invite you all to the Sale Barn Arena for the AGA National Galvey and Balancer Sale. This will be Monday night, January 2nd at 6 p.m. If you can't be there with us, join us online at liveauctions.tv. We'd also like to remind you to be sure to stop by the Performance Arena at 3 p.m. today for the Breeders' Choice Galvey Bull Futurity and the People's Choice Balancer Bull Futurity. Again, that's today in the Performance Arena at 3 p.m.
Very, very impressive set of balancer heifers we have here, and again, been fun. Lots of good ones out here. I'll be brief as we go through them. This one that won that first division, that was a big division. That was a good division, and those that have fed cattle before, and those that probably know me, I'm not big on getting too hot and into babies, but this one makes you think about it a little bit, because her quality, her neatness, just some of the things she puts together as you've gone through the day. Maybe others don't quite get there in terms of just head quality, shoulder angle, and the way she goes underneath is very, very, very good. I guess the hard part is she going to continue to do that on throughout maturity? That's the question you have with those young ones. Again, that one's got some special and some neat pieces to her. Just got to figure out where my comfort level is on getting too into a baby there. But boy, that one sure makes you think about it pretty hard. Heifer that came out of that next division, again, really, really burly built, just fundamental is what I still like about her. You turn this one out, you watch her go, she just stays the same. Very mobile, very flexible, very opened up. Again, show aesthetic, show look, pleasing out here. Maybe not the same kind of hind leg quality we find in some of these other cattle around her, but still, I think very deserving of being out here and gonna make a heck of a cow, and still got a good show heifer life left in her. Female that's rounding out now, again, another one of those ones, a lot of the parts and pieces and the way they go together are scripted very, very well with her, and still one that's got some body shape. You could say she has enough of everything, and then for a guy like me, you could say, boy, we could add just a little here and stouten her up just a little there, loosen her up ever so slightly here or there, but boy, she pulls that one together. The silhouette she puts together, the quality she possesses is very, very good. Had a summer heifer here that came out, again, just very smooth made, good in terms of her body shape. She's got some real thickness to her. Still handles her feet and leg quite well. Just a touch staler for being in terms of condition. I like to just lean her up ever so slightly, but still, for her kind, though, it's hard because the easy doing ones is what we like out in the pasture. We got here and get a little hard on them. She's still probably one for me. I lean up just a shade. Heifer that came out next, giving Cowboy a hard time. Again, I love just her presence, her quality, her look and feature, and even underneath the presentation, you watch her go from behind. There's some skeletal width and some width underneath within that heifer. I like her feet and the way they go. She's not as stout as this tank that sits right here behind her as you get to studying her, but I don't think we could ever call that a narrow one for any measure or imagine as well. Just love her look, her balance, her quality out here. Stout when they came out of that tough division, again, that was a good pair of them. Again, just a tank on wheels, for lack of a better phrase. Just a lot of body, a lot of boldness to that one, but to be as opened up as she is, I think the impressive thing is she actually gets and goes and sets her feet down in a good way. Again, I made the comment, I'm here with you on the other side of the fence showing these things sometimes, and you would love to see one that's got some good cow value, still get a piece of the pie out here, and again, that one there just opens up well. No, she's not as tidy-chested, no, she's not as neat in her shoulder, no, she does not take the prettiest picture, but I think when we turn these things out and make them do what they're supposed to do, that one's probably as good as any in terms of just her tonnage, yet her flexibility and her function there as well. Had a single entry in that next division, again, smooth made, big-legged, big feet, gets and goes well, just a little more compact out here as you compare it to the competition, but still a quality individual. I think from shoulder back is built incredibly well. Our cow, our pair we had to let off today, again, a neat way to lead off today still. I love her look. I like her presence out here. Got a really neat, promising calf on her side. It really helps sell that pair quite a bit. Again, she is opened up and powerful with some of these? No, but again, she's in a different rig and condition, but yet she's still doing a very, very, very good job. So I think a really, really good set of them. I'm pretty good with one of them. Again, I think she puts a lot of good together, and I'd say, for lack of better phrase, it's just kind of game day for her out here. Then we'll get and debate on a couple other ones out here and see what I'm the safest with. But you got to learn to fight her just a little longer, son, because you got our champion balancer here.
We got a nice pair of Longhorn bulls over here. I want to commend both these bulls for being presented really honest and in kind of their worker clothes out here. Both these guys look like they could go cover cows, and I think that's refreshing. Sometimes we get these big show bulls so fat, look like they'd have to be on a diet before they could actually physically mount a cow. Both these bulls, you can see some crease of their stifles, some contour from their shoulder and their foreribs, so they're both presented in the manner that I like to see. There's just more to the bull that wins. He's bigger hip, he's got more spread to his pin. I read more mass up high, and he follows suit from behind through the base of his quarter as well. I think he's also freer of fluid from his hock and just reads a little bit more long-term in terms of his hind leg design. He's more accurate. He stays within himself, and I think he's a bull that's going to hold up well in terms of production. Bull that comes in second has probably got just more spread from tip to tip in terms of his horns. He's maybe not as nice in his shape as our class winner. Like our winner, I like the fact that he's one that's really long-bodied and extended in his kind. You know, he's one that gets a little bit just hollowed out back there through his flank line. More than anything, this guy's starting to get a little puffy in terms of his rear joints there, and like to take out that swelling, starting to plant maybe just a little outside of himself as he tracks away from me, but a nice pair of bulls in that class.
We'll bring the second in that division in, and again, square build, athletic, livestock, maybe not the same little pieces of balance tucked in as what you like, but again, I think for me personally, it's down to the one up front, the one that was in division right behind our winner. Again, two totally opposites, but I respect them for the quality they are. You know, it's easy to stick with the cute, fresh one that's neat. I too fight with my own weight problems as well and staying as fresh as I once did, so I see where you're coming from with the big cow here. We're going to use the red-headed young man here to be the reserve.
Well, congratulations in our junior balancer show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Your champion will go to Huck Hansa Lawton, Oklahoma with Roxanne J122. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 8081, TR Empress 111 JET. Exhibited and owned by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We do have the results back over in ring 2 from class 28 in your Texas Longhorn Bull Show. First place went to back number 5183, HD Gunnison, exhibited by DLP Solutions Partnership. And second place in that class went to back number 5182, exhibited by Gavin Schwemke. We're now bringing in class 29. This is bulls born January through April of the second preceding calendar year.
Well, just a single entry, but a bull that certainly could stand some competition. This guy's one that I really like, just the depth of body, the fleshing ability that he represents, and he's still really masculine and pronounced at the top side of his crest there. I like the shape to his head, a big testicle bull there. Certainly hope that his daughters emulate the functionality that he represents, because I think he certainly could be a bull that could have a big impact in terms of a breeding program. We get behind the cattle, he's starting to cake up with a little bit more white tissue there around his pin bones, and maybe pairs up a little narrower at his hock than I term to be ideal, but boy, that guy has got a very photogenic look here from the profile and a lot of practicality to boot.
Well, congratulations in class 29. First place goes to back number 5184, Hondo 10 Bar and Danley Cattle Incorporated. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior bull. After this division, we are going to bring those junior bulls in, and we'll select the grand and reserve grand champion, Texas Longhorn Bull.
We got a nice set of senior bulls over here in our Longhorn show. I'd like to congratulate these exhibitors. Please help me and give these guys a big round of applause. It's kind of one of those thought-provoking decisions out here, and I'm kind of torn because there's a lot of different cattle out here that I like. We just reiterate and talk about our class winners one more time. The discussion starts with this bull up front, and I have to acknowledge the fact that, boy, he's one that's really nice in terms of his hide. Young lady, I can tell you've worked on him pretty hard. You've got him really good looking in terms of just the lustrous look that he's got there to his hide, but I like the condition that he's in. That's a long-fronted bull that's still really masculine. Generally, we make these things sleek and elegant up front. We kind of take away that manly look, and this guy's one that's extended, but still got a good turn to his crest. He's a big-bodied, muscular bull that I still think maybe got a little extra condition on him, but I think he's more than appropriate there. He's the heaviest muscle bull of the cattle out here, and I still think that he's the most attractive as we study him here from the side. Now he comes away, or I guess when he walks directly at me, he'll pigeon toe, and his front foot will kind of turn in just a little bit. You'll notice that he parks his front feet a little wide, standing still here. Maybe we could see leveler out of his hip, but boy, that's an awfully good-looking, muscular bull that I think can really do a lot of interesting things from a breeding program because he's just chock full of quality. Bull that wins the second class is my favorite in terms of his structure. I think he's longer and leveler hip than the bull that wins class 3. I think he's got more slope and angle to his shoulder than the bull that wins the first class. Like our first class winner, I like the fact that he's presented honest in terms of his condition. I just don't know if he moves the needle as much from a breeding value standpoint. I don't think he's as extreme in terms of his look up front as the bull that wins class 1. He's not as muscular as that bull. He's probably just not as deep and sappy bellied as the bull that wins class 3. So I like the problem-free nature that he has, but I don't know if he's one that's going to contribute quite as well to a breeding program. Third class bull, third winner here is deep-bodied, really practical. I think when he's stopped and parked and loined, he really draws up nice. I like the testicle size. I like how prominent he is in his crest. Certainly like the shape to his horn as well. You know, for me, he's a bull that I wonder if we kick him off show feed if he'll look quite as impressive. Because when I get behind the cattle, underneath that extra condition, he reads just a little plainer in terms of his shape. He pairs up a little narrow at the point of his hock, and it's the same thing we study in there to his pin bone. We could probably change him a little bit that way. So I like the body, the balance. Just wonder when he's kicked out on cows in his working clothes, is he going to look quite as nice as he does today? So nice trio of bulls out here. Several things you could do. I like the young lady's bull out of class 1. He'll be our champion. We're going to follow class 3 for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in your senior division. Your champion will go to back number 5181. That's Nitty Gritty CP, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. And reserve champion coming out of class 29, also exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated with Hondo 10 Bar. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in our junior bulls and keep the senior bulls in the ring. And our judge will select his grand and reserve grade champion, Texas Longhorn Bull. Currently in ring 1, we are having a photo backdrop break. In just a few minutes, we will get started with your Junior Galvey show.
Well, first, I want to certainly extend my compliments to these exhibitors. We've had a remarkable bull show, and it certainly kind of caps off a great female show this morning. My hat's off to you folks here. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Yeah, I'll tell you that just following this breed the last 10 years, it is nothing short of remarkable and staggering the amount of genetic progress that's been made in the last decade. So I certainly want to certainly tell my congratulations to the breeders and everybody involved in putting these cattle together. You've made leaps and bounds in terms of quality, and these cattle look phenomenal out here. And I'll tell you that, yeah, let's give all the breeders a round of applause. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we get out here to this lineup, and there's 3 bulls that I like awfully well, and it comes down to some of those fine lines. I don't know if anybody did what I did last year or last night for New Year's. I watched the Ohio State game with the Georgia, and I'll tell you what, those 2 teams were so incredible. And the difference between winning and losing was so fine. I mean, the difference between those 2 teams is just probably going to come down to just who's playing a little better on that day, because they're both elite. And I think there's 3 bulls out here that are in that caliber. It's just going to come down to the eye of the beholder and what you're looking for. Everybody's got a little different objectives that they've got, and I'm just going to describe what I think those guys look like and kind of tell you the differences and pick the 2 that I like the best. So the bull that wins the first division, you know, this bull is the one that best combines structure and dimension. And I always feel, for me as a breeder, we're at home breeding cattle there. Those are the 2 attributes that are really tough to put together and will always keep you in business. Cattle that are moved right and have got some power and some thickness in terms of the beef business. And this guy does that. I still think he's one that does that with some style in terms of what his hide looks like out here. He's a long-fronted bull that, despite being so long-bodied, he's still equipped with enough depth of rib to balance up highly effectively here from the profile. And then when we get behind the cattle, what I like is that's the more muscular bull of the division winners, and he's also laid in smoother in terms of his shoulder. And I think that gives him more mating versatility long-term. I'm more confident in that bull in terms of his calving knees perspective because he's laid in better in his shoulder, and I think he's the structural upgrade of the pair of bulls that won their division as well. He gets a little easy in his top line, a little lackadaisical the longer he stands. That comes with the territory of all that extra length of body, which I like because I like cattle that got performance, but maybe at the end of a halter it makes him a little tougher to stay perked up and quite as collected as the bulls that are also out here too. I also really like the bull that was reserved in that division. That second place bull, or a reserve Division I bull, this guy has got the muscle and the power, and he portrays it to the same level the bull that directly in front of him, but he's actually stronger spine. He's actually more masculine in terms of his head and neck. He's got that rugged breeding bull look. I like the testicle size of that guy. He's one that's really heavy duty in terms of his foot size and his bone work. Made really nice in terms of his feet and legs. A bull that probably gets a little bit more immature. He cinches up in his heart and his flank. That compromises his balance a little bit compared to the 2 pair of bulls there in front of him. But boy, I think that one's got a bright future in front of him. He probably just needs a little bit more time to fill out in that bottom line, but that's an awfully good bull here. The other bull I really like is the bull that wins the second division there. He's one that really can strike a pose here from the profile. I can't tell you how just downright impressive to make cattle this long and chiseled out through their front end and still masculine and got that kind of man look about their head and neck. This guy's another one that's great in terms of his hide. It's very aesthetically pleasing. Like the bull in front of him, he's long-bodied and still got enough depth of rib to balance up awfully well from the profile. I don't think he's quite as square in his pin as the bull in front of him, but the turn to his shape and quarters is awfully good here from the profile. He would get in front of the cattle. I think he parks a little wide and wants to pigeon toe just a little bit up front. He's maybe just not the most articulate in terms of his hip and hind leg. I'd actually make a little longer hip to match the length of body that he has, but an awful good bull there as well. So outstanding lineup, folks. Those 3 are the ones I like really well. You could do a lot of different things. I'm going to use the young lady out of Division I for champion. Division II is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Texas Longhorn bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress comes out of your junior bull division. Champion was back number 5179, LR Billy Bob CP, entered in shown by Walker Hands. Reserve in that division, And reserve overall is going to go out of the senior division. Back number 5181 Nitty Gritty CP, exhibited by Danley Cattle Incorporated. Again, congratulations to our bull exhibitors. We'll now look to bring in Class 34. This will be Produce of Dam, followed by Class 35, Get a Sire.
We get a nice pair of heifers out here. I think a pair of them, you can tell that obviously the genetic lineage of them is very comparable. That cow's done a good job of stamping just that type of hip and hind leg, the body, the practicality that we're after there. A very promising future in front of both these females in production. My congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. First place in our Produce of Dam will go to back number 5185, entered and shown by Randy and Catherine Morris.
Well, just one single entry out here in our Get a Sire class. Again, certainly like the quality, and you can see that the comparable these cattle are. Very uniform in terms of the way they're organized from a build standpoint. Probably my favorite feature of these three cattle is their structure. I think these cattle are built for the long term. They've got slope and angle to their shoulder, good set to their knee. They get out and go with a lot of athleticism. Maybe a little difference in terms of just how far along the bull's a little leaner yet. He's a little younger, but I think he's certainly got a good future in front of him, looking at what of his kind of sisters look like over here. So my congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our Get a Sire class. First place to go to back number 5186. Also exhibited by Randy and Catherine Morris. That does conclude our Texas Longhorn show. For those of you sitting in the stands, let's put our hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. John DeClerc of College Station, Texas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to get started with your Junior Galvy Female Show. Our judge this afternoon, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. We'll get started with Class 1. This will be cow calves born January 1st to August 31st of 2020.
Another good way to kick off our Galvy show here. And boy, again, a very, very neat cow. Talk about dimensional and body shape is very correct and right. I love her composition, where she is there. Head and neck shape is good, but probably what I get the most excited about is watching her go. Her feet and legs, her angularity, very, very appropriate. Awesome uddered as you'd expect, and baby's obviously benefiting from all that. A big-bodied one there at her side that's got some promise as well. So very, very competitive, very high-quality pair to kick off our show.
Well, congratulations in our first class in our Junior Galvy show and your champion cow-calf. We'll go to back number 8111, Honey Stick H10, exhibited by Brecton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 3. This will be spring heifer calves born May 1st to June 30th of 2022.
Another interesting class. Again, some debate I would have with anybody who wanted to talk about it. But I do think this one that leads off our class, just a good complement of things in terms of her width, her smoothness. I think one is still feminine and elegant out here, but yet you get it, and there's still some squareness, some boldness of the body. Sets down there at the surface in a good fashion there as well. For me, the debate was with these next two, and again, I give up maybe a little size to get just a little more robust look for me. Again, her boldness of center is just a touch better. Probably a little more appropriate in her shoulder angle and the way she sets her knee onto her body. Obviously, a little cleaner chested and makes her a little neater to look at, but she's a shot moderate, and that's where your question is with her. Is she little or is she ripe for her birthday? I don't know, but boy, she's just a shot moderate out here as well. The red one here, a little more elevation to her. Her depth of body is very, very good. Still sets down on her hind leg and her foot in a very, very good manner. Comes together in her spine. A little higher in her tail head. More so for me, I like to lay her back in that shoulder, maybe clean her up at the base of that chest, open her up just a shade as she goes. And that's where, again, this one that closes the class, it's hard to say this is a fourth place heifer because she's better than that. That one opens up well. She's got some boldness and some cow value to her, just not the same kind of look and presence we find in those cattle right there on the top end ahead of her. But a good four good head there in that class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to get started with your Junior Texas Longhorn show over here in Ring 2. We're excited to welcome your judge today, Mr. Garrett Thomas of Waxahachie, Texas. He is the owner and president at High Point Sales and Marketing since 2017. He graduated from Texas A&M in 2006 and was a member of the 2006 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He judged at the Houston Livestock Show's San Antonio Livestock Expo and the Texas State Fair. He also judged in Mexico and will be judging in Colombia in 2023. For those of you sitting ringside, let's put our hands together and welcome our judge, Mr. Garrett Thomas. First class in Ring 2 in our Junior Texas Longhorn show will be your Pee Wee Showmanship division. We are going to bring those Pee Wees in after the Pee Wee Showmanship class. We'll go right into Class 2, females born July through August of the preceding calendar year.
Another nice class, an interesting pair. Again, you can debate back and forth. They're a little different in kind, but one I'm going to lead off with, I just think, again, at the ground, that's the bigger-footed, square-built one all the way up, and it just reads with more true, genuine power and width, but yet still handles that, I think, in a relative comfortable manner when she gets out and goes. She's a little short hip. She's just got a little more pronounced about her shoulder. We get her parked there and bring her together, though. Boy, that one still puts a lot of good together. Some neat features on her in terms of foot and bone. Female here, I personally like in second. Her depth of body is awesome. Her smoothness is very good. And still one I call sound kind of cattle. I like to change her shoulder angle just a little bit. I like to open that female up just a touch more for my personal liking, but still a good heifer. Red one here coming around next, pretty big and squared hip. I love the length of her spine and the smoothness of it and the way she handles that. A little uncoordinated off of her rear step and maybe just adjusting to things. Born with Parker differing in terms of her knee and her shoulder, but still a quality individual. Female round the corner next, again, one that's good in terms of growth and performance. I love the softness and smoothness of her there as well. Kind of the same conversation as a couple earlier. I like to open that one up just a touch more, maybe square her up in the way she comes up front. Just a slightly pigeon-toed there up front, but still a neat kind of a heifer. A greener, skinnier heifer that comes next, a beautiful fronted. She's pretty good in terms of her heart and forerib and center body. Want to make her longer hip, watch her go away from me. I like to square her up and make her go with just a touch more width from behind. The heifer ends up closing our class. A good shaped heifer, good boldness in terms of just her body and center body. Probably the one for me just looked the most uncomfortable moving, probably a little tighter in her spine, a little frailer there down low as you get to studying her, but a neat kind of a heifer. Good class here all the way through.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 back over in the Galvey ring. First place will go to back number 8123, Wits Wisdom 25K, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place will go to back number 8121, Butler's Miss Kim K 134K, exhibited by Aiden Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Third place in that class, exhibited by Leighton Tinney of Mora, Missouri. Fourth place went to back number 8124, Brooke Cooper of Burdett, Kansas. Fifth place in that class will go back number 8125, Brittany Jewel Anderson of Ash Grove, Missouri. And sixth place in that class went to back number 8120, Hallie Barker. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve spring heifer calves. Well, over here in our Junior Texas Longhorn ring, we have our Pee Wee showmen parading around the ring. If we can put our hands together for all of them as they get into position here in the ring, Jackson Dickey, Rogan Keene, Cal Locke, and Landon Thomas.
Here in this first division, here are Gelvies again. A good set of them here, and two females. I think first thing you notice just quality. They both have the right kind of look of quality and presence. Maybe one a little stouter and bolder. Maybe it didn't all assemble as correctly. And then the one here up front, again, lots of good pieces that come together right. So just kind of tug of war. Today, maybe that one's a little stouter. As you read these things on down the road, for me, the one that probably can keep it together and keep her balance and her posture the best is the one out of Class 1. So she'll end up being our champion in this division. I do like that heifer out of Class 2, though, to be reserved. So good set of cattle.
Well, a great place to start, or a great way to start here with your junior Longhorn show here with your Pee Wee showman out here. Just for these young folks out here, but it's always exciting to see the enthusiasm that each of these young people have when they're out here with their animals. So let's give these folks a round of applause. This is certainly the future of what you guys have going on. It's great to see these young people out here. Congratulations.
Well, back over in ring 1, we have the results of your spring heifer calf division. Champion goes to Kingsley, 265K, exhibited by Alexandria Round of Markle, Indiana. And reserve in that division will go to Wits Wisdom, 25K, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt, Phillipsburg, Missouri. Now in the Galvey ring, we're going to bring in Class 6. These are winter heifer calves born February of 2022. In the Junior Texas Longhorn Show, we're going to get started with your female division. We'll get started with Class 2 females born July through August of the preceding calendar year.
We're going to leave these two how they stand with the young ladies. 78 branded heifer being first here. I think a pair of females will certainly complement each other quite nicely. For me, I'm just going to go with the one that maybe just has a little more mass, a little more shape, a little bolder there in the center part of her body. And I'll be the first to admit maybe she gives up some of that smoothness there in her front 1/3 compared to the heifer that's coming in second today, but one that I just like, maybe her completeness compared to the one that comes in second. The young man's heifer here, again, love the front 1/3 of this female, really extended, really feminine and refined. Maybe today just a little flatter in her general shape, maybe a little plainer when you get right in behind her in terms of her pin width. But again, a nice pair of heifers, close decision here between these two. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Texas Longhorn ring. First place in Class 2 will go to back number 5,000, entered by Walker Hansen, shown by Savannah Duncan. Second place in that class going to back number 5,001, shown by Michael Brody Gregory. We're now bringing in Class 3. These are females born May through June of the preceding calendar year.
Another nice class and a good pair. They're opposite. If you like one, you probably don't like the other. And so I'm good with that, but both of them are still, I think, the quality ones amongst this four in this group. I prefer this more modern one. I just think her basic build and boldness is just better. To me, she's more proportional in the way things fit together and come together with that female. Really good out of her hips, still handles herself in an athletic enough manner. Just got to make that call if you think she's a touch too moderate there for most. And maybe she is for me. I don't mind her here. I think her build makes up for it. Maybe lay her into her shoulder just a little smoother there as well. A bigger, more extended heifer here that definitely has some grow to her. She's being a pain today here, but boy, when she gets her gathered and gets her stopped, gives you an awesome look. Just very, very feminine in the way she's designed. Probably one for me, I wanted to open up in terms of her heart and her forerib. I wanted to set her down on a little bigger, different foot as she set to the surface there as well. But being picky, a nice pair of cattle. Deep bodied one here, and this black one that comes around here in third. Lots of softness to her. Going to be a great cow. I'd like to open that one up off their end. She's just a shot plainer when you get to looking at her there as well. The red female that closes our class just a little more behind in terms of body development than her classmates. I think her upper skeleton reads very, very correct. She's got enough attractiveness to her. Just depends on what she does in terms of body and softness. But again, four nice heifers there in that class.
Well, congratulations in Class 6 over here in the Galvey ring, first place. We'll go to back number 8129, Lady Liberty, exhibited by Carson Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Second place went to back number 8128, Evelyn Gilbreth of Oronogo, Missouri. Third place in that class will go to back number 8131, Brennan Anderson of Ash Grove, Missouri. And fourth place goes to back number 8130, Maya Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. We'll now bring in Class 7 winter heifer calves, born January of 2022.
Another nice class and a comfortable one to grab onto here. Boy, you talk about fundamentally correct and just softness of body is at a premium with this one. And even though she fights the system, you can tell her joints and angles are all setting in the right way. She sets down very, very comfortably. There are probably heifers in here that are sharper headed and sharper shouldered maybe, but boy, I love her balance. I love her proportion and the way she fits things together. Neat heifer here wins this class. Heifer here that's got some upside as far as, boy, she's got a neat look to her. I like her out of her hip. Her body isn't quite there yet in terms of condition, but she's still good. Probably more so than anything, you'd like to set her differently in her front skeleton, and it makes it worse because she wants to fight it. I think when she relaxes, it's not near as severe as what it looks at times, but that's a neat heifer. It's got a lot of quality to her. Big red heifer here, lots of depth and softness, and if you wanted to change those two, you could just off that alone. For me, though, maybe just a little plainer about her chest and front end. Probably at times maybe not quite as athletic in her hind leg movement and the way she lies it, but again, it's still sound, functional cattle, just to be a little neater to look at. Heifer here that ends up fourth, probably as square-hipped and square-pinned as any. I still think this one's got a lot of future to her. Just today, not quite as soft, not quite as deep, not as far along in terms of her body shape as what her classmates are, but that's a really good class of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Galvey show. Results of Class 7. First place goes back number 8139, Miss Precision 207K 312ET, exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Second place goes back number 8134, exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Dustin Sabula. And fourth place will go back number 8135, Asa Star. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds. Our judges select as champion reserve winter heifer calves.
Got a good set of them here in this division as we pull them in. Again, a little modern one that won that first class. Again, love her, just her basic build and outline. I think that one, if she gets big enough, can really give them some heat on down the road because she's built fundamental and she's built the right way. But at the same time, if she doesn't end up doing what you want her to do in this setting, I think her body and her stoutness and her function is set to where that one makes an awfully nice cow as well. This one that came out of this last class, again, a lot of good fundamental things about her. I like the rig and condition she's in terms of body shape and development. The muscle type's good. She's a stout one, but yet it's put onto her body in a smooth way. Still sets down on her feet and legs good, and I still think there's enough look to that one in terms of the way her head and neck comes out of her shoulder. She's not as tidy-chested as some, again. Her head shape maybe isn't just the most aesthetically pleasing, but I still think one who reads the right way. I like her function. I like her type and her size. I'm going to use a young lady here out of Class 2 to be our champion in this division. Cowboy here out of Class 1 is going to be reserved.
A little deeper water here over as we get into our second class of these junior heifers here. The heifer I'm going to start with, again, I think for me, she's one that hits you pretty hard when she comes in here. She's certainly the combination heifer in terms of having some of the pieces that these heifers a little further down the line have and putting them into one nice, clean package from the side, just ultra balanced, really angular about her look. With that added rib shape and dimensions she has in the center part of her body, she's still really elegant and smooth there about her front end, really neat there in her chest floor. And I really like the softness that she projects here from the side. Just a nice, again, complete female to start the class off with. Certainly one that I think this was the last heifer that came in the ring. Certainly one that you certainly have to appreciate in terms of her boldness of her center body cavity. You get behind her, she's just as stout, really stout bone. Maybe just gives up some of that smoothness in her front 1/3 and a close pair here on the top end of this class. The next heifer that comes in here, again, she was kind of among this top trio in terms of having some rib shape, having some natural base width. Just for me, again, she maybe planes up a little bit in that front 1/3 on the move. She tends to duck her pins a little more than those first two in the class, but one you certainly have to appreciate in terms of her substance at the ground. She's really bold in the center part of her body. Just maybe gives up a little bit of that balanced look on the move compared to those two that start the class. Next one that comes in here, again, just as stout as any of those other ones that we've had that preceded her in the class. Really bold, really stout made. Just maybe gets with that added width. She's a little rounder there at the point of her shoulder. Maybe a little more lax there in her top line compared to those ones directly above her, but certainly has some parts and pieces that make her competitive within this group. The next one that comes is one that I struggled with a little bit, I think, from the side. This beautifully made, nice pattern female, really extended there about her front 1/3. Just maybe concerned in terms of her softness. She's a little more tucked up there in her flank, maybe not as soft in terms of her look, a little frailer featured at the ground compared to those ones that are directly above her. But again, you have to appreciate the balance and extension that you see in this heifer directly in front of me. The next one that comes out here, again, like the femininity of this female in her front 1/3, she's a little smoother there from the side, still has some muscle and some shape to her. Just for me today, she's a little greener in her condition, maybe would make her a little more attractive in the set to her hind leg, but certainly very functional off both ends. Just maybe would make her a little more attractive on the move to get her a little higher in the class. The next one that comes in here, again, really uniform in terms of her body depth, but with that added look from the side, she maybe just gives up some genuine width compared to those ones that slide a few spots higher in this class, but really soft there from forerib to flank. Just when you get right behind her, she maybe is a little more base narrow compared to those ones just right there above her. And the young lady's heifer here certainly gave her a hard time in the ring. Definitely commend her for sticking with it. Female has certainly got lots of promise. I think her better days are ahead of her in terms of a little more time on feet. I think this one softens up a little bit more, becomes a little easier to present here in the show ring, but young lady does a nice job. Congratulations. And the one that rounds out the class here, again, got into some deep water here within this class, but really, you study this female, super flat there at the top of her shoulder, just maybe gives up some of the width that we would like to see to get her any higher in the class. But young lady does a nice job. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Texas Longhorn Show. The results of Class 3. First place will go to back number 5002, Discovery GGCP, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Second place in that class went to back number 5010, shown by Braylon Miller. Third place in that class goes to back number 5003, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Fourth place goes to back number 5004, exhibited by Megan Bush. Fifth place will go to back number 5008, exhibited by Sheridan Van Blarkum. Sixth place in that class is exhibited by Lily Thomas. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in Class 4, females born March through April of the preceding calendar year.
We're going to leave these three just like they came in and use the black heifer here up front. I think both these two heifers here that are first and second are bigger body, probably a little stouter and farther along than the one here in third. So when you get them from this standpoint here, this one's just so much better in terms of just her head and neck and the way it sets and just her balance and look in general probably strikes you just a little better. I wish she was just a touch more athletic in the way she handles her hip and rear skeleton, but I still think a very, very nice heifer. It's got a lot of quality about her. Big bodied one here and the lighter red one, very smooth made. The way she lays into her shoulder, all the way out to her hip, that all makes sense and well. Just a little more pronounced in her chest probably, throws her off a little. And then when she gets on the go, she wants to push and go just a little more awkwardly out of her rear step, but still a very quality heifer. It's got a lot of good going for her. This was just a little greener. Boy, she's square enough up high. When she stops and gets this one's head up and parks her, she gives you a really, really neat look about her. Just got beat by a couple stouter ones in here, could benefit from being a little more opened up and further along relative to them, but good trio of cattle here in this class.
Well, congratulations over in the Galvey ring in Class 9. First place went to T-Bar S. Miss Tootsie Pop 1024J, exhibited by Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Second place went to back number 8140, exhibited by Molly Anderson. And third place went to back number 8141. Catch you up on divisions over here in the Galvey ring. We did have the results from the winter heifer calf division. Your champion in that division exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. And reserve champion in that division exhibited by Carson Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. We'll now bring in Class 10. These will be senior heifer calves born September to October of 2021.
Got a nice class here, and I think the class winner, again, I'm pretty comfortable with finding her. Just combines a lot of good things. Her body volume's awesome within this class, and then her condition where she is for her age, I still probably prefer amongst this group. The muscle type still sits into her well. Her feet land and go in a very appropriate manner. If you're going to get nitpicky over it at all, you could square her up front ever so slightly and make that just a little different in her reach there, but boy, a quality one. Still got a lot of good going for her. These next two, again, I go back and forth on, and this one's just, there's so much more of her today in terms of body volume and softness, and that's probably where I land with her, but I'd still like to make her a little bigger and different at the ground. I'd like to maybe lean her up and make her a little different there in her shoulder and chest forward. She parks her there, her balance comes together, she still has some symmetry and proportion to her. This one here, I think, again, on down the road, maybe we could see these change quite a bit just because I like this one's length, I like the neatness of her head, the attractiveness of this female, and she makes it harder to read her structure because she's wanting to fight it, but she gets just a little tighter than you'd like her to. It wants to work up in her spine ever so slightly. The real thing, she's just not as dimensional, maybe, as what those cattle really on either side of her are. Big stout one here that ends up closing her class, and again, lots of middle, lots of hip in this one, lots of just natural dimension, but still at the same time, a little shorter fronted, maybe not as feminine, not as neat to look at in terms of her head, crest, and her shoulder relative to her classmates here, but a good class, good competitive class of cattle.
We continue to move through the junior show here, certainly an outlier from what we've seen so far that's going to start the class here. Again, overwhelming in terms of what the body mass that she's got. Extremely deep and soft and easy keeping in terms of her look on the move. Certainly functional in her structure. Maybe gives up a little extension in that front 1/3 compared to some of these other ones, but certainly something I'm comfortable sacrificing here today to get some of those pieces that we have there from their back. So from then it gets maybe a little more challenging to sort these out. I really just like the freshness of the presentation we've got in the next one that comes in line. You know, she's certainly really attractive again and complements the one that wins the class in that she is more extended. She's neater there in her chest floor, probably a little bigger outline type of a female here. Just gives up some body mass and depth and that easy keeping look that we find in our logical winner. Next one that comes in here that's going to place in third, I think what maybe moves her above these ones that kind of round out the classes on the move. This heifer remains way more collect in terms of her top line. She's far more flexible there in her hock and pasture and on the move, maintains some natural base width. She maybe is a little plainer in her shape compared to this one that comes in fourth, but for me it starts at the ground, and I like her correctness there. That's why she slides into third among this trio that rounds out the class. Heifer that comes in fourth here, I'll be the first to admit, you know, it's a close decision here between third and fourth. She has the advantage. You study her from behind. She's a little bolder there up top, probably naturally has a little more pin width, but just for me on the move, she's a little more tentative there off her rear skeleton. Like to just see her set down with a little more comfortable looseness there at the ground. And the female that rounds out the class, certainly I have to admit, she has a performance advantage. She's the long spine, big outline female. But for me, I just like to make her a notch more feminine there from her shoulder forward. She's a little bolder there at the point of her shoulder, maybe a little thicker and crestier there about her neck compared to these other ones in the class, but one that has some advantages in terms of her performance and mass and foot size and substance that she has there at the ground. Just a nice set of 5 females here. Certainly an outlier on the top end. Congratulations.
Here in this division of Gelvies here, again, a nice set of them, 4 good ones here, but I will say these 2 class winners kind of elevated as 2 that come together with just a little more of a quality look and a presence about them. I think 2 of them that they're really trade-offs in their strengths. This one here up front, from about her hooks forward, you probably prefer her, just the way her neck sets up there, the cleanness of it, neatness of it, still has some stoutness to her, and this one in behind her, from about her forehead back, that's probably really shoulder back is where you prefer her in terms of just hip and hind leg, the design of the hind leg and the way it sets and goes. Again, you want to make her a little different up front. You want to change this one, just the back half of her body way in which it works. And so you can go back and forth and vice versa on them as far as their structural perfection and what you want to change about them. I'm a hip and hind leg guy, though, myself. I think that's where the quality starts. So this female here out of Class 2 is going to be our champion in this division. Young guy out of Class 1 will be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. We have the results of our last division. Your champion senior heifer calf will go to back number 8145. Butler's Miss Jalen J534 ET, exhibited by Aiden Rabb of Markle, Indiana, and bred by Butler Creek Farms. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 8165, T-Bar S Miss Tootsie Pop 1024J, exhibited by Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington, and bred by T-Bar S Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in Class 12. This will be intermediate heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2021. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, the results of Class 4 first place exhibited by back number 5015, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Second place, back number 5017, exhibited by Michael Brody Gregory. Third place was exhibited by Sarah Danley. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Jackson Grace. Fifth place, go to back number 5016, exhibited by Andrew Hutton. Now in ring 2, we have Class 5. This is females born January through February of the preceding calendar year.
Got a nice pair here of cattle within this class. Again, both big bodied cattle, got some dimension to them. But this one, again, starts to put things together just a little more ideally in terms of her structure, the way she utilizes the rear skeleton, her smoothness, and the way everything blends, I think is at a bit better level there as well. You know, she could be longer fronted, she could be longer hip, but I think her proportions read really correct. She handles it quite well there on the move. Female we have here next in second, big hip one, bold-bodied one. She's probably just a touch longer and neater in terms of the way her head and neck sets on her shoulder. Just want to get these two into motion, works up in her back just a little more. Maybe doesn't handle her rear skeleton with the same kind of flexibility and correctness as what we have in that class winner, but a good pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations. In Class 12, this will also be your intermediate heifer division. Champion will go to back number 8149, exhibited by Alexandria Ram of Markle, Indiana. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 8148, JC Diane Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. We're now going to look for class 14. These will be late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2021.
Good trio of cattle. Again, I think a comfortable one to find here at the front end of this trio. Again, dimensional, stout made when you get in behind her. Still has some smoothness to her, but probably where she starts to do things a little different is of this three is she can still handle it and get and go in the right manner. Her head and neck posture are very, very good. So a neat heifer here leads off this class. Again, these next two, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to place them. They're just different. This one has a touch more power and boldness, and I value that, and so I'll leave her there in second. She's just a little plainer there up front. You'd like to clean that up and lean her up just a shade. So if you like this one that's a little prettier, if you will, I could take that, because this one's neat up front. She does keep her chest into her, but at the same time, she probably sacrifices just productive width and substance and body volume relative to that class as well. So you can pick your poison on those two. I do think that class winner's a nice kind of an animal.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in ring one, we have the results of your late spring yearling heifer division. Champion will go to back number 8150, exhibited by Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. Reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Jacob Arthur McDonald of Rolla, Missouri. In third place will go to back number 8151, Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 16. This will be junior yearling heifers born January to February of 2021.
Well, I apologize for taking a little longer on this bigger class here, but certainly some quality all the way through. These females that we've got out here, I'm really happy with the three that we've got left standing out here. Certainly some different types and kinds and different advantages between these out here, but I think one that starts here is similar to maybe another one we saw earlier in one of these younger classes, but just really overwhelming in terms of her body mass. She's super deep and uniform about her rib shape. You get behind her, she's really bold there in the center part of her body. She's just super maternal in her look. Again, maybe would like to extend her just a nickel there from her shoulder forward, but she's really just super productive and maternal in her look, and that's why she sorts herself up here in this class. This heifer that comes in second is one that kind of grew on me the longer that she was out here. I really like the balance of this female young lady. Gets her stopped and set up and gets her head picked up. She's easily the nice balanced square built one. Really sets down on more foot and bone than those females that are on either side of her. She just maybe gets a little bit outpowered in terms of her body depth, but you get in behind her, she's probably just as stout in terms of her pin width. You get up on top, she's certainly really big and square in terms of her top shape. Just a really nice female that comes in second in this particular class. Female that comes in third here, again, another just really production-oriented type of female, really soft-middled, really correct in terms of her structure on the move. She may be on the move, does get a little plainer in terms of her hip, but the young lady does an excellent job getting her stopped and set up, getting her loin down, really squares that female up nicely. Just from time to time, she's a little lower there in her pin set, especially compared to that one that's in second, but a really great cow prospect that comes in third place here. Certainly the young man that comes in fourth did an excellent job showing this heifer up to the position that she got in from the side. One, I think if you're in the stands, you can see balances up really, really nice, really square and level in terms of her build. She's maybe not chiseled there about her front end or as soft-middled, but again, the young man does a great job getting this heifer stuck, and she's really striking on the side, and that's what kind of moved her up this far in the lineup. Nice job there. The one that comes in fifth, the young man's got here, probably the bolder built, softer centered female, but with that added width, she does going to have a little more, she's a little more out there at the point of her shoulder, maybe not as neat necked, but you get her here on the side. Again, you have to like the productive look she has. She's really soft in that lower 1/3, maybe not been super cooperative, but again, a great cow prospect that comes in the fifth spot. Young man that's coming around the corner here, again, another one of these really nicely balanced, square-built females, just maybe gets out-horsed in this class in terms of some of those ones that have a little more natural pin width. She maybe doesn't set down as square from hock to ground compared to some of those other ones, but one that I do think has got a really bright future. Really love the squareness and refinement there from her shoulder forward. Problem heifer in the class is coming around the corner here, and one that on the move, you have to love this female. She's probably as correct as any female that we have in the lineup that's come through here so far. She's really soft there at her hock and pasture, and she's really correct in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She just maybe I'd like to soften her up just a little bit back in her flank, just make her smoother there about her top line to move her up in the class, but certainly want to commend this heifer in terms of her structural correctness and on the move, just being so fluid and easy moving. Young lady's heifer that comes out next here, again, soft-middled one, really uniform about her body depth, kind of fighting the halter here a little bit. If I were to change her on the move, she is probably getting to be a little more narrow there up the ground. She's a little more narrow there at her chest. And with that, I'd like to see her more extended. If we're going to give up some mass and some width, just like to see her a little more attractive there about that front 1/3 to move her up. Next one again that comes in here, the young man's got, again, maybe would like to lay her in a little smoother there at the point of her shoulder. If we're going to have that added width up front, would like to study this female with a little more dimension when we get in right behind her. Again, really correct at the ground, takes a long free stride. Just maybe would like to pull this female apart a little bit there behind her shoulders, make her a little bolder in terms of her rib shape. Young man that's coming here again next, really strong in her top line, really square in terms of her build, but again, maybe at the ground, like to see this female set down with a little more natural base width, but you do have to appreciate the fact that she is a little smoother there at the point of her shoulder, a little trimmer there at the crest of her neck compared to that heifer that's directly above her. Young lady that comes around the corner here next, again, a really soft-middled kind of a female, really correct at the ground, very sound in terms of her structural build. Just to get in behind her, again, like to pull this one apart, let her have a little more shape. She's a little flatter in her upper rib shape, maybe just to be a little close at the ground in terms of her hock width as she's going away from us. And a couple of females around out here, maybe just give up some performance. The one that comes next in the lineup, I read, is just being a little plainer there in her hip today, but I'll tell you what, I think this one certainly has a bright future. I think you project her out 5, 6, 7, 8 months from now, I think she's one that softens up some more, probably catches up in terms of her weight per day of age, and has the opportunity to move up quite a bit higher in this class. And the young lady here with the heifer that rounds out the class, probably one of the females that's the widest from tip to tip, but still with that, from there back, just need to see more substance. Like to see this female with a little more natural base width to get her any higher in the class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here to your Junior Texas Longhorn Show, Class 5. First place goes to back number 5030, OCC Charlene, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Second place in that class went to back number 5023, exhibited by Avery Matthey. Third place went to back number 5028, exhibited by Kara Burns. Fourth place went to back number 5029, exhibited by Sarah Damley. Fifth place in that class went to back number 5025, exhibited by Hunter Lawson. And sixth place in that class, exhibited by back number 5026, Kara Burns. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select this champion reserve junior females.
Very, very good class, and again, a very deep class, and lots of just good cow makers amongst this class. And she don't have much hair. She's probably not for everybody, but I think you can design cattle like that at the ground and give them that kind of dimension and still make them move as athletic and correct as what she does. They keep you in business. I really, really like this one just in a lot of ways. Again, her age matches her size. That's one thing I like about her. Moderation is still good. Her body shape is still good. Her squareness is good. Where I really, really love this one. When we can travel these, I can watch this one walk all day long. A true power cow that's built in an athletic manner, but still likes to show herself off every now and then. For some, she's got a nickel of chest. That's fine. She's easy doing. For some, she's not quite big enough. I think she's the right kind of size to make modern cattle all day long. Nice animal there, leads off this class. Gets a little closer there for second and third for me personally, but boy, this one's balance and smoothness, and the more and more you look at her, the more and more you like her. Lays into her shoulder nicely. To me, she sets down very, very attractively off her hip and hind leg. Just maybe really the cattle on either side of her, not the same kind of punch and stoutness, but I don't think we could ever call this one narrow. She still has some width and squareness underneath. Really good. Their spine and top line. Just that time hits you a shot cleaner as you really get down to it. Big cow here that comes here next and third. Lots of volume, lots of hip and lower quarter into this one here as well. At times gets a little staler about her head, neck, and crest out here. Maybe lumbers around just a little more. Maybe you say you expect that with as much size and volume as she's carrying around, but just maybe not quite as athletic or correct moving out of her rear leg is what I like to see her. I know this one's a little small again for some, but again, you brought them to a guy that doesn't mind modern cattle. This one's opened up. She's square. She's got a fresh look about her. She did finally run out of performance amongst this group to move her up higher. If she was just a shot bigger and a shot more of her, she'd probably stand up there in that second hole because I like the build of her. I like the design of her quite well. Female we have here next got some length and some look to her. Her boldness is still good. I want to change her hip and hind leg structure and posture. She wants to get up on her feet and maybe not sit down as comfortably and correctly. That's a standstill. That's a fresh one that's got the right kind of look to her. A bigger female here, again, she's not too big for you. You can move her up because, boy, she's a stout one with that kind of size. She's opened up well. I like to see her different out of her hip just to make her a little longer and better there. For me, just tone her down a touch in terms of frame size. Long extended one here that's got some squareness up high. I just wish she had a little more natural body depth and volume in this class. She just kind of hits you. It's just a little more parallel body, not as soft as what her contemporaries are. But boy, you get her gathered and get her together. She's got a neat, attractive look. If she's deep enough for you, you can sure move her up considerably because her quality outline says she can do so. Female here that comes next, just not enough of her for me. I love the way she's built in terms of looseness and flexibility. Her look is very, very attractive. Just gets outpowered in this class. Then the heifer that ends up closing our class, incredibly big body, incredibly easy doing, almost to the point of too easy doing. She's got just a little extra flesh all over wherever you analyzes her, and that just takes away from her look and quality out here in a very, very tough class. But a good class of cattle, neat heifer there up top.
Well, congratulations. Over here in the Galvey ring, we have the results of your junior yearling heifer division. Your champion will go to back number 8162, Miss Preference 207J311, exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Reserve champion in that division is going to go to Lillian McGowan with Butler's Miss Jolene 283J. We're now going to bring in all of your division champions, and our judge will be selecting his grand champion, Galvey female.
Bringing these class winners out here for our division selection and our junior Longhorn show, and very satisfied with the 8 females we've got set out here, and certainly the 4 class winners that we've got closest here to me. I won't go through and talk each one of these in a lot of depth, but I certainly, the young heifer really there again, really was a combination within the pair of those females that just kind of pulled herself together better within that pair. The one that comes out of the second class was one that certainly had that advantage and kind of set the tone for the rest of the lineup in terms of one that's got some softness and some doability to her that wins that second class. We talked about the one out of class 3 just being super deep bodied, really soggy in terms of her build, and really an outlier within that class. And a one that comes out of the 4th class here is pretty similar in terms of her kind, maybe not as neat-necked and smooth-shouldered as that one out of class 3, but one you have to certainly appreciate in terms of her production that she's got and the easy, soft rib shape that female has from top to bottom there. So again, a great division here to get started with. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll show you the 2 I like the best.
Congratulations, your junior champion female goes back number 5015, LR Dixie Rose CP, exhibited by Jalen Grimmel.
For me, I think the decision gets quite a bit closer here between the female out of the second class and the female to my far left that rounds out the lineup. I certainly think there's some give and take between these 2 females. I certainly like the way this one's built today, but I'd love the future in this female that comes out of class 2. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, and congratulations, your reserve junior champion is going to go to back number 5002, Discovery GGCP, exhibited by Jalen Grimmel. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now get started with Class 8. These will be females born September through December of the 2nd preceding calendar year.
Really a nice set of Gelbies we have had out here. Again, been a very, very good and competitive show. Nice way to start with this calf division. I think one that's got a lot of potential and upside. I liked her skeletal build and the way she's put together. Handles herself quite well. Again, still for a green one, has some squareness to her hip. And still just got a lot of the ceiling on this one as far as how good she can get. So a neat heifer here that led off today. Division champion that came out of D2 here. Again, fundamentally, I like this one quite a bit. Body shape's awesome. The hip structure I still like about this one. And her balance and proportion still makes sense. She sits down in a very comfortable fashion and probably one of the more athletic females out here in terms of movement. Maybe just a little set to rear leg posture at times, a little bit of chest up there. But again, I think one is going to be awfully easy doing cow, but yet there's still something there in terms of some extras and width. Female that came out of that next division, I believe it was fall division. Again, I love her correctness. I love her hip and hind leg and the prettiness of it, the design of it. Her body shape's it's incredibly smooth and sets onto her skeleton in the right way. I just got one little hang up with her. I like her to get out and go just a little more athletic up front. She wants to be just a little more splayed out and maybe doesn't reach and go up front as ideally as you like her to. But that's a quality female, though. It's got the right kind of lines and outline. Love her out of her hip and rear leg. Female that came next, probably one of the better ones at the surface in terms of the flexibility, usefulness of her joints. Her smoothness is very, very good. And I think she's ample in terms of muscle and width when you get behind her. Just got to make that call. Do you think she's a shot plane maybe all the way through? Or is there just enough wow factor that one? She can be just a little shorter neck and plainer at times, but boy, her fundamentals again in check, like her there at the surface. Female that came out of that next division, again, takes a good brooding body build, but yet still gives you a show heifer look and presence out here. For one that's dimensional, she still sets her head and neck and shoulder up on her body in the correct way. I like her hip and rear leg and the way in which it plays there as well. And still one that's got a plenty good looseness and structure to her. Is there one or two out here that's just extra loose out here? Probably, but I don't think you ever get in the conversation and call this one unsound or not athletic. I think she is. I think she handles herself extremely well and presented well. Just looks like one that's out here wanting to do battle for sure. Female that came out of that last division, again, I talked about her. She's my weakness. Powerful cattle that can get and go and be athletic. I dig that. And then her head and neck sits on her shoulder like it needs to. That's pretty cool as well. Yes, she's just a little more pronounced in her shoulder and her chest floor at times, but still a neat kind of female that's still got a lot of good going for her as well. And then our pair that we started off this breeding division with, again, beautiful cow. Head and neck set are awesome. Udder design is very, very quality amongst that female in terms of the balance of it, but yet her feet and legs still fit as far as one that's being competitive out here. Got a nice calf at the side. She's doing a good job of getting along and getting there in terms of growth and performance there as well. So really a nice set of them out here. Almost the same conversation we had within our balancer division. Lots of different options. There's probably one out here looks like she was put together for game day, yet she still checks all the boxes in terms of being a functional cow and having some special pieces to her. That's the young lady right here in front of me. She'll have our champion here in this Gelb division.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion Galvy female here in her junior show is back number 8150, exhibited by Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas.
That reserve division in the line, again, a lot of power with that one. Just a robust female. Again, going to make an awfully nice cow. Just a shot plainer as you get in conversation and start to look at her. For me, there's two others that probably hit me just a little harder. And then, again, I'm a stickler for making these cattle as flexible and loose as possible, but yet still keeping them right. And again, these two divisions, Division 2, and I guess this one that came out of the division right behind the champion, to me, those those two are extremely alike in terms of dimensional cattle that can get and go and travel well. You almost wish that one had this one's hair to make it all blend in right behind her shoulder, or that one had this one's hind leg set just to make it ultra pleasing. So I'll let you do all the guesswork. I know this one hit me hard. I love the cattle that move like she does. I'm going to use this female here to be our reserve.
Moving to our next division here in the Longhorn show. Going to start with one I think that has the advantage in terms of her freshness today. I think she's just maybe a little more appropriate in terms of her condition for this stage of the game. She's a little leaner there in that front 1/3, a little trimmer there in her chest floor, and still doesn't really give up much in terms of her mass. She's still fairly wide pinned and on the move. Sets down square enough to sort herself to the top of this class. No doubt the one that comes in second probably has the advantage in terms of some middle mass and some shape up top. Just for me, I'd like to lean this one up. She's getting to be a little bit thicker neck, a little more deposit down there with some fat there in her chest floor compared to these other ones in the class, but one that certainly has some advantages over the four that are in here. Just for me, would like to freshen her up a little bit in terms of her condition, maybe stouten her up at the ground. The next one that comes in the lineup here, when the young lady gets this one stopped and set up, is absolutely competitive within this set. She's really square built. She's really straight in her lines and uniform in her body depth, but with that, she is maybe a little more tucked up there in terms of how soft she is. Would just like to make her softer and deeper from forerib to flank, but has an advantage there at the ground. Probably sets down a nickel square on a bigger foot than that one that comes in second. Certainly a quality female that comes in the third position. And the female that rounds out the class here again, very feminine, refined, very maternal in terms of her look. Just for me, would like to pull this female apart a little bit in terms of her rib shape, her base width at the ground, a little more narrow there at her chest, but still very refined and balances up quite nicely there from the side to round out the class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Galvey ring, your reserve grand champion, Galvey female, goes back number 8162. That was exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Once again, we'd like to thank our junior board members for helping us here in the ring. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, we have the results of Class 8. First place will go to back number 5033. TB Raising Hella and Megan Bush. Second place in that class went to back number 5035, exhibited by TJ Danley Jr. Third place in that class goes to back number 5034, exhibited by Shiloh Faith Turner. And fourth place goes to back number 5032. Exhibited by Gavin Shoemank. We're now going to bring in Class 9. This will be females born May through August of the second preceding calendar year.
certainly a nice trio of females here. Back on the Texas Longhorn side, and really a striking female. Young lady does an excellent job getting this female presented. Really just bold in terms of her rib shape. You really study this. She's the wide pin back female that on the move has got some natural base width to her. She is really just really stout in terms of her composition. Is she the neatest about her front 1/3? Maybe not compared to that heifer that's going to round out the class, but certainly one in my mind that is attractive enough and still very refined there about her look. And on the move, she's sound enough. I maybe would prefer the one that's in second as we watch her go away, but really a nice female to get started with. No doubt the heifer that comes in second is the widest there, tip to tip, and really a nice, well-balanced female. Just for me, she just gives up some of that softness and maternal look that we find in the heifer that's going to win the class. But really after that, it's hard to punch a hole in this really free-moving, correct structured female that her and herself has got some mass and power to her that comes in second in a competitive class. The female that rounds out the class, certainly nothing to take away from this particular heifer. She just got into a stronger class, but one from the side. She bounces up as good as anything. She's probably the flat-shouldered, most refined female there from her shoulder forward, but with that refinement, we've just given up some of that needed width up top and at the ground as we study this one go away, but still very correct in terms of her structure, very functional in her type. Just like to mass her up a little bit to get her higher in this class. Congratulations to all three.
Well, congratulations in Class 9. First place to go to back number 5038, CL Miss Cindy, exhibited by Sheridan Van Blarkum. Second place to go to back number 5037, exhibited by Tegan Maffey. And third place in that class will go to back number 5036, exhibited by Simon Lee Teal. We're now going to bring in Class 10. These will be females born January through April of the second preceding calendar year.
certainly plenty of depth as we get these older females here in the Texas Longhorn show. I think a female that'll start with here, again, probably combine some pieces and parts that we like in the females that stand behind her in the lineup, but as she stands right here, really just a nicely balanced, square-built kind of a female here. You get behind her, she's really bold in terms of her shape, has some pin width and goes away with some natural base width there at the ground. You know, she is maybe a little thicker there at the crest of her neck, but one that I think with that, I'm willing to sacrifice that to get all the things that we do that are so correct there from her shoulder back. And again, on the move, certainly flexible enough off of both ends. Young man's female that comes in second here, again, a really nice, balanced, square-built female. Stands on a little more frailer set of foot and bone here, but one that, again, the young man does an excellent job getting the most out of this female. Really square-built again and on the move. Has enough base width, maybe gives up some power to that one that wins the class, but certainly adequate in her own right. Certainly have to appreciate these techs too that come in. The one that comes into third here, certainly the widest again in terms of her width from tip to tip, but still would like to change this female at the ground, like to just clean her up in terms of her foot shape and size. I think to be able to get her a little higher in the class, but again, very functional in how she's built. She's correct in her angles. She maybe, again, gives up some of the mass, but a very useful and productive kind of a female that comes in third. Like the easy keeping type that we have here in fourth. She's the more moderate frame, conservative endpoint in this female in terms of how she'll be size-wise, her mature size-wise, but still really soft, really bold there in the center part of her body. But with that boldness, you're a little disappointed when you get behind her. Maybe would like to just pull her apart, make her a little wider pinned, have a little more shape down low compared to those ones that are directly above her, but a nice functional female that comes in fourth there. The next one that rounds the corner here, again, you like her substance. She's the big-footed, big-boned one left out here in the lineup, and one that you get behind her, she's certainly got some muscle mass and shape, probably as stout as any of those ones that are directly above her, but with that mass, would just like to soften her up. I think she's a little more tucked up in her flank compared to those ones that are directly above her. I think that projects her out to just be not as easy keeping as maybe that female that's directly in front of her. The next female that comes in the lineup here, really long-spined, really attractive, built there from her shoulders back. She just maybe a little more jammed up in that front 1/3, maybe a little more out there at the point of her shoulder. But I tell you, get behind her, she's certainly big back, wide pinned, and she get her on the move. She's got some base width. She too's one maybe that I'd like to change her there at the ground, clean her up in terms of the size and shape of her foot. And the female that rounds out the class again here, big high performance, big outline type of a female, like her squareness. She's a heavy structured female here, but one I project to be maybe just a little bigger. Would like to just soften her up and make her more of a low maintenance kind to move a little higher in the class. Congratulations, good set of females.
On our black Hereford side, we got a great heifer to start things off with, and I know this heifer is one that initiates the show, and she's going to set the benchmark for quality awfully high. This heifer is extremely long and extended up through her front end. I'm enamored with just the amount of depth of body that she has, the sweep to her bottom line, really attractive in terms of her feet and leg posture there. I think that she's square on her corners and still organizes herself with such balance out here. You know, heifer, maybe we could see just a little wider pin when we get behind the cattle underneath that high-quality hair coat. Getting awful critical of an awfully good heifer here. My congratulations to you, young lady.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, the results of Class 10 in your Junior Texas Longhorn Show. First place went to back number 5041, TB Harley Quinn, exhibited by Megan Bush. Second place in that class will go to back number 5044, exhibited by Sarah Danley. Third place was back number 5045, exhibited by Annika Lynn. Fourth place in that class will go to back number 5046, exhibited by Andrew Lynn. Fifth place in that class, back number 5040, exhibited by Lily Thomas. In the black Hereford ring, we are going to get started with your junior show. Results out of our first class of F1 females. First place goes to back number 977, CBD Miss Fergie E.T., exhibited by Riley Garrison of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we have class 4. These are spring heifer calves born March.
Well, what a remarkable pair of cattle over here in our Black Hereford side. I think it's really close up top. Quality-wise, they're both just absolutely exceptional. I think you can certainly justify going either direction here. I landed on the heifer that I think's built just a little bit more comfort in terms of her skeleton. I think she's got more slope built into her shoulder. Consequently, the bend to her forearm and knee reads more long-term in my regard. I think she's also one that's a little bit more flexible in her hip and hind leg design. What I also value about this heifer is I think that she's more honest in her condition, and I think she too reads with a little bit more outer projection to her rib cage. And all those things are why I forecast that heifer to have an extremely bright future in front of her. Now, she's probably not as big statured or soft flanked as the heifer that stands in second. I actually prefer her moderation. I think she's one that fits the class and her age awfully well in terms of maturity. Heifer that comes in second is one that's extremely good from the profile. Boy, this young lady is an outstanding showman, and she really showcases the extra height, the shoulder, and altitude that this female has. I love the angle that this heifer's neck shoots out of the top of her shoulder blade. It gives her that kind of alert presence out here. And then it's hard to miss how swoopy belly this heifer is. The depth of rib that she has is certainly very aesthetically pleasing. She'll splay out just a little bit up front. I think it's predicated by the fact that she's just a little propped up in the angle of the shoulder blade. You get behind the cattle, she's maybe got a little extra condition on her.
No doubt a challenging trio of females to go through here in your junior show, but I think this female is just maybe more my kind in terms of her condition as she comes to the ring today. I think she's certainly the leaner female within the top pair of these out here, and with that, she's just so much more refined. She's the flatter shouldered, neater chested, trimmer neck female, and still really doesn't give up any body depth. Certainly, you know, she may give up some width when you get right behind her, but in my mind, I think she probably has the most genuine muscle shape. As you really study this female, you watch her on the move, I think she's just a little more correct in how she handles her hock and hind leg compared to this one that comes into second. No doubt the one in second, she's probably the easy one to spot from ringside. She's the big stout one, but for me, I think that's maybe just a little counterfeit in terms of her shape. She's just carrying a lot of extra bark for me. She's the plainer chested female. She certainly has the most fat deposition there in her lower 1/3, but certainly can't deny the fact that this female is really wide pinned, really stout in terms of her rib shape. Just for me today, in my preference, I like to see her just a little leaner coming to the ring. I think she's one with that leanness. I think she probably handles that rear skeleton a little bit better and has a chance to get around that one that's in first. And the female that rounds out the class here, again, probably the leaner option between second and third here, but for me, she's probably just a little more tucked up there in her flank, maybe just doesn't have that body mass of the two that are directly above her, and still one that moves correct enough in terms of her structure. You maybe would like to see her set down a little square as she goes away, but again, very functional and useful in her own right, and again, more appropriate in terms of her condition between second and third. A nice female that rounds out the class. Congratulations, young man.
Well, congratulations over here in the junior Longhorn ring. We have the results of Class 11. In first place went back number 5050 HD Delilah, exhibited by James Caden Grace. Second place in that class, back number 5049 WIC She's a Daisy, exhibited by Braylon Miller. And third place in that class will go to back number 5048, exhibited by Jackson Grace. We'll now bring in those first and seconds out of those classes in our senior division. Our judge will be selecting his champion reserve senior females. Back over in the Black Hereford ring, we have the results of your spring heifer calf class in our F1 division. First place went back number 236 SKLN Sugar 2202K, exhibited by Rory Burney. And second place went to back number 216, exhibited by Sammy Neff. Now in the ring, I do believe we have our next three classes. They were all single entries, so we brought all three of those females in. After this class, we are going to bring in each of our class winners in second places, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion F1 female.
Well, we got 3 single entries over here, and each of these are going to be division champions. So I'm just going to discuss them, and then we'll reintroduce them in here to the grand drive. Heifer that wins the first class, boy, she can really strike a pose from the profile. And I don't want it to go too long on this one, but I just have to brag on how impressive it is for this female to encompass this type of power and dimension and still organize herself in such a striking fashion here from the side. Still built square in terms of her feet and legs and organized in the way that she's composed. I like that she got muscle, but she lays it onto a framework that is both maternal and doesn't hold back her skeletal correctness. In a perfect world, I like Cat a little leaner than most, and so she's probably got a little more bark on her than what I term to be ideal. If we kick her maybe off feet a little earlier, I'd like her even better, but that heifer looks like she could have a profound impact on a breeding program. Just elegant, striking, powerful, and still very sound structured. I like a lot of things about the heifer that wins this next division. Big bone, awesome in terms of her balance. I think the length of this heifer's hip is probably my favorite attribute of this female. Consequently, she's won. Buddy, you stand back over there. I haven't used you. Okay, you're good. So this heifer over here that ends up, yeah, you can I guess take out if you want to. Go ahead. This heifer here that ends up being winning the second division here. I like the feet and legs of that heifer. I think she's really square in terms of her udder design as well. She's probably one that's pretty fresh at the top side of her neck, but starting to wear a little extra condition there around her tailhead. Starting to see maybe that calf pulling down on her loin a little bit, but boy, fundamentally, that is a great cow. I like the feet and legs, the functionality, practicality of that heifer awfully well. Then we get to our last division winner over here, last of our single entries. Certainly like the stoutness of bone that she has. I like the length, the performance. Starting to cake up a little extra white tissue down there through her udder. That's probably a little bit problematic for my taste. Certainly like the power of the mass. Just wish she was maybe leaned up and tidier up a little bit down there through her chest.
Well, congratulations over the Black Hereford ring. Class 7, first place exhibited by Jake Cox. Class 11, your first place in division champion was exhibited by Chloe Mack. And first place in division champion in our final class in your F1 show, exhibited by Colin Wilson. We'll now bring in all of those division champions and reserves, and our judge, Mr. John DeClerc, will select his champion reserve F1 female.
Bring out our class winners here for our second division here in the Texas Longhorn Show. I'm really, again, satisfied with what we've got out here. Maybe a few more types and kinds than we had there in that first division, but certainly each one of these females deserve to be out here and have the necessary quality to stand in the lineup here. Again, very pleased still with my second place females that we have standing there closer to the seats, but again, we'll go through each one of these again, but I'm really, this one that starts in that first class, just functionalities, what sorted her to the front. She maybe not the most beautiful there from her shoulder forward, but still just very, very correct. Here from the second class, again, this female one that strikes you pretty hard when she comes in here, certainly has the body mass and width and shape that we've talked about all day. Is she the sappiest middle one out here? Probably not, but still soft enough in my opinion. She's one that you got to like quite a bit out here in the lineup. The next one that comes out here is a really nice combination female. She's got the body depth and the maternal look. She's still on the move. She fills her track well enough. She sets down square enough. She's just a female that hard to punch a major hole in her that comes out of the third class there. And the female that comes out of the fourth class already showing a little bit of udder development. I appreciated her in class in terms of being correct in her condition as she comes to the ring today. Again, very nicely balanced female out of there. There's three particular females. Two are in this side, one's on the back side here. I think those three females certainly elite from what we've seen today. I'm going to show you the one that I like the best, and we'll talk again before we pick the reserve, because I'd like to tell you about this third option here, but let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I spoke briefly, but there was 3 of them out here, and we're not going to get to see that third one get in here for consideration because I think both of these females that would kind of come next in line are from this second class. So logically, the young lady here in the hat will be your reserve. But I think a great pair of females in this division just ran out of room for that third one in here. But congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your Junior Texas Longhorn show. Your senior champion will go to back number 5041, TB Harley Quinn, exhibited by Megan Bush. And reserve champion will go to back number 5038, CL Miss Cindy, exhibited by Sheridan Van Blarcom. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in your junior champions as well as your senior champions. And our judge, Mr. Garrett Thomas, who will be selecting his champion and reserve champion females.
A really remarkable lineup over here in our Black Hereford ring. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Boy, as good-haired and just fresh as a lot of these heifers are, it's evident that a lot of these juniors have spent a tremendous amount of time working with these cattle, and I certainly like to extend my compliments. It's difficult to overstate the gratitude that I have and how proud I am of these kiddos for what they've been able to do out here. I think it's a pretty close decision. We got a lot of good cattle out here. We talked about that heifer that won the first division. What I liked about her is her performance for her age. I like the length of body that she has, accounting for the fact that she's still just so long-sided. It's tough to make cattle long-bodied and deep. Generally, to make them deep, we just make them short and compact. This heifer's long-sided, but still got a tremendous amount of depth. And then despite the fact she's so long, she still pulls together a top line very strong. That's an antagonism I think is really hard to accomplish. I like the length and stretch that she's got in front of her shoulder blade there in terms of her neck. It maybe could be tidied up a little bit in her throat latch, or it probably could send a little higher. But her neck is really long and extended, and I still think that heifer is built right in terms of her structure. We probably could maybe, if we make her even better, dial her back just a little bit up front, and maybe you could see her a little wider in terms of her pin set. Like the look of the heifer that wins the second division, but for me, she's my favorite from a structural standpoint. The build of this heifer is really elite. I think she's got the most slope to her shoulder and bend to her knee out of all the cattle out here, and that also coincides with her maybe running downhill just a little bit, but I like to perfect structure, so that's a trade-off that I'm willing to make. I like the length of hip that heifer has. I think she proportions up with such a quality image here from the side, and I think part of the reason is she's the one that I think is the most 12 o'clock in terms of condition. She's a lot leaner than her contemporaries out here, and I like that about her. I like cattle to be more honest in their condition than most. She's probably not overwhelming in terms of power, probably a heifer that we maybe could see just a little bit more width as we get directly in front of the cattle, but I like that one awfully well. I bragged up the young man's heifer in our last discussion here. She's so opened up, so powerful, chock full of muscle, and then just great looking here from the side. I commented on her, you know, maybe she got a little bit of tail head, but more than anything, I'd just like to see her leaned up. You know, the one place I'd pick on this heifer is her shoulder design. It's a little upright and a little wide, and then that chest starting to fill up to push that apart even more. I think that's still being critical of a big-time donor prospect here. It's refreshing to find a heifer that looks like she's, you know, got that show ring presence that we're all after, but still got the wit to generate and make a profound impact on the next generation. Like the cow power and the functionality, the heifer that comes the flatter-haired heifer, maybe one that's getting just a little bit piecier in terms of her spine, maybe where her chest and her tail head, the fat kind of is drawing attention to her there. We talked about that last heifer there, that's stout, dimensional, maybe move quite as nice as we start to study her up front, gets a little more abbreviated in her step off either end. So nice lineup in here. The young man with the cowboy hat, he's my favorite. We're going to go ahead and make him our champion. We're going to use division number 2 here. The young gentleman circle in here will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our F1 Junior Show. Your champion will go to back number 226, Langford Delegates, 1625 ET, exhibited by Jacob Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will go to back number 236, SKLN Sugar, 2202K, exhibited by Rory Burney. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now go into your HX female show.
We have our division winners back out here for our champion female, and again, both of these divisions chock full of quality from top to bottom. Could not be happier with the pieces and parts that we've got collected out here for your champion drive. The calf that comes out of the first division, we talked about her just being so unique in the way she's built, with that refined feminine look and still having that much depth and body and easy keeping kind. Just very unique on the stop here with what she puts together in terms of the pieces, projecting this female out to be a breeding piece down the road. I think she offers some things that are hard to find in a female that we've got standing out here. On the move, if you want to be critical of her, she maybe doesn't just reach out as far as some of these other ones out here in the lineup, but again, I think certainly is the female of choice from that division, and I think she really, that's a small part to give up here, to have a female that has some of those unique pieces. The female that comes out of the older division here, she kind of kept marching her way up through the class in this division. She was just the relatively fault-free female. Again, I love the production-oriented look and type of this female. She's really bold there in her rib. She's really uniform in terms of her body depth going away. She's got some natural base width. I don't think there's much difference in terms of the front 1/3. She's a little more mature in terms of her build, but still very trim there about her chest floor. Again, the reserves or the reserve divisions that we have out here, the calf on the other side closer to the stands, I think maybe just greener in her condition, but built a lot like the female that wins the division. Very correct at the ground. I think long term that's one that gives this division winner some competition down the road. And again, a very unique breeding piece that comes there in the reserve division hole of our older division here. Has plenty of topside mass and pin width. You study this female again, really stout. You know, this is, I know we've got a lot more judging left to go yet today, but you know, these females, certainly you guys deserve a round of applause. This breed has made such genetic progress, and these females look so attractive in the way they're presented, very nicely and fresh in terms of their hide and their condition. It's something that you should certainly be proud of, and these are going to be the foundation of your programs moving forward. So I'd be happy if I was to start a program to start with any of these females that we have out here. There's one I like quite a bit to be your champion, and then from there I think the division, or the one that's going to come up in reserve, is absolutely competitive. It's just a matter of where you want to place your emphasis, what unique traits are the most important to you. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause on an excellent heifer show out here in the junior side of things.
Single entry over here on this side of the ring, and a female that certainly got all the hallmarks of being a great cow. I make that assessment based on the fact she's pretty rugged in terms of her foot and her bone work, a female that's got some length and some performance to her credit, but still really loose and flexible in her spine. She's maybe not as progressive in the depth to her midrib. There's a couple of other heifers, and we could use that to offset the depth of her chest just a little bit, but awful nice single entry out here. Nice job, young man.
Well, congratulations over here in your Junior Texas Longhorn show. Your grand champion female coming out of the senior division, back number 5041. VB Harley Quinn, exhibited by Megan Bush.
Like I said before, I think the decision gets pretty close in terms of just kind of what unique piece that you'd like to go with moving forward. This calf hit me pretty hard whenever she came in for class and division. I just love how easy keeping her look is, and still to be that refined there about her front, and still very feminine. You know, again, we maybe would change the way she moves, but she's still very attractive in terms of her angles. She'll be a reserve female. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your reserve Texas Longhorn female here in our junior show. Comes out of the junior division. That'll be back number 5015, LR Dixie Road CP, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're going to take a very brief 10-minute break over here in the Longhorn ring before we start our bull show. Back over here in the Black Hereford ring, we have the results of your HX female show. Your grand champion HX female went to back number 260. JCR Stella validated, 2210 ET exhibited by Colton Jenkins of Dale, Indiana. We're now going to get started with your junior percentage female show. First class in the ring will be class 32 spring heifer calves born April.
We get a pair of single entries over here in our Black Hereford show. Both of them will be division champions. We're just going to discuss these, and then we'll invite it back for our drive. Young man that ends up being at the front of the lineup here brings a really stylish heifer here. She's one that's great in terms of her lines. I like the height of the shoulder that she has, the strength that she hooks her spine in out of the backside of her shoulder blade. Really neat in terms of the freshness to the top side of her neck. And then, despite the fact she's got a little more stature and frame, I still think she's been accommodating enough depth of body and rib to not only balance up, but to make it as a really functional brood cow. We could probably give her a little bit more just flex and comfort built into her joints. This surface is getting pretty hard out here, and at times you'll catch her kind of wanting to knuckle up on her pasture ever so slightly. Young man that has our next division winner back here in the cowboy hat, he brings us one that's really loose structured. I like the length of body that heifer has. I think that she's the moderate type of female that's always going to stay in the right kind of rig and condition and production. I really value that about that particular female here. She's getting a little longer toed than what I'd like to see, so maybe we can make her a little bit more durable in terms of her foot shape. And underneath, I think all that hair, she's maybe not quite as opened up as ideal, but boy, that's an awful nice heifer.
Well, congratulations in our junior Black Hereford Percentage Female Show. Your division champion in the Spring Heifer Calf division goes to DKBH Easter Lily, exhibited by Sebastian Donham. And your champion in the junior heifer division will go to back number 257, Joe Revolution 9506, exhibited by Colton Jenkins. We're now going to bring in your next class. This will be junior heifer calves born January of 2022.
Got a nice pair of heifers over here in our Black Hereford show. I made the call from behind. I think when you dial around to the rear view, that's where it becomes pretty evident. Young man's heifer is one that's blessed with just more natural thickness. I read more arc and curvature that starts at the backside of that heifer's shoulder blade, and that trend line continues from there back because she's broader pinned and certainly accompanied with just more natural thickness and through a quarter. I really like the set to that heifer's hind leg. It's big, it's stout, it's authoritative, and it's really attractive. She's able to get out here and navigate this unforgiving surface awfully easy because of on account of just that skeletal correctness that she has. Now she's maybe a little bit earlier maturing, and that manifests in the fact that she gets a little deeper in her chest, a little bigger in her head, so we maybe could give her a little bit more just gas left in the tank from a maturity pattern standpoint. That's an awful good one to get started with. There's more frame score and size in the heifer that comes in second. She may be more appropriate for some environments on that account. I do think that heifer, for having a little bit more just scope in terms of her frame, is a plenty deep enough bodied and easy fleshing in order to still look like she's going to be a cost-efficient replacement as we start to project her out in production there. I think she's one that gets a little bit more unorganized in terms of her hip and hind leg posture. What I mean by this is that she slopes from hooks to pins. She'll kind of pair up a little narrow there at her hock. Heifer that's starting to cake up a little bit more white tissue there around her tailhead as well.
Well, congratulations in our junior heifer calf class. First place to go to back number 207, C.A. Miles High, exhibited by Landon Ellison. And second place in that class will go to back number 200, exhibited by Ruby Peters. Now coming in the ring is Class 37 Senior Heifer Calves born October 1st to October 31st of 2021.
Another single entry over here in our Black Hereford side, a female that I really like. And the antagonism that I'm drawn to on this heifer is, you know, we've really been pushing to make these cattle up front. We want to make them tall-shouldered, really give them that alert, kind of cocky look out here from the profile. And for this heifer to have that extra height to shoulder, I still think the set to her knee is awfully reasonable and certainly pretty attractive, and actually got some bend to her knee, enabling her to square up pretty good up front. I still think she's just a fraction upright in her shoulder angle, but I still think that the angle of her shoulder and knee is really impressive for how tall front of that heifer is. For a big scaled heifer, she's really bowled up high, actually quite a bit of natural thickness over the top side of her body. I like the length and the levelness of her hip, and her hind leg is phenomenal in terms of the reach and range of motion that she has. Now, she's one that's a little bit more tubular in terms of her bottom line. She's not as just sappy centered as some of those other heifers that have come out here, but I think that one's got a really bright future in front of her. My congratulations to this young man.
Well, congratulations in your senior heifer calf class. First place to go to back number 248, Sims Miss Jolene J58, exhibited by Colin Wilson of Cave Springs, Arkansas. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior heifer calves.
really nice division of black Hereford heifers over here. I like both the class winners awfully well. I don't think you can go wrong either way. We got cattle on opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of their frame score, but the quality's there. And I think it's kind of one of those situations. It's like if somebody wanted to give you free ice cream and they said they're going to give you free chocolate or they're going to give you free strawberry. Well, both of them are pretty good options. I'd like free ice cream either way, and I think that's kind of where we are here. Both of these are really good heifers. They've got some value to them. It just kind of comes into which one of your environments probably fits better here. The heifer that wins the first class, I live in Texas now, and I think she probably is a little bit more conducive frame scores-wise to a lot of the areas that I kind of work with, and in Texas and Louisiana. That's a moderate frame heifer that's really bold and robust in her rib cage. I think she's got a big skeletal width advantage down low. Both these cattle are bold up high, but I think this heifer that wins the first class is gauge wider down low as an individual. You know, on the go, she may be one that I like the flexibility that she's got out of her hind leg, but she'll fall out of balance ever so slightly. Her chest will sink out of her here on the go, and she'll kind of got a tendency to pull her hind leg up underneath her. Mentioned that she's one that's probably just a little bit more mature about her head and neck. You know, for a yearling heifer, she's getting pretty small. And so I think it kind of comes down to, do you think there's enough gas left in the tank? Like I said, for where I live at now in Texas, she's probably the one that fits that environment pretty well. Now, I grew up in Illinois, and that's where my family, where we run cows at, and we raise Simmentals. And I'll tell you, the heifer that wins this second class probably looks like she probably fit more the Midwest environment that's where I'm at. I think this heifer's frame score is a little bit more conducive to an environment like that because she is bigger and more extended. I think that heifer is one that we study is impeccable in terms of her feet and legs. And then for being a heifer that's got just a little bit more size and scale, I admire just how big she is down her top and the amount of mass that she's got up high as well. Now, she's a little bit more juvenile in her bottom line. I think perhaps it might be a little growth stage there, but I bet if she bellies down as a bred, that one's going to be awfully impressive. So it kind of comes down to, you know, both those heifers do some things that you like. For me, I just naturally drawn to the young man out of Class 2. We're going to use him for champion. We'll fall back up a Class 1 for reserve, but a great pair of females.
Well, congratulations over here in the percentage Black Hereford show. We have the results out of your senior heifer calf division. Your champion goes to back number 248, exhibited by Colin Wilson. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 207, exhibited by Landon Ellison. We're now going to bring in Class 38. These will be senior heifer calves born August to September of 2021.
Nice pair here to get started with in the bull show. I'm just going to opt for the added performance advantage here that we've got in the bull that we're going to lead off with here. Probably the bolder centered, kind of bigger bodied option between the pair of these. I'll be the first to admit maybe he's a little plainer there in this front 1/3, especially compared to the one that's going to slide into second here. But again, it's hard to look past the performance advantage that he's got here within these two. One that's going to come in second, again, probably the nice balanced, extended made bull that's really trimmed there about his front 1/3. Just for me, I'd like to soften him up, and at this point, he's at a pretty big deficit in terms of his performance weight per day of age-wise to run with the bull that's going to win the class, but a nice competitive pair of bulls to get started with here in the Texas Longhorn show.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Texas Longhorn ring. We are getting started with your bull show, Class 18, first place. Went to back number 5053, OCC Northbound, exhibited by Jalen Kremel. Second place in that class will go to back number 5052, CCR Nappy Stewart, exhibited by Braylon Miller. Now in the ring, we'll bring in class 19. These are bulls born March through April of the preceding calendar year.
Got a nice pair of single entries in this particular division on our Black Hereford side. Heifer that wins the first class, the gentleman brings up here, one that's really fresh at the top side of her neck. I like the fact that heifer is one that she's a little bit worn her working clothes, isn't blessed with quite as much hair coat, but I still think that she's really seamless in the way that her shoulder ties onto her forerib. I like the fact that heifer's got some depth to her heart and her midrib, and then I think a big advantage that she has over the heifer that wins the second class is she's stronger in her loin, and she certainly just meets the surface with more cushion in terms of her pasture. And we study the cattle from the side, you know, she'll start to kind of triangle down into her stifle, and that kind of alludes to the fact when we get behind the cattle, she's blessed with quite as much as natural pop and thickness as the heifer that wins that second class. Second class winner, obviously, she's one that's got a little bit more hair coat, so that maybe gives you that strong first impression. But even if you dig into the details underneath that extra hair, I still think that heifer is really robust in the base of her rib cage. I think she's got more outer projection just to her center cavity there, and certainly reads with more width at her pins and kind of follows suit down low. Like the stoutness of bone that she has, you know, she's probably a heifer that from chest to flank we could tidy up a little bit, and at times I caught her when she tempos up here on the go, just weakening up in her loin a little bit, but it didn't bother me too much. I like cattle that are level hip, and sometimes if we make them, you know, high in their pin bone, they're naturally just going to sink down a little bit there in her loin, and so I like that about that particular heifer for my vantage point. So good pair of them. I'm going to use the young lady. She'll be our champion this division. The gentleman will fall with reserve.
Well, congratulations in this next division over here in your percentage Black Hereford show. Champion in that division will go to JCR Surprise 123, exhibited by Emily Tabor. And reserve in that division goes back number 211, exhibited by Lane Shoulderman. Our next two divisions over here in the Black Hereford ring are single entries, so for following suit with what we've been doing, I believe we'll be bringing in both of those entries.
nice set of 3 bulls over here in the Longhorn show. I think one that really hits you pretty hard when he first comes in the ring, going to rise to the top in this class. Certainly has an advantage in terms of his topside mass, and still with that, still lays in relatively smooth there at the point of his shoulder, really balances up. Really, really nice young lady, gets this bull stopped and set up like he is right now, really one that pieces himself together really, really nicely. Maybe doesn't take the longest, freest stride, but certainly one I think is still very sound and has an advantage over the one that's going to come in second. Bull that slides in the second hole here, maybe just a little lax there in his top line compared to the one that is going to win. I studied this one at the ground, and that's probably where he does sort himself into the second hole. He maybe splays out a little bit there off his front two, maybe a little more tentative there on his rear pasterns compared to the one that wins, but still has a sizable mass advantage compared to the one that's going to round out the class in terms of his center rib. You get right in behind him. He's just a little more masculine in terms of his build, his muscle mass at this stage of the game. One that rounds out the class, like we said, probably the freest moving of the trio that we've got out here on the move. Really easily meets his stride. I think he just comes to us a little greener, a little more immature in his development today, but one that I think, in my opinion, gives these other 2 bulls all they want. Just a little more time on feed, let him develop and mature just a little bit, because that advantage at the ground is going to suit him well down the road. Congratulations again on a nice trio of bulls.
We got another pair of entries over here. Both of them are single entries and division winners. Can invite them back for our champion lineup here in a little bit. Young man's Heifer that wins this first division, or the one at the front of the lineup, I should say. This one's really rugged in the way she's built. I'm really a big fan of just how stout and authoritative she plants her hind leg. Female that's still got plenty of dimension when we get behind the cattle. Really loose structure. I value that about that particular heifer, and I think it probably works to her advantage because she's carrying a little extra condition on her, but she's still able to get out here and take a pretty long free stride and have some athleticism from my vantage point. She's not the most ladylike in terms of the feature to her head and her chest and neck. And maybe you could see her just a little gathered up there in her teats, but like that heifer awfully well. Heifer that wins the next division out here, the female that I think is one that's a little stronger in terms of her top line. I like the strength that she's got into her spine. Pretty long out of her hip as well. Got plenty of dimension when we get behind the cattle. You know, she's another one that we talked about, maybe the heifer in front of her carrying a little extra condition. This heifer to me is maybe having a tougher time navigating this surface because she's starting to fill up in her chest, and that's pushing her shoulder apart a little bit. She's a little bit more abbreviating her step off either end. There's some quality there, just like seeing that heifer toned back a little bit from a condition standpoint.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford Percentage Ring. Your Spring Yearling Heifer Division Champion was exhibited by Sammy Neff, and your Junior Yearling Division Champion exhibited by Colin Wilson. We'll now bring in all of those division champs and reserves, and our judge will select his champion and reserve jury champion percentage female. Back over the Texas Longhorn ring, we have the results. The Class 19 in your bull show. First place was back number 5055. OCC Haywire, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Second place in that class will go to back number 5054. WIC Next Big Deal, exhibited by Braylon Miller. And third place in that class is exhibited by Hannah Matthew. Now in ring 2, we have class 20. These are bulls born January through February, the preceding calendar year.
getting to one of the larger classes here in the bull show, and certainly one in my mind that sorts his way to the top. Relatively easy, just super fresh in terms of his presentation today. Slick hide, I mean, just really, really attractive in terms of his look from the side. He balances up really well. He's the long-spined one out here that's got some shape there to the middle part of his body. If you want to be critical, maybe he's a little lax in his top line, but certainly not an issue for me today. I think that just shows you how long-spined, big middle he is, and still you get behind him, he reads with some natural muscle mass and whip. One that's going to come in second here, a little more moderate frame, but really love the heaviness of structure here. Young lady gets him stopped and set up right there. That's a really dynamite look that you get here from the side. Maybe not as soft-centered at this stage of the game as we have in the one that's going to win the class, but really a cool, unique breeding piece that we have here that slides his way into second. Young lady's bull that comes in third here. I guess I'm just a little critical of him on the move. He's not as attractive as some of these other ones. As we get him at the lead, he's just a little frailer featured, maybe just not as fresh in his appearance today, but when you get him stopped and set up right there again, bounces up pretty nicely. Just like to stouten him up at the ground, really, to move him up any higher in this class. Problem in the lineup probably comes here in fourth. You know, probably a bull that gets a little overwhelmed in terms of performance for those three that are right above him, but is built as good as any of them that we've seen come through here. Really love the round rib shape there in the middle part of his body. Maybe not being overly cooperative out here, and that maybe hurts him a little bit, but main thing for me, I think time and feed will be his best friend, and see if he can catch up to some of those bulls that have that weight per day of age advantage, because structurally he's built really, really correct and he's got some neat pieces. Big high-performing bull that comes next in the lineup, really long and extended, but really for me, I'd like to, with that added performance, would like to soften him up, have him just present with a little lower maintenance look. He's a little more tucked up in his flank. This bull projects to certainly be pretty large in terms of his mature weight and size, and for me, I like him just a little easier keeping than what we have in him, but certainly have to credit him for his pin width and performance that he's got. Next one, the young man leads out here again, balances up relatively good. Just for me, I'd like to make him a nickel more stouter there in the middle part of his body. Watch him go away. He's a little narrow there at the ground, but young man does a nice job sticking with this one, I think, again. A little more time on feet, see if this one masses up. I think he'll be fine as we project him down the road. And again, a nicely balanced bull that rounds out the lineup here. Maybe just not as fresh in terms of his presentation today. Would like to see him a little bolder there in the center part of his body. Again, maybe not cooperating overly easy today and making him a little harder to look at, but one that just maybe needs a little more width throughout to compete a little higher in the class. But congratulations, nice set of bulls here.
Well, we've got a really nice lineup of our kind of black Herefords over here in this ring. I'd like to extend my compliments to these junior kids out here. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give them a big round of applause. Yeah, I've really enjoyed getting to sort through this show today. Certainly got a great set of kiddos out here. I made an opportunity to I enjoy judging junior shows. I get a chance to talk to these youngsters out here, and you can tell these kids are doing what they love. They take a lot of pride in what they do, and it certainly shows in terms of their craft and their skill level presenting these cattle and getting them put together in terms of their showmanship ability as well. Talk about some of these heifers, and what I think's fun about this is that I grew up in Illinois. I'm a nutritional consultant now in Texas, and I'll tell you, it doesn't matter where I'm at in the country. You drive around, you look out the window, black baldy cows are synonymous with just low maintenance, cost efficient cattle that really thrive in production. And we got a set of cattle out here that really embody those maternal strengths. The black baldy cow is going to be a kind of a rancher's choice, regardless of where you are in the country, because they're functional, they're practical, and these heifers certainly emulate those features to a very high level. Talk about the heifer wins in first class, first division here. Really nice from the profile, tall fronted, fresh at the top side of her neck. Maybe not the most chiseled out in her throat latch. And then we get behind the cattle, we could probably make her a little wider, but certainly appreciate just the style that she presents here from the profile. Heifer wins the next class. Feet and legs are awesome on this one. Certainly like the looseness, the flexibility that she has. Like that for directly in front of her. We maybe could give her a little bit more bulk and density when we get behind the cattle. I don't like that she's getting a little longer toed, and I certainly think she's going to require a little bit more maintenance as a mature cow to probably keep her feet in check. Heifer that ends up winning the third class, this one I think just stands alone in terms of quality. And I'm a big believer in, as you're judging a show, you want to take them home. That's how you need to sort them. Which one do you think is going to be the most intriguing breeding piece. And this one, to me, in terms of length of body, extension, and still being strong top and bold and opened up, is really impressive. The top side power this heifer exemplifies, certainly places her in the elite sector of this breed's registration base, and she complements that by being so elegant in terms of the shape to her neck and the length and extension that she has here from the side. She's not the stappiest bellied heifer in the lineup, but I think that she's still got gas to continue to get better. When she bellies down as a big bred, I think she's going to be one that's going to be really tough to get around. For the wins, the next division here, tall-fronted. Certainly like the depth of body, the fleshing ability that she has. She's a heifer that gets a little bit more rigid in terms of the way she uses her hock. Splays out up front, which I think is predicated by the fact that she's maybe just a little up and down in terms of her structure. But like that heifer's freshness, like the dimension that she portrays. Heifer that wins the next division here, another big-bodied, easy-keeping female. Boy, she's just got so much fleshing ability. I like the moderation of frame size that she has. I think she's always going to be the right size to mature count. Talked about her maybe being the fact that that extra condition is beginning to compromise her balance and structure. She's getting to be pronounced in her chest. The chest is starting to push apart her shoulder blade, and as a consequence, she's a little bit more abbreviating her step off either end. Heifer went the last division here, really loose made. I like just how rugged she is in terms of her foot and bone. I like the fact that heifer's really stout-legged and balances up well here from the profile. When we get behind the cattle, she's a little deceptive. She's got so much dimension and stoutness through her bone work here from the side. I anticipated her just to be bolder, sprung, and wider constructed when we get behind the cattle. She's a little gathered in her teeth, and I'd like to see her a little further along in terms of gestation. Another heifer that I want to bring up is the heifer that a young man's got here circling. I think she's one that's extremely bold-bodied, dimensional, really loose in terms of her feet and leg structure there. You know, she's getting a little quicker in the feature to her head, maybe a little bit more mature in terms of the drop to her chest. Make that heifer a little later maturing. I think she'd probably be one here that maybe could win this particular show, but just a heifer that could be a little later maturing, but certainly right in the mix of things. So there's one I like awfully well. That's going to be the young lady out of division number 3. She'll be our champion. I'm going to give one more look after that for reserve.
Nice class of 3 over here on the Longhorn Bull Show, and in my mind, one that wins rather logically here. Again, from the ground up, I think has got some pieces and parts and really correct there in terms of his angles. Really like the softness and easy keeping look that he's got on the move. Again, remains really attractive. Love the fresh presentation of the one that sorts his way to the top. No doubt the one that's in second here is probably the big outline, upstanding bull, that probably the widest from tip to tip. Really like the testicular development of this bull. Just for me, to get around this one that's going to win, I think I'd like to soften him up a little bit. He is a little more tucked up there, forerib and flank, compared to the one that's going to win. But again, you have to appreciate the balance and the extension and the attractive look that he gets whenever he gets, young lady gets him set up here from the side. Well, the rounds out the class, just gets outperformed. You know, he's going to be just a more compact package, maybe not as mature as those ones that are directly above him in this class, but still, again, relatively correct at the ground, like the testicular development. Just for me, I want to see a little more performance, a little more weight per day of age to compete with these two higher performing bulls. Congratulations on a nice trio.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford ring. Your grand champion percentage female goes to back number 248. Sims Miss Jolene, J58, exhibited by Colin Wilson. And reserve will go to back number 207. That's C.A. Miles High, exhibited by Landon Ellison. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now go into your junior purebred female show. We'll start with the first division. These will be spring heifer calves. Back over in the Longhorn show, we have the results. From class 21, these were bulls born September through December of the second preceding calendar year. First place went to back number 5066, Nitty Gritty CP, exhibited by TJ Danley Jr. Second place went to back number 5065, exhibited by Savannah Duncan. And third place in that class will go to back number 5064, exhibited by Simon Lee Teal. We're now going to bring in all of your class winners and second placings. Our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion bull.
On our black Hereford side, we got a really striking heifer to win this particular class. So she can really draw a very photogenic look here from the profile on account of the fact that she's extremely proportional. I think her balance makes sense. Her height to length ratio is right on target. She's reads pretty fresh at the top side of her neck. I like the condition that she's presented in here. You have one that I think is still really nice in terms of her structure. We can maybe make her a little bit more athletic, but boy, her feet and legs are square. They catch her step every time. Maybe it could just be a little bit more attractive, but that's an awful good heifer here, one that I think's got a very bright future in front of her.
Let's start by giving these bull exhibitors a round of applause for your champion lineup out here. We got just the class winners out here, but let's give them a round of applause. Really a good lineup. You know, we have not quite had the numbers that we did in the female show, but certainly had some bigger classes still and had the opportunity to really sort some differences within the lineup that we've got out here. And again, just from the first division on, trying to put some emphasis on some functionality and some longevity in the way these cattle are built were certainly a priority of mine, and certainly believe I've got that out here with the lineup that we have, and even with our reserves. Some of those are absolutely competitive out here within the lineup. The youngest one out here, again, you know, maybe not the most overwhelming in terms of muscle compared to these older, more mature bulls out here, but again, just very correct in his own right, very soft middle, very correct on the move, you know, maybe gives up a little bit in that front 1/3 compared to the rest of the lineup here, but again, you have to appreciate how correct he is and structurally sound there from the hock down compared to some of the lineup out here. The one that comes out of the second class, no denying, this one's got plenty of muscle mass and dimension, really reads with some shape down there out of his loin, down through his lower quarter, and still really bold and how he looks today, really full, you know, really an impressive individual that comes out here. Again, maybe gives up some of the depth that we see on the bulls on either side of him, but one that certainly has a lot of breeding value in the way that he's built. The next one comes out, again, a very freshly presented bull, again, on the move. We like how easily he feels his stride. He's really bold. When you get behind him, wide pin, has some shape down low. You know, we talked about he's the long spine bull that maybe does break a little bit there behind his shoulder, but for me, it doesn't really bother me with all the other good things. He's so attractive and proud there through his front end and still has some muscle mass. And the one that rounds out the lineup here, the oldest bull, you know, kind of came out of that class as the problem-free bull that moves plenty easy. You know, he was the bull that carried the most flesh, but still not excessive in that area. Really smooth, again, very fresh in terms of his presentation. Maybe doesn't have that crease in terms of his muscle shape of some of these bulls that stand right in front of him, but again, a very fault-free bull here in the lineup. Those second places certainly are ones that are in consideration here after we pick a champion, but it's been a great bull show. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause, and I'll show you the two I like the best. Bring that second place up here, one I think that is absolutely competitive. I think he's really unique in terms of his build. He's got some cool parts and pieces with how he's put together. He just maybe gave up a nickel of performance and mass through the middle part of his body compared to that one that wins, but he's one I like quite a bit. I think he's the most unique one standing out here. He'll be a reserve bull. Congratulations.
Well, we get a nice pair of heifers out here in this particular class. Heifer that wins is just a little bit freer in terms of her stride. I think she's one that's built a little bit more long-term at the ground in terms of her comfort level in her foot and her bone, and I certainly like the extra set that she's got built into her pasture. Reed's a little bit more durable in the shape that she's got there in the spread to her rear toe. From there up, I still think that's a more elegant option. I read her to be longer and more extended up through her front end. Still pretty fresh in terms of the top side of her neck. We could probably see her neck send higher and tighter up down there through her chest, but I still think that's a really attractive effort. Got plenty of depth of body as we said he's an individual. Maybe could power up just a fraction from behind. That's being pretty critical of an awfully good one. Heifer that comes in second kind of emulates some of the features that I like in my winner. She too's long-bodied and strong in terms of her top. Got an easy fleshing look and catches her step every time. As she tempos up, she's got a tendency to kind of knuckle up on her pastern. As I study that heifer and on the go, she'll roll up in her spine and maybe pull in just a little narrow there at her hock.
Well, congratulations over here in the Texas Longhorn ring. The results of your bull show. Your champion was exhibited by Jalen Krimmel, and reserve champion exhibited by Sarah Damley. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be getting started with your steer show. We'll look for Class 26. Steers born April through June of the preceding calendar year. Back over the Black Hereford ring, results of intermediate yearling division. Your champion went to back number 205, exhibited by Landon Ellison. And reserve in that division will go to back number 213, exhibited by Carly Schluterman. We're now going to bring in those division champion reserves over in the purebred ring. Our judge will select this champion reserve purebred Black Hereford female. After this division, we are going to bring the percentage champion reserve in, and our judge will select a supreme champion female.
So we roll right into our steer show here. Just a single entry in our to get started with here, and one that again you have to appreciate how trim-necked and neat there in his chest floor that he is, and still, I mean, relatively immature, but with that, he's still got plenty of muscle mass on the move. He's certainly flexible there off the rear part of his skeleton. It'll be one to be interesting to watch him develop over time and see how he masses up with that balance and look that he's got. So a nice single entry here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our first class of steers, first place. We'll go to back number 5067, exhibited by Megan Bush. We're now going to bring in class 27. This will be the final class in our junior division. These steers were born between January and March of the preceding calendar year.
We get a nice lineup here of our purebred females on our Black Hereford side. I like that both division winners awfully well, and I'm torn on this decision. I think you could certainly go either direction and be justified. I'll just try to describe the differences that I see. I think Hereford wins the first class. I really like the height, the shoulder that she has. I like just how much tidier she is down there through her chest floor. I think her head reads a little bit more feminine and ladylike and maybe a little bit more youthful and maybe matches her birth date a little bit better out here. I think she's one that reads a little bit more honest in terms of her condition as well. We study that heifer. I think she's one that balances up well from the side, but she maybe just doesn't have that extra stoutness and wow factors. We study just the feature to her hind leg. I think the shape to her feet is really nice. Maybe we get behind the cattle, but she wants to taper a little bit there from hooks to pins. Like that for the wins in second division. To me, her big advantage is her structure. She's got more slope built into her shoulder, the bend built into her forearm and knee certainly reads more long-term, and I like the fact that she's just accompanied with so much natural body and dimension, stoutness down low. She's got all the hallmarks to be a great cow, and she still organizes herself in a very collected fashion here as we study her from the profile. You know, if we could get a little nitpicky on her, we maybe pick her up in her chest floor just a little bit. I think she's starting to show her age a little bit in terms of the feature to her head, but boy, I like the stoutness and the structural correctness of that heifer awfully well. So close decision for me between those two. The gentleman's going to, the Division 2 is going to have our champion. We'll follow with the Division 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our purebred Black Hereford division. Your champion will go to back number 205. JM Ms. Harlan, 7A, exhibited by Landon Ellison, and reserve champion will go to back number 238. SK Ellen Stephanie, 2201K, exhibited by Rory Burney. We're now going to bring in your grand champion percentage female, as well as the grand champion purebred female, and our judge will select his supreme champion female. After this selection, we are going to have a brief showmanship contest, followed by your open Black Hereford show.
Boy, what an incredible pair of heifers out here we have in contention for our supreme honors. Both these females, I think, obviously represent very progressive breeding programs because their attributes in terms of quality, the skeletal width, the structural correctness of them is just so unmatched, and I think you probably couldn't go wrong either direction. We talked about him here. The heifer that wins our first division here is one that I think is an advantage that she has is the slope to her shoulder, or the set to her shoulder up front. It's smoother, and she's tucked in neater at her elbow, and then consequently she just blends back so much smoother in the base of her forerib, almost seamless in that transition. And what I like about that heifer is for being laid in neater at the edge of her shoulder blade, she's still bolder back and just bigger up high, and that's a combination I like. Generally, when we're going to add power, we've got to take more shoulder, and then we maybe get some structure or get some issues in terms of cavities. When cattle are built with muscle, but they're that smooth like that, they've just got endless mating opportunities because it's just tough to add power and still have that kind of shoulder design where they can be put together so flawless in that regard. That heifer's longer bodied, but still stronger in her top line. I think she's more honest in terms of her condition, and we talked about her being just probably a little leveler out of her hip as well. You know, maybe a heifer we could see just a little deeper body. She's going to need some time to belly down, but that one's awfully nice. Heifer that wins the second division here, our purebred, I think Baby Evans is just a shot stouter in her foundation than the heifer that wins the percentage show there. I think she's one that's probably a little bit more appropriate in the shape to her feet. I think she's got more spread to her toe. The length of her heel is certainly a little bit more on point from my vantage point there. And then she's just so modern and practical, looks like the type of female that's going to be just a world-class cow as we set her in production. We get nitpicky on an awfully good heifer. She's a little bit more out up front in terms of the edge of her shoulder blade, a little lower in her pin set. Maybe we could see her just a little later maturing, but that's an extraordinarily good female there to win that particular class. So really close decision for me, but I'm going to go ahead and use the young man in the cowboy hat up front here at the percentage. She'll be our supreme.
Get back over here into the steer show. We've got one that's maybe not the most cooperative in the world to lead off with here, but one that excels the class in terms of his boldness and his shape and his true dimension and, you know, projecting him out. I love the look of this one, really wide in terms of his spread there, and still one that's correct in his structure. I think this one's got a bright future ahead of him. He sorts himself to the top. The next one that comes here in second, one from the side you really have to like, probably balances up the best of any that we've got standing out here. Super long and extended, really smooth, very striking in terms of his look from the side, and still a one I think that handles his feet and legs really good, one I think gets better and better with time. He slides into the second spot. The one that comes in third here, the young lady's got like the moderation of frame. He's probably the easy keeping one compared to the two that are on either side of him, but with that moderation, he's maybe just given up some of that mass. If we're going to have him be a little more moderate in his frame, I'd like to see him put just a little more dimension as I study him down his top, watch him go away, but still on the move. One of the more correct steers off both ends. Love the angle and the flex there that he has in his hock and pastern on his rear too as he goes away. Another big outline, nicely balanced steer that comes here next. Love the length of spine. Just for me, I maybe would like to make him a little more conservative in terms of his frame with that added performance and height of shoulder there. Maybe would like to soften him up there in his flank, but maybe with more time on feed and that drops down, he looks a little more mature in his look. He certainly will be more competitive, but at this stage of the game, he's just a little awkward in terms of he's probably in a growth spurt, a little leaner in terms of his condition. Young man's next one that comes out here again, kind of going back down, another moderate frame, heavy structure one, just maybe a little plainer in his general look, a little rounder and lower in his pin set as we get him pulled to lead. Maybe not as smooth there at the point of his shoulder, just doesn't quite piece together like some of those ones on either side of him, but one I think again with some maturity, smooth him up a little bit, obviously has the opportunity to move up within this class. And again, another high performing individual here to round out the class, really lean, long and extended, probably one of the leaner conditioned ones that we have out here in the class, but for me, just project him to be a little bigger in terms of his mature size, and for that, I'd like to just make him more easy fleshing in his type and kind to move any higher in the class, but a really nice competitive class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our junior Longhorn show, class 27 in the steer show. First place, we'll go to back number 5074, JCG Old Chunk of Coal and Jackson Grace. Second place goes to back number 5069, exhibited by Braylon Miller. Third place went to back number 5071, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Fourth place, exhibited by Savannah Duncan. Fifth place went to Simon Lee Teal, and sixth place Go to back number 5073, exhibited by Nicholas Maffey. We're now going to bring in the first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior steer. Over here in the Black Hereford ring, we are starting our showmanship contest.
We get our winners back out here for this first division in the steer show. Again, maybe not as many numbers as we've had before, but certainly, again, satisfied with what we've got out here. Just the single entry there from our first class, one that we talked about, just a little immature today, but still one that balances up super nice, very correct at the ground. Just really a striking look, and still travels with some flexibility and mobility off of both ends. The one that comes out of our second class, one that's certainly not cooperating, but hard to look past some of the things that this one's got in terms of his topside mass, natural base width, and shape down low. You get in behind him, really bold there in the center part of his rib. He'll be your champion in this division. We'll pull up that second place again. I love the balance of that one, and the future that one projects out to be. He'll be your reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Longhorn ring. The results of your junior champion steer division. Champion wins back number 5074, exhibited by Jackson Grace, and reserve champion back number 5069, exhibited by Braylon Miller. We'll now bring in class 31. These are steers born May through August of the second preceding calendar year.
Well, over here in our Black Hereford side, we've got an outstanding group of senior showmen. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give them all a big round of applause. You know, this is one of the more challenging things to sort through because it's so subjective in nature. It comes down to the eye of the beholder. We want somebody that's really intense, and you want somebody that's really laid back. So a lot of this is going to come down to personal preference. You know, I think it's, to me, when we think about show cattle, it's absolutely staggering when you think about the amount of time that each one of these calves represents. Because for these young people, they spend hundreds or maybe even thousands of hours with these cattle, and maybe not even just this one that they've got here, but their whole show career is culminating into that experience that gets them out to this point. And you can tell that because we spend so much time with these cattle, we want to make sure when we get in the show ring that we present them in the best possible light that you possibly can, because sometimes that might be the difference between winning the show and being third in class. The line is so fine between some of these really elite cattle that we've got out here that the differences can really be exacerbated by a really good showman. And there's several of these kids out here that do an outstanding job. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Illinois, the Bears and the Cubs were just absolutely awful. But when I was a real little kid, there's a guy by the name of Michael Jordan that played basketball for the Chicago Bulls. And, you know, I always remember at that time when I was growing up, people talk about really good basketball players, and sometimes it's tough to describe how somebody's really good in a sport. And so they would just say, boy, that kid over there, he's got game. That kid over there, he's got game. He's really good. I don't know how to describe it. He's just good at what he does. I'm going to tell you what, we got some senior exhibitors out here, and these kids, they got game. They really brought the heat out here and did an outstanding job. Now, there was one person that I noticed during the show that I thought just was absolutely flawless in their ability to get their calf stuck every time, really had their heifer alert and put together, set up just perfect every time. And to me, probably my favorite showmen are the ones that you don't notice. They don't draw attention themselves. They're not blowing on a calf's face. They're not over-showing. The idea of showmanship is to draw attention to your animal because you've got your animal set up perfect, not to draw attention to yourself. So there's one individual out here that stood out for me. It's going to be this young lady, number 3 hole here. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our senior division. Your champion will go to back number 218. That's Sammy Neff. Congratulations in the senior division. We'll now bring in your intermediate division.
Really nice set over here on the Longhorn steers as we get some of these that are a little more advanced in their age and condition. And I tell you, just a really striking one to start with. The young lady's got here, nicely presented, so fresh in terms of his hide, just really, really attractive in his look from every angle, and still has got some meat animal shape. Really, again, bold in terms of his rib shape, and he's got some dimension down low at the ground. Really correct in terms of his structure. A logical place to start for me in this class of 4. The young, the red one that we've got coming here next, you know, love the heaviness of structure, love the performance, is probably a little more advanced in terms of his condition for this stage of the game. Just for me, it's a relatively close decision. It's just, for me, a quality issue. I really love this one that gets started in terms of how striking that one is when he enters the ring. This one just, again, love the size of foot and bone in this one. Really like the softness in terms of his look. Just maybe gives up some of that striking eye appeal that we have in the one that wins, but relatively close decision there between those two. The young ladies steer that comes second here, third in the lineup. Again, another really, really attractive, nicely balanced one that maybe just gets to be a little plainer in his shape. You study him down his top, he's a little flatter there in his forerib. Going away maybe gives up some base width to that one that slides into the second hole. And the young lady here that rounds out the class, her steer maybe just gives up a little bit in terms of the freshness of presentation that we see in some of those other ones, but in his own right, already laying down some fat deposition there, has got some pin width and some muscle shape, just on the move, maybe isn't quite as attractive as some of the other ones in the class, but again, a nice set here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Longhorn ring. Results of Class 31. First place was back number 5077, exhibited by Sheridan Van Blarkum. Second place went to back number 5078, exhibited by Gavin Shoemake. Third place in that class, exhibited by Harley Jo Robertson. And fourth place will go to back number 5075, Melissa Elizabeth Denmark. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 32. These are steers born January through April of the second preceding calendar year.
I'd like to congratulate our 3 intermediate showmen out here, folks. If you don't mind, help me give these kids a big round of applause and congratulate them for their efforts. Yeah, I think this has been a good division. Got to see a lot of these youngsters out here showing today. You know, one thing that's always interesting to me is that every time, I don't have kids myself, but any parent that has really young kids, they all seem to know like how long of a fuse their kid has. So if they got a kid that's under 5 and they're in public, they all seem to leave right before their kid has a meltdown and blows up. And we all know that those kids, they can do that. Well, I think to me, if you're a really good showman, you kind of got to have the same feel for your heifer too. We all know when we get them out here in the show ring, they're going to get a little nervous. There's people out here, they can get overstimulated, they can get a little antsy, and so sometimes you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You can't try to fidget with them so much that you get them upset, and then they start kind of throwing their head around or not wanting to set up. I think the idea is that you can't fight with the heifer when you get her in the show ring. So you want to get them close, and then kind of keep them where you don't get that fuse kind of burning down that you're going to have a blow up, because you know that can make all the difference in the world if you got a heifer that's not wanting to cooperate. And so I think that's a good message here and something I thought really stood out to me. There's one person that did a good job of getting their calf put together every time, but didn't overshow, didn't fidget with them to the point where maybe it start to compromise. They're you know, getting a little bit nervous on you there and kind of having a meltdown like a 4-year-old tantrum a kid would have there. So that's going to be this young lady in the middle lineup here. She's going to be our champion.
Well, congratulations in our intermediate division. Your champion will go to back number 252. That's Madeline Eskew. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in your junior division. Look for 2 entries in this class.
Again, getting started here with, in my mind, the combination steer. Really combines some flesh with some muscle mass. You study this one, he certainly spread some width there on his top side and still really bold in the center part of his rib. Watch him go away. He's got some natural base width and a little crease and shape there in the lower part of his quarter. Again, in my mind, probably just the problem-free combination steer to sort of his way up to the top. Young man here that's going to be second again does a great job putting this one together. Really balances up very nicely from the side. Probably surprises you a little bit when you get in behind him, really see how much shape he's got right in there behind his shoulder, and still really, really wide in terms of his spread from tip to tip, and on the move, very correct in terms of his angles off both ends of his skeleton. One that's going to come in third here, a steer that, again, very striking in his look, and from the side balances up really well. Just maybe isn't quite as soft and shapely as we'd like to see some of these ones that are a little higher in the lineup, a little taller shouldered. Again, from the side, bounces up beautifully, level hip, attractive set to his leg. Just for me, I'd like to mass him up some to move him a little higher in the lineup. Next one that comes around right here, much like the one that's in third, maybe doesn't quite have that same balanced look, but would like to soften this one up for this stage of the game. Would like to see him already laying down a little more fat deposition, have a little more muscle mass to move him up any higher. And the one we round out the class with, probably a little more appropriate in terms of his frame size and projected endpoint size-wise. Like the softness in him, maybe just not as fresh today. And again, maybe a little plainer in his shape as we study him, right in behind his shoulder and down through his lower quarter compared to these other ones in the class. But a nice set again. Congratulations, young lady.
Well, in our final showmanship division over here on the Black Hereford side, two junior individuals both do a great job. I'd like to certainly commend both these individuals out here. If you don't mind, let's give them a round of applause. I'll tell you, these guys, showmanship's something I take a lot of pride in. And my nephews back home, they show the twins are 11 and the youngest one is 9. And I know that it takes a lot of work to get these kids out here, so I'd like to compliment the families that are involved that help these youngsters out. Showmanship's one of those things, it's about like anything in life. You want to get good at it, you got to do it. It takes practice, it takes repetition. You got to get out in the ring, got to develop a rapport with your animal where they feel comfortable with you, and that's not only working at home, but get them an opportunity to get in the ring to where they kind of don't get so nervous out here. I don't care who it is that you look up in life. If it's Michael Jordan, Patrick Mahomes, if it's your dad because he's a great hunter, a great cowman, anybody that's successful has had a lot of hours of repetition and work at their craft. You just don't roll out of bed and be awesome at pulling calves the first time you do it. You don't roll out of bed and throw a football 50 miles or 50 yards down the field with extreme accuracy the first time you try. And so it's one of those things, if you want to be a good showman, put in the time, put in the effort to get out in the ring and do it. I think there's a little difference out here in terms of just level of experience. You can tell one young man's a little bit more competent in getting their calves set up and keeping their head up. It's going to be a gentleman up front here. He'll be champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in your junior division. You're a champion. We'll go to Landon Ellison. Congratulations to all of our showmen. We are going to go right into our open Black Hereford show over here in Ring 1. In Ring 2, results of Class 32 in your Texas Longhorn Junior Show. First place into back number 50885, exhibited by Jenna Lee Quillen. Second place into back number 5082, exhibited by Sarah Danley. Third place, back number 5081, exhibited by Lily Thomas. Fourth place went to back number 5083, exhibited by Savannah Duncan. And fifth place, we'll go to back number 5084, exhibited by Avery Maffei. Now in Ring 2, we have Class 33. These are steers born of the third preceding calendar year. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sitting ringside, we are going to get started here in ring one. We'll be getting started with your National American Black Hereford Open Show. We're going to start with the F1 division. First class in will be Spring Heifer Calves, born May to June of 2022. We're excited to welcome back your judge to ring one, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma.
Folks ringside, this is an impressive sight to say the very least. Let's give all these exhibitors in the ring here in this last class a round of applause. This is impressive to say the least. I mean, as many of you probably know, I have not judged very many Longhorn shows, but this is an impressive sight to see all these steers out here, and the combination of having some meat animal quality and still maintaining what this breed is known for in terms of being so striking in their look and having the horns that they have and the spread that they have, and trying to waste up that because breeds are really kind of towards the end point for where they're going to be, and trying to consider those things as we have these older ones out here. It's obviously been a pleasure, and one I like to start with, I like quite a bit. I think he combines both of those things, and when he first walks in, he's easy to see. He's very striking in terms of his freshness of his hide. Really spans really wide and still's got some shape. You study him down his top, really bold there right in behind his shoulders, got some width as you watch him go away. An impressive one to get started with. The one phenotypically in terms of mass and shape comes in second. This one really balances up quite a bit. Really nice, really level, on the move, really holds himself together really well. Maybe gives up some of the width that we see in the ones that are on either side of him in terms of his horns, but still one that's still very attractive and balances up nicely. Has got a great set of parts and pieces in terms of some muscle mass and being already laid down quite a bit of condition where he's at today. So again, a nice one that rolls into second. Probably a bigger, more extreme in terms of his frame individual that comes into third here, but again, another really incredibly balanced one from the side, really extended, really long. Again, hard to miss this one when he comes in the ring in terms of his color pattern and extension here. A nice individual that comes there in third. A more moderate framed, easy keeping, kind of a low input kind of steer that comes next in the lineup. Love his depth of body. I'd say in terms of his muscle mass, he's got enough for me. Maybe gets outpowered by a few of the other ones in here, because I like his moderation and his easy fleshing kind. The next one that comes in really extended and long, probably a heavier structured individual out here in the lineup. But again, love the strength of top line. Really like the balance of this one. As you watch him come at you, maybe he's a little more narrow there at his chest compared to the one that's going to precede him in the class, but still a very attractive, well put together individual. The next one here, the young lady's got, maybe just doesn't come to the ring as fresh in terms of his hide and the way he looks today, but one that you have to appreciate in terms of the fact that he's already laid on some condition. He's got some shape, especially when you study him there over his loin edge. You watch it go away. He's adequate in terms of his base width. Young lady does a nice job sticking with this one. The next one that comes out here, again, another wide spread one from tip to tip, moderate in terms of his frame, but still with that moderation. I would like to see him a little softer there, back in his rear rib and flank, maybe a little more advanced in terms of his fat deposition for this stage. And the young man that's going to round out here, again, another really long, well-balanced, high-quality individual here that rounds out the class. Just for me, again, like to soften him there in his rear flank, like to see him go away with a little more natural base width, but again, a great class here. Congratulations.
Good way to kick off our open side of our Black Hereford division. And again, 3 nice cattle here, but I think one that puts a lot of good together. Body shape, she probably excels over the next 2, and still one whose squareness and width are very, very appropriate. Still sets down on her feet and legs in a good way, has a quality look and profile about her. I like the future of this one here in second. I think her skeleton's built like they need to be built. Her angulation reads good. Her feet and legs are awesome in the way she gets and goes. So juvenile and neat and pretty about her head there. Just a little more behind. Not quite as much of her. A little flatter maybe if you really want to get down to it. But I think one, again, as we continue to develop these on, I think that one's got a lot of promise and potential. I like the sides in terms of body shape of this one we're going to up here in third. Very bold. Going to be an easy doing one. Her head and neck posture is still good. And I think one is proportions well. Not as heavy boned or big footed as what those 2 are ahead of her. Maybe want to set her back in that knee just ever so slightly in terms of her design, but 3 nice cattle here in this class.
Well, congratulations in ring 1. Results of your first class in our open F1 division. First place to go to back number 241, CBD Miss Fergie ET, exhibited by H&R Ranch. Second place went to back number 252, exhibited by Ground Zero Farms. And third place exhibited by JM Cattle Company and Kylie Smith. We'll now bring in Class 3. This is Spring Heifer Calves, born April of 2022. Back over in ring 2, our judge is now selecting his champion reserve senior steers. After this selection, we will be bringing in those junior steers and select a grand and reserve grand champion. We would like to let all of our Longhorn exhibitors know that during our junior showmanship contest, we are going to announce some special awards. We'll be awarding the champion herdsman, premier breeder, premier open exhibitor, and premier youth exhibitor. Again, that'll be during your showmanship contest over here in Longhorn Ring.
Got a single entry on this side. Again, another quality individual, broody built, awesome in terms of her body and robustness and some true stoutness to this one. Good in terms of foot and bone. Just got a lot of good to go along with her. Maybe just a touch shorter hip. You change her out of her hip and make it a little different there. But again, very, very nice one here in this single entry in this class.
Well, congratulations in your spring heifer calf class. First place to go to back number 221, SBH 41H 1839, Connie May 2224, exhibited by Smith Black Herefords of Newton, Iowa. Now going to bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his first division champion reserve.
Back over here with the Longhorn steers. I'll tell you what, folks, probably my favorite lineup that I've had out here in terms of my 3 class winners all day long. I really, over overly pleased with what we've got coming back in here for division consideration with these 3 class winners here in the steer show. A couple of these in class certainly hit me pretty hard in terms of how striking they were and how balanced and still had that shape and breed character that we've talked about a little bit throughout the day today. So to me, there's a couple of these class winners. A relatively easy choice for me. I'll show you the 2 I like the best, but let's give them a round of applause on an excellent division here in your steer show.
Here in our first division of the Black Herefords here, really a nice pair here. Again, that first class had a nice pair of cattle, structurally built very, very well. I like this one's body dimensions and just the way she fits her muscle onto her skeleton. Very feminine, very neat way, but yet still has something to her. A stout one here that came out at second class, lots of bone and foot and ruggedness to her, maybe just a touch off there in terms of her hip and posture. So nice set of them here. Class 1, though, I think puts herself together a little better. She'll be a champ.
Well, congratulations over here in our Longhorn show, your champion senior steer. The champion goes to Haley Robertson, and your reserve champion shown by Sheridan Van Blarkum. Congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we're going to bring in your junior champion reserve steers, as well as your seniors, and our judges select his grand and reserve grand champion Longhorn steers. Back over here in the Black Hereford ring, your division champion is going to go to back number 241. That was CBD Miss Fergie ET, exhibited by H&R Ranch. And reserve division is going to go to back number 2221. SBH 41H 1839, Connie May 2224. Exhibited by Smith Black Herefords. Well, now let's bring in Class 4. This will be Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2022.
Get our division winners back out here, folks. Let's give them a round of applause as we kind of draw closer to the end here for the day with your champion steer drive out here. Again, I think we've had plenty of quality all the way throughout the day. I'm not going to go back and talk about the 4 that are standing out here. Obviously, very pleased with the ones that we've got. In my mind, there's a pair of these that really rise to the top quite a bit for the reasons that we just really talked about in their division. Your grand champion and reserve are ones that I think are just got loads and loads of quality, have some meat animal shape, have some structural correctness. I'll show you the 2 I like the best. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Texas Longhorn steer will go to back number 5093, Haley Robertson. And your reserve grand champion steer is going to go to back number 5077, Sheridan Van Blarkum. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to go into your miniature steer show. We'll look to get started with Class Y38 miniature steers born in the first preceding year.
just a single entry over here on the miniature side of things. Again, the young man does an excellent job always, as he has all throughout the day, getting these things set up and presented, nicely balanced one here. It'd be interesting to see how this one competes. We get a little more competition out here, just a single entry in this class, but nice job, congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our first class of miniature Longhorn steers. First place goes back number 5095, LL Tony Stark, exhibited by TJ Danley. We're now going to bring in your next class of miniature steers. These will be miniature steers born the second preceding year.
Really intriguing pair of heifers here, and you could be definitely opposite on which one that you prefer. For me, this one, in terms of the way she opens up, just a little more width of base all the way through. Boldness of body is in her favor. Squareness of hip is in her favor. And then you watch these two travel at the surface. To me, her foot quality and the way she lands is just a touch nicer. Still comes together with a nice silhouette. Still has the right kind of presence to her, but that is where you really get into this heifer in second. If she's stout and wide enough for you, and if she lands just secure enough for you, boy, right there, she's a beautiful looking one that's really heads up and extended, really, really deep and smooth all the way through. Just as I get behind her, in front of her and study, I like to open that one up quite a bit more for me and maybe just set her down ever so slightly, just a little better in terms of her front skeleton relative to her classmate. Picky, but nice pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations in class 4 over here in your black Hereford ring. First place to go to back number 237, SKLN Sugar 2202K, exhibited by Skyline Farms. And second place to go to back number 217, exhibited by Sammy Neff. Now in the black Hereford ring, we're going to move into your next class. This will be class 6. I believe we're going to bring in class 6 and 7. This will be your division.
Certainly some contrasting frame size projections that we'll have out here between this pair. I'm going to leave them how they stand with the young lady here in front of me winning the class, but certainly there's some give and take between the two of these. To me, this one just excels in terms of having just a little more mass, maybe a little softer in terms of his build, but certainly would like to neaten him up just a little bit there in his front 1/3 compared to the one that's going to come in second. That's probably where this one easily has the advantage. He's the thinner-necked, trimmer-chested one of the pair right here. Love the rib shape there to the middle part of his body. Just gets to be maybe a little plainer there in his shape, especially there out of his hip and lower quarter here, but a contrasting pair here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our second class, miniature steers. First place to go to back number 5097, Tuhem Herdstrom and Harley Joe Robertson. Second place in that class, go to back number 5098, exhibited by Sarah Danley. We're now going to see your final class of miniature steers. We'll be looking for 3 entries in this class. The steers are born the 3rd preceding year.
Got a good pair, and I know this is a division of heifers, and then two very nice heifers and single entries here, but well, we can talk them here as well. But the one we're going to end up using for champion in our division, just so overwhelming in terms of body shape and volume out here. Still one that has a really good look of quality and a presence out here. You like it? No, she's not perfect. You like to maybe change her shoulder and put that on her just a little differently and extend her hip there. But again, very overwhelming in terms of volume and look and presence. Out here as well. This one is going to end up reserved in this division. Again, I like just the natural look of her. I like her look and presence up front is extremely good. I love the angulation of her shoulder. I like the way she sets down. Just not quite as much of her here today. Just to be used just a little more body volume relative to her division mate there. But two very deserving heifers to be granted reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford ring. We have the results of your third division in this show. Your champion will go to back number 227, Langford Delegate, 1625 UT, exhibited by Jake Cox. And reserve in that division will go to back number 253, Northline Black Sunshine 1K, exhibited by Ground Zero Farms.
I'll leave this trio as they stand right here with the young lady in front of me winning the class here, and one I think, you know, just proportionally fits together a little bit better in terms of matching his body depth more uniformly from forehip to flank. On the move, maybe maintains a little more attractive look there out of his hip and hind leg. You know, it may be not the freshest one in terms of his hide out here, but one that I think combines the most good things here, and that's why he's going to sort his way to the top. From here, I think maybe the decision comes between second and third. The young lady here is going to be second. You know, I'd maybe change some structure about both of these two, you know, but this one maybe is just a little more masculine in his look. Maybe has a little more shape there to the center part of his body comparatively speaking between the two of these, but certainly some give and take between these. The young man's that comes in third here, just for me, I need to pull him apart. Just want to see a little more shape as we study him, have his, be a little bolder there in his forehead, maybe just a little more pulled down. I think that balances this one up quite a bit and moves him up in the class and potentially gets him in the front here. So congratulations to all three on your last class here of the miniature steers.
Here are these two we bring in. Again, both of them win their respective divisions, so we're just going to kind of discuss them, and we'll compare them here a little later. But again, a neat heifer here that comes out of this forward division here. Just a lot of good in her in terms of body shape, and stoutness is very, very good. Yet there's still some agility to that female. She can get and go, and her angles read very, very appropriate and right. Still clean enough there up through her front end to give you the attractive enough look there. Maybe opens up at the top of her shoulder just a little more awkwardly, and maybe makes her look a little coarser at times, but still a nice heifer here. This other division winner right behind her, again, really, really soft body, opens up well, a lot of cowie and broodiness to her here as well. You know, if you could change her any, you maybe modify the posture of her rear leg and change her head and neck shape ever so slightly, but still, again, two good cattle, very good representatives within their own, in particular in divisions.
Well, congratulations in the Black Hereford ring. Your fourth division champion will go to back number 233, Anna's Legacy, exhibited by Chloe Mack. And the final division, your champion was 251, MKCC McKay's Scarlet J5, exhibited by Colin Wilson. We're now going to bring in all of your division champion reserves over here in the Black Hereford ring. And our judge, Mr. Brandon Callis, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion F1 females. Back over here in the Texas Longhorn show, results of your final class of miniature steers. First place was exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Second place exhibited by Sarah Danley. And third place exhibited by TJ Danley. We would like to remind all of our Longhorn exhibitors that during showmanship do have some special awards to present here in the arena. So we encourage you all to be here with us during showmanship as we announce the champion herdsman, your premier breeder, premier open exhibitor, and premier youth exhibitor. Again, that's during showmanship. We'll make those announcements.
bring our winners back out here. We got 3 great representatives for the miniature show out here, and I think each one of them have some pieces that you have to appreciate and are unique in their own right. I think the lightest and youngest one up here to my far right, again, love the freshness, love the balance this one has. I project this one to have a really, really, really bright future. I think this one's really correct at the ground, and that's certainly an advantage that he has within this lineup. The one that comes out of the second class, class that had some extremes in terms of frame and performance, but this one lays on a little more condition between the pair of those, so that one's kind of how that one's sorted up there to the top, but certainly would like to make that one way more attractive there in terms of his chest, but still has got some condition laid on him. And then the one that comes out of the oldest division here, one again balanced up pretty nice and kind of put together the pieces that we were missing from the other 2 individuals in that class in terms of having some mass and still balancing up pretty good and being pretty uniform in terms of his body depth. I tell you what, it's kind of a coin flip out here between the direction that you want to go. I'm going to show you the 2 that I like the best, but let's give these exhibitors a round of applause on a great show here as we're getting closer around and winding down the day here.
Really nice set here. We're bringing for our champion this first part of our Black Hereford show. And again, this Division I winner, a nice way to start. And I think she's still very, very competitive as we compare to what else came in. Awesome in her body shape. Her smoothness is very, very good. Probably where I like her as good is her comfort of movement. Way she gets out and goes out here. Very good in her spine, very good out through her hip. A lot of promise to that young female. I think one that reads good as a show heifer, but boy, they got the right kind of fundamentals to make just good livestock and good cattle as you see her down the road. This one that came out of this next division, I love the upper squareness of her. I love the fresh look and presentation. Really good in terms of her knee and her shoulder and her feet and the way in which they're designed and where she lands. You know, she's not overwhelming in terms of softness of body relative to really cattle on either side of her, and at times you wish she'd just get another gear and go, but boy, I still think one has got a lot of quality to her and a lot of presence about her. Big-bodied female that came out of this next division. Again, easy to like and drawn into, so overwhelming in terms of body shape, but yet we still got her presented in a very, very quality manner. Sets down good in terms of the angle of her hop, her feet set there as well. You know, you can pick her apart just a touch in terms of her shoulder and angulation up front. I guess for the best way to say it, for me, I'm trying to get a gauge on her comfort of movement. I think her ankles read good enough as if she's good, but boy, she really just looks on. I don't know if she's just a little full or what, but she's just a little uncomfortable as she goes and not quite as correct out of her hip posture is what you call ideal, but boy, big volume, got a lot of quality to that one still as well. These 2, we talked, one right here in this 4th division, just good solid cattle, good jointing, good flexibility, good in terms of just the practicality of her, and still has a neatness to her look, and a good broody one here that won that last division. Maybe just want to modify her and her hind leg and such there as well. So really a good set of them here. The longer I'm out here to look at them, the one that continues just to grow on me, and I just find less and less I want to change about her is the baby up front. She's going to be our champion here. We bring her division mate around here, and again, lots of looseness and flexibility to her. Sets down good and comfortable there as well. Just wanted to change her out of her hip, make her a little differently there. Other one out here just kind of stands out and hard not to keep in the mix as the one out of Division 3 here, and she'll be reserved.
Back over here in the Texas Longhorn ring, your champion miniature steer was exhibited by Jalen Krimmel, and reserve champion coming out of your first class of miniature steers. First place and reserve champion will go to back number 5095, exhibited by TJ Danley. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now going to go into our showmanship show over here in the Junior Texas Longhorn Show. Back over in the Black Hereford ring, your champion F1 female will go to back number 241. CBD Miss Fergie ET, exhibited by H&R Ranch. Reserve champion goes to back number 227, Langford's Elegance 1625 ET, exhibited by Jake Cox. We're now going to get started with your HX female show. We'll look for Class 20 Spring Heifer Calves born March of 2022.
Another nice single entry here to kick off this next division. Really a neat one that's got a proud look about her in terms of her front end construction. Body volume is very, very good on this female as well. And I still think one who reads right, her shoulder angle and her knee sets down on her feet in terms of cushion and comfort pretty well. You know, at times she gets a little worked up and gets up in her spine just a little bit as she goes, but still very good representative here in this class.
Well, congratulations over in ring 1. Results of your first class of HX females. First place to go to back number 220. SBH 8124-2002. Leah 2203. Exhibited by Smith Black Herefords. We're now going to bring in your second and final class of HX females. These will be junior heifer calves born February of 2022. Currently over in ring 2, we have our showmanship contest getting started with your junior division. Well, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we are excited to present to you some special awards here in your Junior Texas Longhorn show. So for those of you sitting ringside, standing back in the makeup area, it is time to pay attention to these announcements that we have. We're excited to announce your champion herdsman this year will go to Jalen Krimmel. Congratulations to Jalen. Your premier breeder is going to go to Lock and Paint Partnership. Congratulations to those folks. And a big congratulations, your premier open exhibitor will go to Danley Cattle. And last but certainly not least, premier youth exhibitor. Congratulations, Jalen Krimmel. Once again, let's put our hands together. A big round of applause for all of our Texas Longhorn exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Another good pair here within this division, and a nice effort here to lead off. Just love the body shape and contour of this female. Her structure reads extremely appropriate and right. She's soft enough in terms of her feet, but yet there's some strength and stability to her joints as you follow her up. I like the look of her as she's designed up front. You know, she's not the most powerful one when you get in behind her, but I think she makes up for that with her quality there from there forth. Heifer run here in second. Actually, when you get right on top of them, she might have as much squareness and upper hip as her classmate here. Still boldness to her forerib and center are good. Maybe not the same kind of feet and legs and bone. We set her underneath that one, but maybe just a little more compromised in her body shape relative to her class winner. But again, good pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations in our final class of HX females. First place to go to back number 230, CF Red Candy K01, exhibited by Calderman Farms. And second place will go to back number 261, exhibited by Jenkins Cattle Ranch. We'll now bring in those first and seconds and select a Grand and Reserve Grand Champion HX female.
Here in the junior showmanship, we're going to recognize our top three, but certainly plenty of talent out here. The future's really bright in the Junior Longhorn Association with this group of young people out here. So let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to pick 3, 2, 1, and we've got a special award here for your winner today. And I'll say a close decision between my top two out here today for sure. But again, a great set of young people out here. It's been a pleasure to help you, or as we get started here with your showmanship. But I'll go select your third, then your second, and then I'll present the winner of your junior showmanship with their trophy here shortly.
here on the HX side of things. Again, 3 nice representatives that came today, and again, our 2 class winners maybe come with just a little more quality. They're different. Our first winner there, in terms of just muscle and stoutness and boldness, she probably has the advantage. And this other one here, the goodness of her structure, correctness of her lines, and the way she gets and goes kind of sends her there as well. So going to use this one out of Class 2 to be the champion here in this division. A single entry out of 1 will be reserved. But 3 nice cattle here in this division.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion HX female goes to back number 230, CF Red Candy K01, exhibited by Colton Farms. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 220, exhibited by Smith Black Herefords. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to get started with your percentage Black Hereford show. We'll start with Class 35, Spring Heifer Calves, born April of 2022. And congratulations back over here in the Junior Longhorn ring, your champion junior showman, Ms. Harley Jo Robertson. Reserve champion will go to Melissa Elizabeth Dittmar. And 3rd place in that junior division will go to Michael Brody Gregory. Congratulations once again to those exhibitors. Next division in will be your intermediate division over here in the Junior Texas Longhorn Show.
Got us a single entry to kick off this part of the show. Really good at the ground. I love this one's flexibility. I like the usefulness of her joints and angularity that she has in her there as well. You know, no, she's not the deepest, softest just yet. I think there's her skeleton, the way she's built there at the ground is something for her to grow on there as well. So nice one to get this division started.
Well, congratulations in our first class of percentage females. First place to go to back number 265, DKBH Easter Lily, exhibited by DK Ranch. We're now going to bring in class 36. These will be Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2022.
very high quality class. I think all three of these cattle are good, and you could shake all three of these up three different ways and wouldn't get a big argument. I think all three have some class leading traits you liked. I guess the way to describe this one for me, she's just the most sensible. I think her body shape and heart and forerib and softness are a touch better than the one we set here in second, but yet her skeletal width and actual just underneath bone and foot are a little more than one here in third. And then when we get these three into motion, she probably engages and lands and goes the most consistent and the best in terms of her feet and leg structure. Now, with that said, she's probably the plainest fronted of the three in terms of just look, cleanness there up front through her chest. That's still not a bad looking animal. That one's still got the right kind of pieces there designed up front. I think that's why she lands and goes like she does. Interesting one here in second, kind of a wild looking one, if you will, of the trio. You could use her just for that reason. She opens up well. She's really, really neat and attractive, big and square out of her hip. Yeah, she's a little bit of a handful today, but probably the main thing for me, she doesn't hit you probably as soft as either one of the cattle on either side of her. She can narrow up just a touch as she goes from behind. My hard read was this one we set here in third because she initially walks in. That's a high quality heifer. It's got a lot of good things about her you like. I just hadn't quite figured out, is there enough of her in this class? She also wants to kind of come in at her knee there, and just a little awkward in the way she handles her top and her rear skeleton and the way she goes. So that's three nice cattle. Shake them up three different ways, but all three are still very good.
Here on the intermediate side of showmanship, again, I think we got plenty of talent out here with the four individuals that we have. I'm going to do it a little different this time and pick your champion first. I think this individual's done a tremendous job all day. Continued to impress me out here in showmanship. We worked them just a little bit longer, trying to make some decisions a little further down the line. But I think that the young man that wins today has done an exceptional job. I certainly want to commend him. But a really deep set of showmen here. All four of these young people should be commended. Congratulations. But I'm going to show you the one that wins, and now I'll show you a second and third after that.
Another nice single entry here amongst this division. Again, one that sets down good in her pasture, and she's got the right kind of body length to her as well. Even her head and neck posture I still like. Maybe not the stoutest when you get in behind her. I like to set her back in her knee ever so slightly, but still nice kind of a heifer here to compete in this division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford ring. First place in that last class goes to Jenkins Cattle Ranch. We're now going to bring in the first and seconds out of our first three classes and select your first division champion reserve. Back over in our Junior Texas Longhorn ring, we have the results of your intermediate division. Congratulations to your champion, TJ Danley Jr. Reserve champion will go to James Caden Grace. And third place in that division will go to Avery Maffey. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to look to see your senior division. My correction, we're going to see your teen division next here in the Junior Longhorn Show.
Another very solid division of heifers here, and again, our first class winner, Soundness is where that one can get and go and hang with them. That next class, that second class, had three really high quality heifers in it that you liked all very, very well, just a little different. This one, again, fits my mold in terms of moderation and softness, still has her feet and legs in the right place. And our single entry that came out of that final class, again, length and extension are still good within that one. Just wanted to set her back in her knee and just power up just a touch from behind. But a nice setup here. Going to keep these two out of the second class together. They'll be our grand reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations in your first division here in the Percentage Black Hereford Show. Your champion will go to back number 228. Coming from Colton Farm and Ground Zero Farm, reserve champion, go to back number 222, Smith Black Herefords.
Good pair of heifers here. Again, a little different. And I'd love to really combine these heifers and get an ideal out here. But, man, this one's presence and outline and her structure, I think, is why I like her here. So much longer hip. I think longer time in terms of her muscle, and just presents herself in a little more feminine manner all the way through. A little more length to her head, a little more length to her neck, all just positives for her. Now, the stouter one for sure is this one here in second. I do love the hip dimension of this female, the boldness of her is still very, very good. And she reads very proportional as you really get to studying her. Just one is a little shorter, more jam-packed all the way through. I like to just elevate her, give her a touch more length relative to her classmate. But a good pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations in Class 38, first place. We go to back number 243, LC and Miss Black Hereford 2200, exhibited by LC Ranch. In second place in that class, go to back number 208, exhibited by Landon Ellison. We're now going to bring in Class 39. Those will be senior heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
Another nice single entry, incredible amount of volume to this female. Opens up very, very good, a hard and forerib, and really consistent in that body depth and volume all the way back. Her smoothness and the way she's put together is very, very good. When we stop her and get her posed there, she brings her head and neck out of her quite well. She's maybe not the stoutest at the surface, is maybe where I'd change her, and maybe just give her a little more agility as she goes. She can get up in her spine ever so slightly. Still a quality individual, though. Really value for her volume and stoutness.
Well, congratulations in Class 39. First place, we go to back number 245, LC Miss Erica 2162, exhibited by LC Ranch. We're now going to bring in your final class before this next division. This will be Class 40. Senior heifer calves born October of 2021.
Got us a single entry here, again, much like her last one in terms of just volume and smoothness and softness. She's very, very good there. Her shoulder angle, the way it lays in, is still very appropriate. It's still one that has enough thickness when you get in behind her. You know, you could modify her a little bit there at the surface. She can get up on her feet just a little more. But again, a nice heifer. We'll get her out here with some of these others and evaluate her a little closer, but a good heifer here in this class. Another neat heifer here, again, in a single in this class. A lot of look, a lot of presence. I like the skeletal quality of this female. The way she sets to the surface is very, very good. The way she's laid back in her shoulder and knee, I think is a positive for her. And you get on top of her, there's some true boldness to her in terms of her rib cage. You know, she's not the deep, swoopy belly kind, but I still think that was still appropriate, kind of the way she measures and fits up there as well. So another nice heifer here within this division.
Excellent group out here again as we progress in our older ages here for showmanship. These three young ladies out here in front of me are going to be your top three, and each one of those have done a tremendous job, and they've all made slight mistakes, and it's something like what Dr. DeClerc was talking about earlier in showmanship, and a little bit of it's subjective, and all about you know, what your philosophy is, and for me it's all about getting the most out of your animal and being seen the less, and who can be the cool customer. It's not about perfection, it's not about having them perfect every time, but it's, are you getting the most out of them under the circumstances that you're in, whether you've been covered up or you're out of line, and recognizing, hey, I can get a little more out of this, or hey, this is the best I've got, I need to stick with this. And I think these three young ladies have done a tremendous job with doing that since they've been out here, and even throughout the day, seeing them come through the ring with their animals in the class. With that being said, we're going to go just like we did in the last division, first, second, and third. But again, let's commend this group of showmen here. A great set. Really enjoyed working through them, this group so far.
Good solid division here, and very interesting actually when you bring them all back out here. That first class winner, again, structurally and femininity, really like her quite a well from that regard. Sets down good on her feet and legs, and again, her length and growth and extension is very, very good. You know, she maybe gives up width out here, just sheer stoutness amongst these, but I think she can make up for in terms of her looseness. We didn't have to travel them here. I'd really get into this one. Her body shape, her smoothness, her broodiness is where I like to be. The softness and where she is where I like to read her. I just want to see her get out and go more comfortably and more athletically. She can tie up and get just a little tighter than what I call ideal. I like to just really see her get out and go there. Motley faced one here out of this next class, again, much like the one in front of her in terms of broodiness and smoothness in that regard. Maybe, again, just want to set her down differently on her feet, strengthen her up right there in terms of her pasture. Then the one that came out of that final class, again, her length and extension is good, maybe as good in her angles and her foot design as any of the 4 or 5 that we have out here, and yet she still comes together with some width. You know, she's not as soft-bodied as what these two in the middle are. She's a lot like the one here up front in terms of length and extension and skeletal correctness, yet she's got a little more power and boldness to her. So with that, I like that one that came out of that last class to be our champion in this division. One up front here is going to end up being reserved.
Well, congratulations in that division. Your champion will go to back number 249, Sims Miss Jolene J58, exhibited by Colin Wilson. And reserve champion will go to back number 243, LC Miss Black Hereford 2200, exhibited by LC Ranch. We're now going to bring in class 41. These will be senior heifer calves born August and September of 2021. Back over in the Junior Texas Longhorn ring, your champion teen showman will go to Sheridan Van Blarkum. Reserve champion will go to Braylon Miller, and third place went to Hannah Mathey. We're now going to bring in your final division of showmen. This will be your senior division over here in our Junior Texas Longhorn show.
Got 2 of them here within this division, so we'll talk each one of them, and I'll show you which one I prefer. This one up front here, again, I think soundness and skeletally, there's enough looseness and flexibility to her. Again, looks like an easy doing one in terms of her heart and her full rib. You like to stouten her up and lengthen her up out of her hip, maybe soften her there in her center body and flank, but still nice kind of a female. This is the one that stands behind her here. Again, like her quality, like her presence, like her length and smoothness, and still handles herself quite well and comfortable as she gets on the go. Again, maybe lengthen up her hip as well, and then just stout and square it up just a shade. But boy, from there forward, just a lot of good quality with that. So going to use this one here to my left to be our champion here in this division. Young guy up front will be reserved. So good set of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford ring. Results out of your senior heifer calf division. Champion will go to back number 231, exhibited by Coleman Farms, and reserve champion will go to back number 212. We're now going to bring in class 45. This will be spring yearling females born March 1st to March 31st of 2021.
Much like our last division, we just bring two division winners back here, and so we'll talk each one of them. Both of them have a good amount of quality to them. I like this one again, head, neck, and throat, and the way it sets up on her body is very good, really good in terms of a heart, or forerib, and body shape. There's some actual thickness to that heifer when you get in there behind her there as well. Probably for me, I lean her up just a shade, a touch up front. She wants to be a little more pronounced and forward in her knee and shoulder. I know these cattle are getting a little tired, but I want to see her stronger, more stable up there, but still very deserving there to be her division champion here. This other one here that wins this other division, again, so heavy duty, big bone, heavy structured, big bodied, still thick ended and smooth made. Again, very proportional in the way in which she reads and goes. The only thing you really get on her about just her front 1/3, you make her just a little neater. She's just a little shorter, coarser headed. She too just a little plainer there in her chest and lower shoulder, or from her shoulder back. There's just a lot of cow there, a lot of fundamentals and goodness to her. So we'll bring them two back in as the division champions as well. But again, nice pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations in our final two divisions here at your Percentage Black Hereford Show. Class 45, first place and champion in the division will go to back number 219, exhibited by Sammy Neff. And out of your final division, your champion was exhibited by Colin Wilson. We'll now bring in your champion reserves out of each division, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion percentage females.
Another good set of them here in our percentage show. That first division, again, a quality division there. Landed with two of them. They have some neat features and pieces to them. I like this one's feet and legs. I like her just softness and smoothness. We'll see how they get to grow and get to develop here, but that one's got a good start to her. That next division, I think, features a pair of heifers here that skeletally probably fit together very, very well. Shoulder angle, knee position in those cattle are very, very good. I like the way this one's hind leg works again, and there's some boldness and some stoutness to it. But you know, at first vantage point, she's not as deep and soft as some of the other cattle out here. But again, her correctness of skeleton combined with some width is what I like and enjoy to read about that one. She's making it difficult because she's tired, not wanting to keep going. But her and her classmate again, I like to watch them go in terms of their angles. Heifer that comes out of this next division, again, a lot of just quality and presence and feature to her. Her look is good. Her softness is good. Again, I still think one that's got enough skeletal width when you get in behind her. Like I said, just lengthen and square that hip up ever so slightly. But boy, one that's hard not to like from this vantage point, what she combines and how she puts it together, you get to like it quite well. This other division winner, again, opened up and stout and bold made. Just wanted to make her a little different there in her front skeleton and structure. That one that won that last division, again, probably as stout and broody of one as we have out here in terms of just body width and volume and bone and ruggedness. Just wish there was a little more length and femininity to her all the way through to really sell the point out here. So really a good set of females here in this percentage part of this show. Really like what the quality we're going to represent and bring back out here as well. The bald-faced female out of Division 3 is going to be our champion in here. We're going to use Division 2 here to be reserved.
Well, congratulations in our percentage Black Hereford female show. Your champion will go to back number 231. That was exhibited by Coleman Farms with CF Miss Jackie J05. And reserve champion will go to back number 249, exhibited by Colin Wilson. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to get started with your purebred female show. We'll look for Class 51 Spring Heifer calves born April of 2022.
Bring in a single entry to kick off this portion of our Black Hereford show. And again, smoothness is good. I like this one at the ground in terms of her pasture angle and strength to it. Still one who's got the right kind of quality and loveliness and correctness there about her. Maybe she wants to twist every now and then, and when you get her on the go, you like to make her just a little more coordinated in that fashion, but still a nice way to start off this division.
Well, congratulations. In our first division here in your purebred Black Hereford show, your champion will go to back number 239, exhibited by Skyline Farms with SKLN Stephanie 2201K. We're now going to bring in your next class. These will be Spring Heifer calves born March of 2022.
Alrighty, folks, I apologize for taking a little bit longer here with what we've got. This is our last time in the ring today, and I just want to be thorough with these senior showmen. And as you've seen, we were giving away these nice rings, so it's certainly something that's going to be earned here today. But before we go any further, just certainly want to say thank you to the Cattlemen's Congress for having me out here today, along with the folks from Texas Longhorn. It's been a pleasure to work with your young people and be entrusted to interact with your young people today. It's always been a pleasure. In addition to that, it's always an honor to get to share the ring with good friends and folks that I've known a long time, Brandon Callis and John DeClerc. John and I went to college together, lived just right next door, so it's always a pleasure to get to be out here and share the ring and the microphone with a couple of individuals who are as talented as what they are. So again, I can't say enough of how much I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I truly enjoy this. Showmanship is certainly something that's near and dear to my heart. That's something I always felt like anybody could be competitive in. You can work your way into the top of this competition at home. It's not something that necessarily happens on show day. So again, this is a tremendous group of seniors. I think on any day, any of these young people can win. These are your top four that are over here across from me. I've talked to these folks over here, just little small things that we would maybe change to get them up into this other group. So just quickly to talk about each one that we have out here, and I'm going to show you the one that wins, and then your second and third, or excuse me, I'm going to show you third, second, and then I'll show you your winner out here. But young lady in the front, love her intensity. She's really quick on the stick. My thing that I would be critical of her for is like we are right now, we're just a little out of line. I like everything nice and square and neat. That's the obsessive compulsive in me, I guess, but I like things nice and in order. And while she gets that one set really quickly, and I like that, if I were to change something, that would be the one thing that I would maybe address in terms of how we're out here in the ring. But she does a great job of using the whole ring. That's something I think is very, very important. The young lady that just pulled out here, I think, again, been relatively quick on the stick. Maybe hasn't had this one set up perfectly every time, but she has that I guess, confidence to know that, hey, we're as close as we can be right here. And right there, she does that thing that I like in that she walks her animal right into the setup and gets right to being unnoticed, and that's a big thing for me. She does a great job for that and absolutely is competitive out here within this group. Next young lady out here, I think she does a tremendous job. Again, she's got that intensity that we talked about, and she does a great job of being unnoticed. I think it's a bold move to bring a calf out here for showmanship, but I guess it's pushing all your chips to the middle, and I think the young lady's done a nice job with the one she's out here. But this is a great example, and we talked about this just a minute ago, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but you have to know your animal, you have to know your situation and say, is this the best I can get out of this animal right here at this moment? And if the answer is yes, you stick with what you got, and if you think you can make an improvement subtly, then you do that. And she does a great job of that, just interacting and talking. She does a great job, very knowledgeable about showmanship. And then the young lady here on the end had a great day today. This female certainly, this female certainly shows herself off. She stays really calm and cool. Again, maybe not perfect on the setup every time, but knowing, hey, this is the time to make an adjustment, or hey, my fuse is a little short here, I better make the most of this situation. So again, everybody out here has done a tremendous job. Really like the group that I've got out here for your top four. I'm going to show you in order 3, 2, and then I'll crown your winner here of senior showmanship at the Cattlemen's Congress. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you once again for having me out here. It's been a pleasure to work with your young people.
Here in this next class, and 2 functional females, 2 very, very good-bodied, soft-made females. And so you just start looking at the little pieces of balance. And I think that's where this one starts to separate a little, just a little neater at the top of her neck, and just a little more femininity to her, and cleaner all the way through, neater in her lines, just a little more attractive all the way through. A big body one here we're going to leave in second. Very bold in her rib cage, still very sound on her feet and legs and flexible. A little crestier neck though, a little more shoulder and chest, for not quite as neat and attractive as the class winner, but good pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the Black Hereford ring. Results of that first class. First place will go to back number 229. CF Black Candy K02, exhibited by Coleman Farms. In second place, we'll go to DK Ranch. Now going to bring in class 53. This will be junior heifer calves born February of 2022. Well, congratulations over here in our Junior Texas Longhorn show, your champions senior showman. Congratulations to Sarah Heimmeyer. Reserve champion will go to Megan Bush. In third place will go to Jenny Quillen. Once again, congratulations to all of our Texas Longhorn exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge of our junior show, Mr. Garrett Thomas.
Got another quality single entry. This probably comes to us with just a little more power, punch, big hip, bold-bodied one. I like the way her back leg works. I like her look and posture in terms of her head and neck up front. If I could change anything about her, it'd probably be the security of her knee. I just lay her back into her shoulder, give her more angulation, and set back to her knee just to make her stride and go a little longer up front. But boy, a quality one, though. I like the stoutness of. So another nice single entry.
We are going to get started over here in ring 2. We're going to get started in ring 2 with your Cattlemen's Congress British White Show in just a moment.